Good morning, Conference. I would like to invite on stage now a woman who's well known for cracking the whip back behind scenes and keeping us all on our toes. It's the one and only Sal Brinton, our president, who will be opening conference for us this morning.
Well, good morning, Conference, and it's great to be back here in York, where we now have a joint administration between us and the Conservatives, where our group is led by Keith Aspden. Now, last May, the York local party bucked the national trend and achieved a brilliant result, gaining 4 seats on the council. Yeah, they deserve applause. And since forming the administration, the Lib Dems have been putting Liberal Democrat principles into practice. They've put £1 million into new ward committees, devolving real budgets and real decisions to local residents. They've been bringing forward ambitious plans to make York the greenest city in the north by boosting recycling, investing in renewable energy, and creating a green jobs task force. And they've passed a budget which protects frontline services that matter to local residents and increases investment in community-based mental health facilities. Now, as you will know, York was hit by major flooding over Christmas. The city is recovering, and our colleagues at the council are doing everything they can to get out the message that York is open for business. And that's why I'm particularly delighted that the Federal Spring Conference is here to support them. And we wish them well and are delighted to be able to show that York is open for business. And I'm glad to open the conference as well. And did you ever need any evidence that the Lib Dem fight back is happening? Well, it is here in York, and what better place for us to meet at this spring conference. Now, in the last 6 months, we've continued to find our voice again. In my extensive travels around the country, I've seen many of you refusing to accept the media and press view of us as being dead and gone. And every week we're hearing about successful by-election defences and a really good number of gains as well. Perhaps, more importantly, our share of the vote in by-elections is steadily rising. Some, well, we could complain. We won 2 last week. One was a mere 60%, the other was 64%. We know that our national share of polling tends to lag about 6 months behind our by-election victories, and I'm not going to suggest that we're going to 60% as a national poll next week, don't worry. But I do believe that if we continue like this, then our local government successes will start to translate into national polling success too. But my message to you is that we must fight every local by-election. We need to be bold about getting back out on the streets, and we need to draw our new members into the excitement of campaigns and elections. Are you doing that? Please do. And that brings me to the one parliamentary by-election that we have had since we last met. Jane Brophy and her brilliant Oldham West and Royton team welcomed many of you when you went and helped. And on behalf of Jane and the party, my thanks to all of you. We trained many members, old and new, in campaign techniques, and there was just such an amazing level of energy and fun at our campaign HQ, so brilliantly led by Chris Lovell and Claire Halliwell. Our share of the vote may have been lagging there. To be honest, we're stronger next door in Oldham East, but the groundwork has been very helpful for our local parties as we face elections this year. Now, in addition to most of the regional conferences where I've been touring England, and actually there were, I think, at least 3 weekends when Tim Farron and I did morning or afternoon at different things, and we passed each other, metaphorically waving to each other on the motorway as we passed each other. I've also had the privilege of going to Wales and Scotland. And for the majority of people here at this conference who will be English party representatives, the Scottish and the Welsh conferences, if you've never experienced them, are really great places to be. We must never forget that as a federal party, the state party conferences hold a special place for making policy at a state level. And the Welsh conference was seriously impressive this year, with a very large exhibition, larger than the one we've got here, to be honest, excellent motions, and a manifesto that demonstrates how strongly we are led in the Welsh Assembly by Kirsty Williams. Kirsty's success in getting more nurses in the Welsh NHS, where Labour first derided her, but eventually agreed that she was right, shows that we are punching well above our weight in the Assembly. And she and her outstanding fellow candidates in both seats and in the Welsh lists are fighting back too. Now, they have a harder fight than many of us because of the tactics of UKIP. And as a unit told us last night, they are now firing their big guns, Neil Hamilton and Mark Reckless, who are standing for the Assembly. It sounds outrageous, but we're in the political bubble, and we know about Neil Hamilton and Mark Reckless. Many people in Wales will not know them as we do. We need to help Kirsty and her team as much as we can. So if you haven't got your own elections, or even if you have and you can spare some time, please go to Wales for a weekend. Apart from the beautiful countryside, you can also keep fit for a weekend by canvassing and delivering, and you'll feel really good for that. If you can't get there, please telephone canvass. Now, the same is also true in Scotland. Their conference a fortnight ago demonstrated just how impressive Willie Rennie and his colleagues are. Despite having only 5 MSPs, Willie is the one who is throwing real punches at Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP, truly holding them to account. And let me give you just one example. We were the first party in Scotland to say that we must add a penny onto Scottish income tax at Holyrood to prevent the cuts to school budgets. Labour then jumped on the bandwagon and said they had invented it. And then last week, the SNP caved in. Although it is interesting to note that rather than raising the Holyrood tax, which they can do and have never done, they are doing it by forcing local councils to raise their council tax, and they will blame the councils if they don't. It's incredibly frustrating working with the SNP because they show repeatedly they say one thing and then do another. But I believe, from talking to people in Scotland, that people are beginning to show their frustration with them. And Willie and his team need our help too. So if Scotland is easier for you to get to than Wales, then please do, for exactly the same reasons. And if not, please telephone canvass for them too. Now, the other major thing that happened at the Scottish conference was their motion on all-women shortlists, which was carried by about 3/4 of those in the hall. Willie and the Scottish Party know that we need to take positive action now because the representation in Scotland is so out of kilter. Their proposals are stronger than those that we will debate tomorrow morning, and they are now leading the way for the Federal Party, and we need to listen to them. But the main difference between our motion tomorrow and the Scottish proposals is that we also set out to support within the law for other underrepresented groups. And I know all the chatter is about all-women shortlists. But if passed, I will be incredibly proud to be the president of the party that is the first to take affirmative action of reserving places for Black, Asian, minority ethnic, disabled and lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and non-binary candidates in some of our top seats, because their representation in Parliament is woeful, and even worse for some of the subgroups within each of these diversity strands. We will be able to have, picking at random, a party such as in Leicester, which would choose to have a number of BAME candidates on a short list where, in a city, the majority of its citizens are themselves BAME. The key thing to remember for this legislation is that the action and support for women and disabled candidates and BAME and LGBT candidates is that it must, under the law, be in proportion to the underrepresentation. So we're not going to go on doing this in perpetuity. The Act says it's got to stop by 2030. But if any one group is so successful that they achieve well over their proportion, then that action must stop. So I look forward to when we have 80% women MPs and we have to have a vote on whether to run a scheme for male candidates, which we can also do under the law. Enjoy conference.
Thank you, Sal. And I'd also like to thank my aide, Paul Tilsley, and my hall aide, Jo Foster. And now I'll be handing over to Chris Mains.
Morning, Conference. We move to two reports from federal committees. Can I invite Andrew Wiseman to present the FCC report?
Thank you very much, Chris. And Conference, may I also extend my welcome to you all to York. You have in the Reports Conference booklet the report of the Federal Conference Committee. Just a couple of things I want to highlight and also update you on. The first thing is there's been a couple of changes to the makeup of Conference Committee. Lindsay Northover has been elected as one of the two federal executive representatives, and also Jo Foster has stood down as the Welsh Party rep. We're waiting for a new Welsh Party rep, but we look forward to welcoming them to the Conference Committee as soon as they're appointed. One thing that I did put in my report to Conference, which I hope you've all noticed, relates to the autumn conference in Brighton this year and some changes that we've made to it as a one-year trial. This year, Autumn Conference will start at 9 a.m. on the Saturday morning and will finish at 3:30 on the Tuesday. So we're making better use of the weekend and not having a Wednesday session at conference. This will mean, with some other changes, we won't lose any debating time, but as I say, we're making better use of the weekend. We're hoping these changes will be of help to people, particularly teachers and others who find it difficult to take time off work. And for some people, it will also save the cost of a night's accommodation and a day's holiday from work. That, of course, does depend on where you live compared with the venue. So for some people, it wouldn't make a difference this year, but if we have a conference in another venue, it may help them in subsequent years. So we're going to trial this, and we really would want people's feedback as to whether or not it works and any views you have on it. So please do let us have your views. Finally, the one other thing I just want to highlight is for this conference, we've provided an overflow area in the exhibition centre. So just behind the stage, there is an overflow area where we've got a live feed from the auditorium being relayed. We weren't sure how one member, one vote would impact on the auditorium. We believe that there'll be some sessions where we're expecting the auditorium to be absolutely full. Obviously, looking around the auditorium now, wasn't this session that we were planning, and I'm obviously quite surprised, possibly almost upset that I'm not the real draw of conference. But we are providing this live feed. It will be switched on over the whole of conference, but we'll only be using it for voting when the auditorium is absolutely full. And at that stage, the chair of the session will announce that we'll take into account votes in that overflow area. So generally, if you want to vote, you need to be in the auditorium, unless the auditorium is absolutely full and the chair of the session says we'll be counting votes in the overflow area. Finally, I'd just like to thank the Federal Conference Committee for all of their help, assistance and hard work throughout the year. And in particular, I'd like to thank the small dedicated team in the conference and policy offices at headquarters who do a tremendous amount of work in supporting us in putting on what I hope will be a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. We've had 2 questions submitted to the report. Andrew will answer each question and the questioners will have the opportunity for supplementary. So can I ask Simon McGrath to stand by and Andrew to answer the first question, which is listed in your daily announcement sheet.
Thank you very much. This question, actually, as is in certain respects the second question, is all about using technology. Simon, this is something we have discussed on a number of occasions over the last few years, and I certainly think that given technology is constantly changing, it's something we need to keep under review. When looking at the use of technology and involving members who aren't at conference, we very much focused on sessions in the auditorium, but recognising that's obviously only one aspect of conference. And of course, there's nothing to stop fringe meeting organisers or others doing something similar or something themselves. Currently, we basically have live streaming of sessions from the auditorium, which can be viewed over the internet, but which allows people to watch conference, but obviously it doesn't allow them to speak or vote at conference. We have spoken and we have taken advice from the Electoral Reform Society, particularly their commercial arm, and they're not aware of any other organisations who perform remote voting that covers the sort of debated policy motions that we use. They develop and offer various commercial services related to running of voting, but they weren't keen on trialling it for a large televised political conference, being blunt about it, because they had concerns over the possibility of problems arising. So at the moment, we're not convinced that there is the technology in place at a cost that we can realistically afford to allow for remote voting and remote speaking in a way that actually is secure and in a way that is reliable. I'm sure you can imagine the problems that would occur if the technology failed during an important vote and the fuss, quite rightly so, that people would make. The cost of remote voting is significant. We've looked at it. It looks like it'd be tens of thousands of pounds per conference, but that is something that we really want to carry on looking at, and we will keep under review. Of course, FCC doesn't run regional conferences, and we would encourage regional conferences to try this out, because it may be, in that sort of environment, smaller, it may be not only cheaper, but a good way to trial these things if it can be made affordable. But as I say, we will keep on looking at it. We will keep it under review. It is something we really want to do once we're comfortable we can, both in terms of cost, but also security.
Fine, thank you.
I assume, Simon, you're waiving the right of a supplementary. Can Karen Lindsay stand by and Andrew can answer the second question?
Thank you. This relates to use of technology for committee meetings. From a conference committee's point of view, for a number of years we've organised dial-in facilities for some of our meetings. A number of years ago, we discussed whether we should allow dial-in for what are our gender-setting meetings. So we basically have 2 types of meetings. We have our standard meetings where we sort of look back, so debrief on past conferences, or where we look forward in terms of things that we would like to introduce that are different and different ways of operating conference. But we have 4 meetings a year that are agenda setting, so which motions we should take and which amendments to those motions we should take. During those agenda setting meetings, we decided not to allow dial-in facilities, and that's purely because of the number of votes that we have at those meetings, and FCC felt it wouldn't be practical to have dial-in for those meetings. Just to give you an idea, at those meetings we can have often over 50 votes in what is quite a short period of time, and it was felt that it would be impossible to manage those over the phone line. And there are concerns about that. In fact, I was at a Federal Policy Committee meeting yesterday where they were raising issues over the quality of the dial-in that they were using at a past meeting. Also, from our point of view, on occasions, headquarters isn't available for us to hold meetings, and occasionally we are reliant on other venues to meet and reliant on their technology. But as with the first question, I recognise that technology changes and we need to keep this under constant review. We've agreed to look at it again at a forthcoming meeting, not least because there are software systems that allow for polling and to actually see those dialling in, which would make the managing of large votes in a short period of time a lot easier. Karen, as a member of FE, I hope you'll allow, you'll get FE to allow other committees to invest in such systems and actually trial such systems to ensure that they work. It's in everyone's interest to allow for remote attendance, and I know it is part of the governance review that is currently being undertaken.
Thank you. Is Karen here, or is she going to phone in a supplementary?
Let me just... It's not ringing.
Okay, I think she's waiving her right to reply. Can we therefore put the report to the vote? Those in favour of the FCC report, please show. Thank you. And those against? That looks pretty clearly carried. Thank you. I now welcome Dr. Judy Smith to present the FPC report.
Thank you, Chris. As always, the hall isn't terribly full at this time on a Saturday morning, despite the fact that any member can now join us at conference. But we are down to 5 minutes, so I shall be very brief in presenting the FPC report. Like the FCC report, it's available in the conference papers on reports. So all I want to say is, firstly, as FPC, we are delighted that our new leader, Tim Farron, is now chairing FPC and playing an active role in FPC. Thanking also Norman Lamb, who's become one of the MP vice chairs of FPC, and in particular thanking the staff for all of their hard work. The policy unit do a fantastic job. We could do with having 3 or 4 times as many members of staff as we've got, but they do a fantastic job. Most of the work that has been going on since the last conference has been on Agenda 2020. There is another consultation session at lunchtime today on a revised and expanded Agenda 2020 document, which was the main focus of our work at the last autumn conference. But what we also have this morning is the award of a prize for the Agenda 2020 essays. And that is going to be presented. I don't know who the winner is, so I'm going to call on Tim Farron to make the presentation. Tim.
Well, good morning. Actually, compared to FE reports in my day when I was president, we're on FPC now, this is actually pretty full. So thanks all of you for being here. It is, Julie, my great pleasure to be able to present the prize and announce the winner of the Agenda 2020 essay competition. It is not just a copy of John Stuart Mill's On Liberty, but also Utilitarianism, so 2 for the price of 1, damaged massively by me having written in it. But you will be aware, I hope, as Julie set out, that the Agenda 2020 process initiated by the Federal Policy Committee. It's designed to provide a framework for the party's approach to policy development throughout this Parliament. We published a couple of Agenda 2020 consultation papers, and we discussed the party's core beliefs at our conference in Bournemouth. And of course, you'll have another chance at the consultative session here this lunchtime in this very hall. But the fine people that we are on the FPC, it does not mean that we have a monopoly of wisdom. So we organise an essay competition open to any party member to write about what it means to be a Liberal Democrat today. Back in January, we published a short list of 9 and invited the whole party to vote for their favourite, for the best one. The votes were pretty evenly spread. Actually, what I don't know is whether it's done by single transferable vote. There may need to be an inquiry if it wasn't, but we'll not cast any aspersions at this late point. There were 2 second places who tied on absolutely equal votes, and we also therefore want to give an honourable mention to the author, not of an essay, but of a poem, a Liberal Democrat version of Rudyard Kipling's If, which you will enjoy reading. You can find it amongst the, alongside the winning essays on Liberal Democrat, Lib Dem Voice today and on the party's website. So thank you and congratulations to the 2 second place winners, who are Richard Flowers and Paul Kennedy. And to the author of the poem, Robert Adamson. But I am delighted to announce the winner, a member from Monmouth, a member who joined us only last May after the election. And he's here at his very first conference. He tells me that although for many years he had campaigned for Liberal causes, after the election, he felt he needed to stop sitting on the sidelines and get involved. In his essay, he aimed to boil our approach down to one key simple message: to relate it to everyday life, not to abstract principles, and to move people, and serve as a battle cry for our fight back. It does all of those things, actually. It's an absolutely brilliant essay. I just quote the first paragraph. To be a Liberal is to champion people. Championing people is the eternal and universal truth that is the core of Liberal values. Go and read the rest of it, and join me in congratulating Edwin Burrows. Nice to see you again. Well, I'll have to sit in front of a... Come here.
Oh, right. I wasn't preparing, so...
You don't have to speak, but come and get a... come on, have a photograph. There you go. You can make a long speak if you want, but... Great to see you. Thanks, congratulations. Very, very well done. Excellent work.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. We've had 2 questions submitted to the FPC report. I'm afraid time is against us. So, Julie, if you could answer the first one and give a written reply to the second one. If Steve Bolter wants a supplementary, could he make his way to the intervention mic?
Thank you. I thought Edwin was about to answer the questions on my behalf. I was going to say, fantastic, thank you very much. The Trident Working Group, or the Nuclear Working Group, has been set up with a very large membership of 22 members, 9 women, 13 men, attempting to have a balance between those who are in favour of having a nuclear deterrent, those who favour unilateral disarmament, and those who are somewhere in between. And we've only had 1 meeting so far. The group is being chaired by Neil Stockley, and we're very much looking forward to an interesting several months. The remit and a set of questions will be available for consultation on the party's website, and we will put the names of all the members on the party's website, so I'm not proposing to read out all 22 names right now, unless anybody asks for that in the supplementary.
Thank you. Is Steve here to ask a supplementary?
I'll just say thank you.
Thank you. Can you quickly answer the second question then?
The second question really should be Belinda Brooks-Gordon responding. It has been agreed that in order to deal with a variety of issues that came up after the sex working group took evidence from a dominatrix, they needed to expand their work, and that is going to include online pornography, and they are then going to take on board the child protection issues associated with that. So rather than setting up a new working group, the sex work group is going to expand its work and hopefully deal with that issue.
Thank you. Alistair, have you a supplementary?
Yes, I do. Very briefly, can you tell me what representation has been sought from the specified associated organisations for youth and students and LGBT+ on the matter, who are obviously the two entities within the party who need to have the input on that?
I will have to write to you on that. I wasn't given a briefing in advance, although I would have thought both groups were actually already represented, but I will check with the chair and write to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we put the FPC report to the vote? Those in favour, please.
Against?
Thank you. And those against? That, again, is pretty overwhelming. Thank you very much. Can I thank my aide,
Thank you.
James Girling, thank Andrew and Julia, and hand over to our next debate.
Good morning, Conference. We are now moving on to F4, Liberal Democrat Economic Policy, which you can find on page 38 of your agenda. There are 2 amendments for this motion, which you can find on page 8 of your Conference Daily. At the end of the debate, we have a series of votes which I shall explain again then. I'll go through this a little slowly because it is the first policy debate of the conference under OMOV, and we have many new first-time members here. So we'll go through it again at the end. First, at the end, we'll vote on each of the amendments in turn, and then at the end, we'll vote on the motion as amended. As this is a policy motion, it requires just a simple majority of the people here to pass. We will be taking interventions during the debate, which will be short 1-minute speeches from the intervention microphone, which is over to my right, to your left. If you wish to make a speech, intervention speech, please do come and get a card from the speaker's desk at the front here. Similarly, if you wish to speak in the debate, there is still time to put in a speaker's card. And now, could I please invite Sir Vince Cable from Twickenham and Richmond to move the motion.
Delegates, it's a great pleasure to come back to this city where I was born and grew up, and twice represented our party standing for Parliament, and it's heartwarming to see that we still have a strong and expanding political base here, and councillors who are demonstrating the impressive nature of Liberal Democrats in local government and providing innovative policies. But we have an opportunity this morning to craft the first stage of crafting a genuinely Liberal Democrat approach to the economy that builds on what we achieved in government, but without the, I'd say, fatal embrace of the Conservatives, which has our traditional values incorporated in it, but is forward-looking and addresses many of the challenges that we now face in economic terms, the stagnation, growing stagnation of Western economies, the growth of economic nationalism, the growth of disruptive technologies. But I want to start with some of our achievements, because I think we tend to forget them. I was privileged for 5 years to head up an economic team in government, and we had at various stages Ed Davey, Norman Lamb, Jenny Willett, Joe Swinson, Tessa Munt. And in the course of those 5 years, we delivered a lot, much of which is reflected in the policies we now have, but I think it's helpful to run through some of the things that we actually did. We launched an industrial strategy for the long term, for manufacturing, for creative industries, digital industries. We set up 2 state-owned banks, the Green Investment Bank, the British Business Bank that is now funding through startup loans and peer-to-peer lending, small business. We engineered a fundamental reform of the big banks, the separation of the so-called casinos from retail banking. We launched a major expansion and improvement of the system of apprenticeships. We put large-scale investment into science and innovation through the Catapult Network. We brought in legislation which ensured shared parental leave, flexible working, other legislation which protected small business from supermarkets through the Grocery Code Adjudicator, and then for pubs. We saved the post office network and modernized it, set up the largest worker-owned shareholding scheme. We launched a major and successful initiative to get women on the boards of our biggest companies. We enforced much more effectively the minimum wage. We passed through reforms of corporate governance with the binding vote on executive pay and building in long-termism into corporate decisions, strengthening the rules governing takeovers, progressive system of repayment for students, and much else, much else. And that's a real record that I'm very proud of and want to see built on. But we made mistakes. I made mistakes. We made mistakes. And it's important when we look to the future that we acknowledge what some of those are in the economic field. We let the Tories rewrite economic history. They basically explain the economic crisis as caused by an orgy of public spending, when actually the origins were in the collapse of the banking system and the expansion of private credit. Unfortunately, we let them redefine deficit reduction, austerity. We had a very, very precise objectives which we set in the coalition agreement, which they managed to change to eliminate all government borrowing, including important productive public investment. We let them, in the later stages of the government, launch a boom in house prices, which is economically damaging and socially divisive. So yeah, we made mistakes as well as having achievements, and we've got to draw on both of those in looking forward to a next generation of economic policy. And this motion, with the helpful amendments, I think begins to do that. And let me just summarize what I think some of the key elements are. First of all, there is a very strong commitment to public investment, the state playing an enabling role. It is completely insane that at a time when the cost of capital, interest rates, are lower than they've ever been in our history, that we're not using that to borrow to invest in things like social housing and fundamental improvements in our infrastructure. And this is something that Osborne has turned away from. We're going backwards, and we need to reverse that fundamental policy shift. Secondly, we need to accept that the government has a fundamentally important role in the long-term growth of the economy, in raising productivity. That's the only way you raise living standards. And the government has a major role in training, not just through universities, but in expanded apprenticeships, in the revival of night schools, which Laura Burt will be talking about shortly, and in investing much more heavily than we succeeded in doing in science and innovation. Thirdly, we need to have at the heart of what we do sustainability, not just the sustainability of public finances, of course that's important, that sustainability in respect of the environment, what the Tories deride as green crap. You know, something we believed in and did a lot to innovate in government, and we need to revive. And fourthly, we need to be very conscious of the big divide that has opened up, the growth of inequality in income and wealth. We have an environment, not just in the UK, where large numbers of people, millions of people, have suffered as a consequence of the economic crisis. They've suffered loss of income, they've suffered loss of jobs, but the top 1% have done extraordinarily well, have won a massive dividend from what has happened in the last 7 years. Much of that dividend completely unrelated to productive activity. And so through tax policy, in relation to both wealth, assets and income, in relation to the way remuneration is established, we need fundamental change and fundamental reform. Now, why should we be doing that politically? There is an enormous space which has now opened up. Millions of people who do not want hard right government of the kind that the Conservatives offer, but equally do not want the extremes of the hard left. We are the people who can fill that political space. We have credibility and experience of government. We have deep values, which I think will resonate with millions of people out there. We now have to rebuild. The opportunity is there, the duty is there to fill that political space. And I think what we're now doing, crafting a new economic policy, is fundamental to that. So I urge you to support what we're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I please ask Ben Sims to stand by? And I now call Mike Tuffrey to move Amendment 1.
Good morning, Conference. What this amendment is about is not just economic growth, but growth that is truly sustainable. And so what's the case for that? I could say to you that back in the 1700s, at the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, when there were just 600 million of us living on this planet, it was possible to dig stuff out of the ground, use it once, throw it away, and burn a lot of coal in the process. But today we have 6 billion people on this planet, and that's rising to 9 billion. I could say to you that here in Europe, we still only reuse and recycle 40% of the materials that we discard, and that a third of food across the whole value chain is wasted. I could say to you that reputable economists warn us of massive job losses from the coming of the so-called Fourth Industrial Revolution. Other reputable economists predict that we could have a 7 percentage point increase in GDP if we move to a low-resource, high-productivity economic model. And I could say to you that that won't happen unless government and business work together exactly as the main motion sets out. I could say to you that in London last week at City Hall, and in fact, if you'll forgive me when I mention London, can I just say what a terrific job Caroline Pidgeon is doing as our mayoral candidate and leading us on the list assembly. And she's speaking this afternoon. I hope you all come along to hear her. So I could say to you that in London, we're looking at how to harness £11 billion of public spending towards the new circular economy, and that could bring us another 40,000 jobs over the next 15 years in London. I could say all of those things to you, and they're all true, but the real case for supporting this amendment and this motion is not economic, it is political. It's about the terrain on which we build our political fight back, exactly as Vince just said to us. And we know that the Conservatives are for conserving the economic status quo, and that those who benefit from that will continue to pay them large sums of money to do that. And we see Messrs. Corbyn and MacDonald take the Labour Party back to a state socialism model that has more in common with Das Kapital of the 19th century than the digital economy of the 21st century. And as someone who fought the London Labour Party in the 80s and 90s in places like Lambeth, Southwark, Islington, Camden, it is quite scary. It's like some zombie movie, Return of the Living Dead, to see them back and in charge. But we beat them then, and we will beat them again. But the question for us in this party is, are we going to be the torchbearers with the vision for the next generation, for all those young people who are looking for an alternative? Now, yesterday I was privileged to talk to a group of MSc students here at York University. And I have to say the vibrancy of our higher education sector today is a tribute to the work that Vince did in government. That discussion with those MSc students was inspiring, it was energizing, but the largest contingent of them was from China. And if you want a wake-up call about the global economy and about the threats to our prosperity, look at who is coming to study in our universities today. So, Conference, as a party and as a country, we can face the future with confidence if we have the right policies and the right vision. So I say please vote for the motion as a whole and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask Judith Bunting to stand by, please? And I now call Ben Sims to move Amendment 2.
The motion as it stands is a fine one, and it sets out the great set of policies which we have for the UK's economy. But when I received my conference booklet and read through it, it struck me that there's a glaring omission. There's no mention of the digital or creative industries, and there's no mention of technology. Now, I work in the tech industry, and there's a quote that you very often hear, which is, in the future, there's only two kinds of jobs. Either you're telling a machine what to do, or a machine's telling you what to do. This sounds harsh, but we should have no doubt we're only at the very beginning of the technological revolution. This is the spinning Jenny stage, not the steam engine stage. But, as we've heard, the economic potential is already being shown. The tech sector is creating jobs 3 times faster than the rest of the economy. It's growing 1/3 faster than the rest of the economy, and it's paying salaries that are 1/3 higher. So this can and should be the engine of the UK's growth, but we need to support it, and we need to, as a party, show that we're supporting it. We need to make sure the skills shortage is being addressed, and we need to talk about infrastructure. Specifically, we need to talk about Britain's broadband, because we're falling way behind. In terms of getting out the latest future-proof connections, we're way behind the world leaders, South Korea and Japan. We're behind Finland, Sweden, Spain, France, Portugal. We're not even in the top 20 in Europe for this. It's possible these days to run a world-class creative businesses from villages like Ulverston in Cumbria or Miseden in Gloucestershire. But it's not going to happen if it takes you 11 hours just to download a movie. There are places in rural Finland where they can do the same thing in 3 minutes. Where's the business going to go? The government talks about fixing this, and they put a bit of money in here and a bit of money in there. But there's no sense of a plan to achieve it. We need a national plan, and we need national investment. And we need to ensure the countryside is as well connected as our cities. Whatever you think of HS2, and I know there's a lot of debate about it, we could have put fibre optic, ultra-high-speed connections to every home and business in Britain for half the cost. The government is entirely capable of doing these things if it wishes to. And that's what we need to be pushing for in terms of policy, but there's also a political message here, and that is that the Liberal Democrats are the natural party of technology and progress and science. I can't think of anything else economically that's so in line with what we believe in. It's about the empowerment of individuals, the ability for startups and small businesses to challenge incumbents and open up new opportunities. And it's also about the chance to spread these opportunities across the UK, so that it is as easy to run a business from Cumbria or Gloucestershire as it is in East London. Or it would be in East London if our broadband wasn't also really bad. As a party, we need to be owning this ground. This is our natural ground that we can hold, and we need to be demonstrating that we understand where these things are going, and that we're the ones who can prepare Britain for that future. So I ask you to support both amendments and the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask Richard Flowers to stand by? And I now call Judith Bunting from Newbury and West Berks, who is speaking for the motion.
Conference, hello. Conference, hello. I'm going to speak to lines 1 and 2 of the motion and lines 27 and 28. I'm keen to draw out the link between the need for sound and stable management of public finances and the devastating effects that the current Conservative drive to kill off local authority funding from government is having on the education, training and aspirations of our young people. George Osborne, as you know, is intending to remove all government grants to local authorities by 2020. I don't think this horrible fact gets nearly enough attention in the local press. If we have journalists here, please take note. He needs to be challenged. This is a dreadful, dreadful move, and it's being ineptly managed. Locally, we are seeing the results acutely. I was parliamentary candidate in Newbury and West Berkshire. At the moment, last week, the Tories imposed £10 million worth of cuts on our local services, and it's not over yet. In a few weeks, they are promising £6 million of local cuts. They blame it entirely on George Osborne and the removal of the government grant to local authorities, but there's more to it than that. Before we get to that, though, let's just look at what that means if you're a young person in West Berkshire. The buses are nearly gone. If you live in Lambourne, there are no buses to Hungerford, there are no buses to Newbury. You'd be lucky if you get one to Swindon, possibly, maybe on a Wednesday. If you want to go to the library, well, it's not the sexiest thing for a teenager to do, but you could go to the library. Oh no, they're going to cut 8 out of 9 of our public libraries. They say everyone can go to Newbury, but, no buses. People who, if you're a teenager and you can't get a job, you're not going to university, you might want to go to the job centre. The job centre is seriously concerned about the lack of facilities and the lack of public transport. These cuts are going to hurt our young people. They're also closing children's centres. They're cutting funding to charities which help young people. It's really going to have a bad effect on the next generation, and I am sure that West Berkshire is not the only place where this is happening. So enough whining. We look to stable Liberal Democrat management of finances, as has happened in places like Eastleigh and Portsmouth. There, they have invested in their local community and they have generated new income streams. That's how Liberal Democrats work. They look outside of the box. They don't just accept the bad stuff that gets handed down from the other parties. So, I miss the Liberal Democrat hand in government. I miss that restraining influence and that feeling of good sense, and I got that again when I read this motion today. So I ask you, please support the motion and restore some good sense to the management of our public finances in government and in your local authorities.
Thank you. Could I please ask Susan Kramer to stand by? And I now call Richard Flowers, who is speaking against the motion.
Thank you, Zoe. That last speech just illustrated what I'm about to say. Conference, do you remember getting back into coalition with the Tories and having to come up with a list of worthy but dull but above all small reforms that we could sell to our coalition partners? No, neither do I, because that didn't happen. The voters rejected that categorically. So why have we got a motion that thinks it did? Conference, I didn't want to speak against this motion. It's decent enough. Calls for some good and worthy policies, but it's so conservative. It's coalition-era thinking. It's nothing we haven't called for before. How can a motion that harks back to Beveridge be so lacking in vision? When people are asked, the economy is one of their top 3 questions, we need to have good answers. But more than that, we've got the good answers. The biggest issue at the moment is Europe, but this motion doesn't mention free trade. We've been the party of free trade for 200 years, and we've been proved right. Protectionism is bad for business, and it's bad for peace. In Europe, security from NATO has gone hand in hand with prosperity from the EU. The biggest issue for this Parliament is austerity, but this motion doesn't mention the deficit. It's no good saying there's not going to be a deficit in 2020. We need answers on this today. We need to challenge the budget this week. And do you believe we can just leave it to George Osborne to clear it up? How well has that worked so far? The biggest issue facing the world, the existential crisis of this generation, is climate change. And this motion doesn't begin to address sustainability, and thank goodness for Amendment 1. The generation that's had it all cannot keep expecting the kids of tomorrow to pay for their mistakes. We have to clean up our own mess, whether it's the debt or the CO2, the pension time bomb or the melting ice caps. We need an economy that leaves things better, not worse, for our children. Tim Farron has this right. We need to restate our commitment to business opportunity and to free trade, to think global, act local. We need to make a clear distinction between ourselves and the, on the one hand, big bank policies of the Tories, and on the other, big state spending of Labour. We don't want to split the difference. We are not somewhere vaguely in the middle. We have our own distinct agenda. We will make people better off. More than that, we will enable themselves, we will give them the opportunity to make themselves better off. We need to lay out our principles: internationalism, devolution, sustainability. We are better together and stronger in. We are giving power back to the people, and whether it is debt or pollution, we cannot leave it to the next generation to pick up the tab after us. Conference, don't let the economy just be an argument between the elite, big bosses who'll boss it around, Labour's nanny state or the Tories' Eton mess, between big unions, big banks. Vince has already asked, who's going to speak for the millions of small businesses, the white van men and Waitrose women? It should be us. We are the party of freedom and opportunity. We need to say so.
Can you draw your remarks to a close, please?
Conference, the motion isn't bold enough. Please reject it.
Thank you. Could I ask Susan Juned to stand by? And I now call Susan Kramer from Twickenham and Richmond.
Conference and fellow Liberal Democrats, I just wanted to speak very briefly in this debate. I'm now the party's economic spokesperson. And what I wanted to do was make sure that you understand that we are very unified in supporting this motion and the two amendments. And we just heard the opposition from Richard. But frankly, if you look at the other issues that we raise in other motions, at the policies that we're pursuing, I think even he is actually on the same page as us. So I welcome a lot of the challenges in his speech, but I think he will find, indeed, that we are also meeting them. So we have earned hard a reputation for genuine economic competence. And it is a reputation which we have absolutely no intention of squandering. And yesterday we saw John McDonnell in the Labour Party, John McDonnell from the extreme left, trying desperately to grab some of that sense of competence and argue that he had fiscal credibility because indeed he was going to balance the budget and eliminate the deficit. The response to that, I think, showed you that he's completely unable to sustain that argument. But it does underscore that it is crucially important that we continue to manage the economy and talk of the economy in a responsible way. But that is not accepting the behaviour of the Tories, because since the days of the coalition were over, they have redefined what the deficit is. And just as Vince explained, that instead of tackling the current account deficit, the deficit in day-to-day spending, which frankly I suspect we have now just about cleaned up, the Tories moved the benchmark dramatically. That they put capital expenditure into that deficit number and then also looked for a sizable surplus by 2020. And they set the bar to a position where, frankly, they are now so constrained that we're going to see George Osborne, I think, with great problems when the budget comes out next week. But when you hear him trying to achieve a target that is not required by the financial markets, it's not required for financial discipline, it's not required for financial stability, and doing it by injuring the disabled people, working, low-income working people, that's young people and children, we stopped that during the coalition years and we continue to absolutely fight it now. It is an absolute scandal that with interest rates as low as they are, we are not going out and borrowing for the infrastructure that is absolutely vital to our future economic growth. We will continue to fight for that, and it's absolutely crucial. And I really welcome the speech that we had from Ben and the speech that we had from Mike that underscored the importance of investing both in sustainability but also in broadband and the new digital economy. And Tim has made very clear, we are the party of small business and entrepreneurship. We back those small businesses that are the day-to-day sustainable businesses within our local communities. But we are also so closely allied to these new entrepreneurs using the internet, using new technology to completely disrupt the way that industry, both service industry and manufacturing industries work today. They are the future. And when you listen to Ben speaking, that is the future speaking. And we are the party that understands all of that. And I am spending at least a third of my time working out how we support that industry, because much of it now suffers as it tries to grow, cannot access financing, and is not given the support that government requires. So we are fighting back on so many fronts. This is a very unifying motion, and the two amendments add and strengthen it. Thank you.
Thank you. After the next speech, we will move to a series of interventions. Can I ask the following people to move near the intervention mic, which is on your left at the front of the hall? James King, Tony Vickers, and Steve Bolter. And can I now call Susan Juned, who is speaking for Amendment 1.
I'm particularly addressing lines 13 to 15, which looks at the circular economy, which is reinventing waste as a resource and a financial asset to the economy. However, I do believe that we need to be far more ambitious about how this is embedded into policy and practice, because the competitors of the UK industry can only benefit if we can add value to all the resources in our economy, affecting our economy as well. The efficient management of resources will protect industry from future shortages of vital materials. It will also protect the environment, reduce the impacts of climate change, and create jobs. But we need eco-innovation, inward investment, and economics development. We need a mind shift in our thinking of the models used, the way our supply chains are provided, the production chains, product design and facilitation that are needed to achieve the goals. The ultimate aim has to be to prevent increased exposure to rising resource costs, whether these are materials, water or energy costs. UK government must ensure that resource management policy is twin-tracked with eco-design, innovative research on the materials of the future and the substitute materials needed, and also the engineering solutions. And it must do this with some urgency. And I ask for particular attention to be paid to the needs of small business, because many of these are struggling. We need large companies to assist with the exchange of best practice, but we need to be able to ensure that small businesses can engage in and have links to research and be able to benefit from the research chains and the research that is going on. So please vote for Amendment 1, support these particular lines, and ask government to not only support what is happening in Europe, but also make sure that they are listening to their own businesses and ask for some complete change in the mind shift of our government. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask Bill Powell to stand by? And we now move to a series of interventions. James King from Camden.
Conference, I think this motion shows that we need to start to do some thinking and develop a liberal approach to the world of work and employment. I should say first, I think that doesn't mean moving away from the flexible labour markets that we have in the UK. If you're tempted by that, look at the unemployment rates in France and Spain. But we do need to promote opportunity and resilience in a world of flexible labour markets. We need to encourage young people to think about being self-employed, setting up small businesses. Can we truly say that our schools and colleges encourage kids to think about that? We need transport policies, tax policies that reflect the fact that many people, part-time workers, maybe have 2 part-time jobs. I don't think our policies at the moment reflect that. And I'd also like us to think about building on shared parental leave, a brilliant policy that we had in the coalition, to think about carers leave. I've had experience of this recently where I needed to take some time off for an emergency family reasons. My employer was quite sympathetic, gave me discretionary leave, but I think we need to help people with caring responsibilities and give work.
Thank you. Tony Vickers from Newbury and West Berks.
Speaking to lines 69 and 70 as amended in your today's agenda update. I've worked with Vince for many years on this policy area, land value tax, and I wanted to improve the wording of the motion to make it clear that this is not an extra tax, but it's part of a tax shift. We should not be taxing wealth-creating activities so much, i.e. we should be reducing taxes on earnings and on profits, and instead we must tackle rent-seeking. A huge amount of the nation's wealth is going into property, which is very damaging for the economy. I agree that registers of ownership and valuation are important technical matters if we're going to implement land value tax, but it's more important to make sure that the political message gets across that we are not talking about any increase in the overall tax burden of the vast majority of the people of this country. What we are doing is tackling the shirkers and the people who steal our wealth, the sweat of our...
Thank you. Steve Bolter from Braintree and Witham.
Thank you. I've heard Vince welcome Amendment 1, which I was intending to speak to, and we've heard some very good speeches in support of it, so I'm just going to go for a little bit of sloganism. Greener world, stronger economy, fairer society. There cannot be social justice without environmental sustainability, for without it, there cannot be intergenerational justice. And lastly, to say that with the Paris Agreement recently reached, the sustainability has to be embedded in the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all those who gave intervention speeches. Could I ask Fiona Hall to stand by? And I now call Bill Powell, who is speaking for the motion.
Good morning, Conference. South Cambridgeshire and Cambridgeshire put forward these amendments which have been incorporated, into the main motion. So you don't see them before you, except in terms of the revisions and additions. Now, I want to address the extra item that we put in, item 16, first. Working to adjust the tax system away from subsidy of high leverage debt and tackle the bias against equity investment. Sounds very technical, but this is one of the key reasons why we had the 2008 crash. It only appears in our manifesto as about half of one of the items, but I've taken the wording from there. How does it work? A business can claim that the interest it pays is in the same category as its electricity bill and is a deductible expense. So if it wants to raise money, it's much more tempted to run to a bank than to actually invest own money or money from friends or from shareholders. This magnifies risk. So why does it magnify risk? Well, of course, it's a subsidy which makes these two forms of reward for enterprise unequal. It can create asset bubbles because there's been a great increase in the amount of debt and credit issued in the run-up to the crash. It creates them not only in business, but in the housing market. It's extra risk to shareholders And that makes them run away from taking necessary risks because they don't want a double risk of the bank foreclosing on them, as well as the risk of having to reduce what they pay themselves as owners. And it's a risk to employees who are employed by these people. So government should raise this tax on interest, and it should use it to support business. For example, it could reduce the employer national insurance. That would boost employment. Let me turn to item 15. This is another item where we put in an amendment. And this is to widen the concept of ownership of business to include housing. I was housing portfolio holder and a great enthusiast for community land trusts.
Can you draw your remarks to a close, please?
Yes. Community, where have we got to? Right. Community land trusts get over the difficulty of people who are unable to participate 100% in housing, but can participate partially. It removes the serious divide between the haves and the have-nots, and those in retirement who need a bus pass, others like me who can get on an aeroplane for a school reunion.
Thank you. Could I please ask Jenny Randerson to stand by? And I now call Fiona Hall.
Good morning. First, it can't be said strongly enough that Amendment 1 isn't just a nice to have, it's fundamental. It will be impossible to have a strong economy if we ignore the issues of decarbonisation, environmental sustainability and resource efficiency. I want to talk in particular about lines 13 to 15 on the circular economy. What on earth is that, you may well be thinking? Well, it's shorthand for saying that it's not enough just to tackle the problem of waste. Yes, landfill, food waste, excess packaging, marine litter, these are all huge environmental problems, and stronger measures are needed to tackle them. But the circular economy is not just about reducing waste. It's about recognising that it's globally unsustainable to carry on using raw materials only once and then throwing them away. And indeed, for us in Europe, it's economic suicide, since we have very few of some of the most important raw materials, such as rare metals. So the goal is to get our natural resources circulating in a closed loop, so that they can be reused time and time over. And that means starting not at the end, but at the beginning, and looking at the design of products so that they can be reconfigured and disassembled. And it means ensuring that recycled materials are of good quality and uncontaminated so that they can be reused in a high-value way. What we're looking at here is a whole new sector of economic activity and business opportunity, and that means growth and jobs. And that's exactly what EU environment ministers concluded on the 4th of March, when France, Germany, Spain, Italy, and other countries, not the UK, stressed the importance of bringing in measures to get a European market for quality secondary raw materials, getting that market off the ground. Some countries are well ahead of the pack on this, especially the Netherlands. The construction sector is a huge user of extracted materials. In the Netherlands, before a building is demolished, a demolition audit has to be carried out. Somebody comes along with a clipboard and says, that and that and that can't go to landfill and have to be recycled. And as a result of this, there is a thriving sector of companies who deal with sorting waste. Whereas here in the UK, we did have a halving waste to landfill initiative, but it was only voluntary and it stopped in 2012. So we urgently need the Circular Economy Action Plan to be put into effect. Please support the amendment and the motion.
Thank you. Could I ask Neil Stockley to stand by? And I now call Jenny Randerson.
Good morning, Conference. I want to start by thanking Vince for drafting my amendment on transport into the motion as a whole. And I want to say how much we miss you, Vince, at BIS, with your calm common sense and coherent economic policies. I wholeheartedly support this motion, but felt it was a bit like one of those jigsaws where you get to the end and realise you've got a piece missing, and that piece was called the transport piece. A good transport infrastructure is essential to a well-functioning, well-balanced economy. Name me an economy in the world with a country in the world with a flourishing economy, but a poor transport network. I don't believe you can. And Britain has suffered from a lack of long-term investment in transport since the days of Thatcher and before. In 2010, with Liberal Democrat influence in government, the difference was soon obvious, with a commitment to the biggest investment in the railways since Victorian times, the development of Crossrail, the electrification of the Great Western Main Line and others, and investment in research, for example, on ultra-low emission vehicles. And yes, you heard about it from George Osborne as the Northern Powerhouse, but you first heard about it from Nick Clegg in terms of rebalancing the economy towards the north and away from London and the southeast. But the investment in the north won't work without not just HS2, but improved Transpennine rail links, without good bus and train services between cities and towns and within cities and towns. So what have the Tories done about this since last May? Well, first of all, they cut the rural bus services. Then they announced that they'd pause all rail networks, network rail investment. They're like a rabbit frozen in the headlights, doing too little, too late. So for us as Liberal Democrats, we need a bold and urgent investment in public transport, not just for the sake of our environment and the economy, but for the sake of young people who need access to education and jobs, for older people who can no longer drive, poorer families with no spare money for a car, and our commuters who simply cannot face the morning scrum any longer. For all these reasons, please support this motion and support a coherent transport policy.
Thank you. We'll now be moving on to the summations. Can I remind anyone who is watching from the overflow area that as there are still seats in the main auditorium, if you wish to vote, you will need to move to the main auditorium and find a seat. Anyone else standing, if you're able, you will need to sit to vote. Could I ask Gordon Lishman to stand by? And I now call Neil Stockley to summate Amendment 1.
Okay. Thanks. With this amendment, Amendment 1, we reaffirm our commitment to building a strong green economy using liberal policies. Never again will we treat sustainable economics and low carbon and resource efficient economy as an optional extra, because we understand what a changing climate will do to Britain's infrastructure and our markets at home and across the world. We understand what growing global demand and competition materials and up and down prices mean for business. Above all, we understand that a green economy is a strong economy, low carbon, resource efficient and high skill. Look at the record. The renewable energy, waste management and energy efficiency sectors are now worth more than £100 billion a year to the UK economy. And during the coalition years, they were one of the best performing sectors. And there are even greater prizes to be won. A bigger share, even more, of the £3 trillion global market for environmental goods and services. Using more clean energy will make the UK less dependent on oil and gas imports, improving our energy security and resilience. And better resource productivity, as we've heard from Susan and Fiona, will mean that UK businesses are less exposed to volatile world prices. During our time in government, we pursued a strategy for green growth. But since last May, much of what we put in place has gone up in the flames of a bonfire of Conservative politics. So a new strategy for green growth must be at the heart of our economic programme for the 2020 general election. Not looking backwards, looking forwards. We're seeing the effects of the Conservative bonfire all the time. Declining investor confidence. We're well down the league table now for attractiveness in renewable energy investment. So what are the priorities? Creating a fairer tax system that makes polluters pay for the damage they cause. Promoting the clean energy sources that are good for the environment and make the UK economy more secure. Supporting new markets in areas like energy efficiency so we cut energy bills for consumers, create new jobs and eradicate fuel poverty. Using smart regulations in the UK and the EU to put an end to wasting natural resources to help businesses to compete and generate savings for consumers. Likewise, as we've heard from Susan, using innovation policy to promote clean tech in areas where the UK has an advantage, and I'd add to her list marine energy and electricity storage. Restoring investor confidence with a clear and consistent strategy for decarbonising the economy. As Steve Bolt has said, integrating sustainability into all our economic programme, recognising that green and growth go hand in hand. So let's do it.
Thank you. As no cards were put in for Amendment 2, there is no summation for Amendment 2. And could I now call Gordon Lishman, who is summating for the motion as a whole?
Thank you, Zoe, and good morning, Conference. Thanks to everybody who's spoken in this debate, and thank you for the welcome you've given to our proposals. I should make clear that we entirely accept Amendment 1 and believe that it substantially enhances the motion. As far as Amendment 2 is concerned, we've already accepted the principle of what we are saying in lines 5 and 6 that have been drafted in, and we're happy also to accept lines 3 and 4 in this amendment. I ask you, however, to vote against the first part of this amendment, not because of what it actually says, and which was ably presented when the amendment was moved, but because of what it deletes. It doesn't add the areas that it is concerned about to our general concern with manufacturing industry. It deletes the rest of manufacturing industry and gives total priority to the areas to which it refers. And that, frankly, is a slap in the face for areas like Burnley, where I come from, and it is adding insult to injury to say, as part of that process, as we said in the original motion, that this is part of the rebalancing of the economy across the regions and countries of the UK. Because if you give that priority and you delete the concern about the rest of manufacturing industry, what you are doing in practice is concentrating employment, investment and development in those parts of the country which are already amongst the most successful. In your general acceptance of this motion, a lot of people have said, as Richard Flowers did, that it's bland, it's stating the obvious, it's stating the territory on which our party has traditionally stood. That is, of course, entirely true. It's odd, therefore, that I spent much of the last 5 years trying to persuade my party to say the things that are in this motion. Over the course of the last 5 years, we have actually had an emphasis on economic policy that has not drawn clear distinctions between those areas which were imposed by coalition, those that were imposed by the economic crisis we faced, and those which were our policy. What we do in this motion, particularly by its commitment to social justice, particularly by its commitment to a renewed effort to face Beveridge's five giants, is reclaim the traditional social liberal territory that we share with people like the Liberal Party of Canada, like the Liberal Party of the Philippines, like D66 in Holland, and many more. That we are a liberal party which is defined by our commitment to social justice, our commitment to giving people equal opportunity and equal life chances in a world which in many cases makes it difficult for them to do that. And that combination of a core liberal commitment and a belief in social justice is what defines our party, and it is a major step forward once we can again today say that clearly, ringingly, and with confidence in our social liberalism.
Thank you, and thank you to all those who spoke today. I would like to have been able to call more people, but if I called every card that was put in, we would have been here until lunchtime. The balance of speakers called did reflect the balance of cards put in. We'll now have a series of votes. There will be 3 votes. Firstly, we will vote on Amendment 1. Then we will vote on Amendment 2. Then we will vote on the motion as a whole, if amended by any earlier amendments. I'll tell you what each vote is as we go to them. In order to vote, you must be seated and you must show your voting card with the voting side towards me in the air. Can I see all those in favour of Amendment 1, please? And all those against Amendment 1? Amendment 1 is clearly carried. Can I see all of those in favour of Amendment 2, please? And can I see all those against Amendment 2, please? So I'd like to take that again. Can I see all those for Amendment 1, please? Sorry, all those in favour of Amendment 2? And all those against Amendment 2? That's against Amendment 2. Can I now see those in favour of the motion as a whole as amended? And can I see those against the motion? The motion as amended is clearly carried. Thank you very much, Conference. I'd like to thank again all our speakers. Can I thank my aide on the stage, Sandra Gidley, my aide in the hall, Baroness Sheehan, and I'll now hand the chair over to the next session.
Good morning, Conference. It gives me enormous pleasure to introduce our next speaker to you. Laurelie Burt was our MP in Solihull for 10 years, and during that time she held a number of briefs, including business, enterprise, ambassador for women in enterprise, and she was a government whip. In October last year, Laurelie took her place in the House of Lords and promptly took on the role as our spokesperson on business, skills and innovation. So I am delighted to welcome Baroness Burt of Solihull.
Good morning, Conference. Oh, you are awake then, that's good. Conference, is a very great pleasure and an honour to speak to you this morning as the party's new business spokesperson. And I want to start by welcoming the previous motion on the economy. We are now the only party willing to put forward a credible Liberal alternative to the dangerous path which this Conservative government is headed down. And, I must also admit, that makes my job a lot easier. Going out to business is a lot simpler when we can point to an economic plan that recognises what they need. So, conference, thank you very much. Now, last September, Tim asked me if I would become the business spokesperson for the party, and I agreed for two reasons. Firstly, because throughout my time as an MP, I've always championed business. Colleagues, I understand what it takes to run your own business because before coming into Parliament, I did just that. So I know what it's like to run your business all day, work at it in the evening, go to bed, dream about it all night, and get up the following day and do the same thing all over again. And, at the same time, bring up the kids, sort out their tea, put them to bed, help with the homework, etc., etc. It's no picnic, I can tell you. So in the last government, I wrote a report as Government Champion for Women in Enterprise, which recommended how government could better help women in business with all the additional challenges that we can face. And I was very glad that many of my recommendations were actually implemented. My report was just one of many things that we achieved in government, but even now, in opposition, business still needs us. The fact is that the Liberal Democrats are now the only pro-business opposition party in business today. And my goodness, our country needs an opposition that understands what business needs right now. Well, to be honest, the Labour Party could start by providing any opposition at all. Frankly, the Labour Party doesn't understand business, and they've got no interest in helping enterprise to succeed. I do. And that's the first reason why I agreed to do this job and play my part. The second reason I'm proud to be a member of Team Tim is because of his commitment to diversity. We now have a front bench team that's more than 50% women. And we've got some fantastic, I know it's good, isn't it? We've got some fantastic ethnic minority members, such as Zahida Mansour, who led the fight against the government's vicious plans to cut tax credits to low-income working people. We need more women at the top table in the party, just as we need more women at the top table in business. And that, by the way, is why I so strongly support the Electing Diverse MPs motion on Sunday morning. You know, we had some amazing women in the Commons during the last Parliament, even though I do say so myself. And we are sadly weaker for not having the likes of Jo Swinson, Jenny Willett and Tessa Munt on those green benches. And we also miss great candidates like Christine Jardine and Jane Dodds, who would have been fantastic MPs, although Jane is already back, up and fighting for a place in the Welsh Assembly to join our amazing leader, Kirsty Williams. We need to make sure that, come the next election, we elect more talented women to serve the party. But in the meantime, I want to fight from the Lords to champion our party's role as a progressive, diverse party. A party which helps people to succeed no matter their gender, ethnicity, sexuality or disability. Now, of course, in speaking for the party on business, I know I've got a mighty big act to follow. Vince Cable is probably the best business secretary this country has ever known. And I have to say, I'm a bit worried at how I'm going to follow in his twinkle-toed shoes. Well, I might not know much about ballroom dancing, but I'm sure as hell going to continue to dance to the pro-business, fair-minded, Liberal Democrat tune that he played. I'm immensely proud that, as Secretary of State for Business, Vince created the industrial strategy that helped get Britain making things again. While George Osborne waxes on about the Northern powerhouse, it was Vince who worked to get Nissan to invest £100 million in building new cars in Sunderland. And while George talks about the Midlands engine, I know that it was Vince who helped Jaguar Land Rover in Solihull. It was Vince who supported innovation, creating catapult centres to help companies bringing new products to market and small enterprises with big ambitions to scale up. It was Vince who protected the post office network, regulated the banks and cut needless red tape for business. Not bad for someone the Tories called the anti-business secretary. The business world is missing Vince. Not surprising when in his place we have Sajid Javid, a man who said last September, "I don't particularly like the word strategy coupled with industrial." Sajid Javid, a man who attacked the CBI for daring to give the view of its members that staying in the EU is good for business. Sajid Javid, a man who's allowed 17% cuts to be made to DeBiz over the next 4 years, one of the highest cuts to any government department, because he values pleasing his ex-boss George over standing up for business. We need a business secretary prepared to fight for the programmes designed to support business, not slicing away the help they need to prosper. I'll give you an example of what these cuts mean. No sooner had the government announced the 17% cuts to DeBiz than they quietly, without announcement, closed the Business Growth Service, a programme designed to support advice and support to businesses to help them to grow. Crucial programmes within it, such as the Manufacturing Advice Service, so important to the regions like mine in the West Midlands, have now vanished. Conference, we need a government that supports industry to grow. We need a government that's the party of business, not the party of the giant corporation. We need a government that not only cares about the interests of business when they happen to coincide with the interests of the Conservative Party. We need a government which understands that a successful business depends on partnership between the bosses and the workers. And no matter how angry many of us feel at the trade union's decision to pour money into Labour campaign against hard-working Lib Dem MPs in the last election, Liberal Democrats also recognise the vital role that trade unions can play in maintaining that partnership. And that's why we have opposed the partisan Tory attack on trade unions and democracy itself in the Trade Union Bill. But, Conference, most of all, we need a government prepared to lead from the front, to be ahead of the curve, and to be able to see the challenges and opportunities that face business and our economy. And that, my friends, is not the self-serving Tory government we see today. So what should this government be doing? Well, for a start, as a matter of urgency, they all need to get behind the campaign to remain in the European Union. How can any cabinet minister, or bumbling London mayor for that matter, say they care about the business and the economy, yet support cutting our links with the biggest trading partners? Conference, we Lib Dems know the importance of Europe to our economy, our business community and our place in the world. And we won't allow Michael Gove, Boris Johnson or Nigel Farage to jeopardise that. The second thing the government needs to do is to recognise that we live in a world where technology is changing everything we know about business. We've got the massive Googles and Amazons of this world changing the way that we consume, while at the same time presenting huge problems, not least of all how we make sure they pay their blimming tax. And we've got new sharing economy platforms like Uber and Airbnb, creating challenges into the market with potential benefits to consumers, but presenting massive regulatory challenges as well. And we've got more and more businesses turning away from the big banks as a source of finance and moving towards crowdfunding and peer-to-peer lenders. All these things are changing the face of our economy. And we need our businesses not just to lead, not just to keep up, but to lead. And that means every enterprise having the tools they need to establish themselves in the digital world, which is why we must ensure that every business, big and small, has access to decent, affordable broadband. And I can't agree more with the Amendment 2 to the last motion that we had. Gone are the days when any enterprise can survive without an online presence. Your local plumber now needs to be linked into the various trade pages, and a B&B owner can push their business via online booking. Even the local takeaway can only thrive with an online menu. Yet the government's lack of ambition in broadband rollout in the UK is staggering. The Prime Minister has suggested we could get to 25 megabytes per second by 2025. Whoopee! Come on, my friends. I mean, that's a disgrace. When South Korea is today rolling out more than 1 gigabyte per second speeds across the country, more than 4 times faster than the target for our target for the future, how can we hope to compete if our ambition is so low? That's why Tim has rightly called for real, direct investment into broadband infrastructure in the UK. Spending that would benefit our economy, currently being held back because of this government's cynical political calculation that they can look tough by stopping investment in capital, regardless of the economic case for it. And the final thing that we need to see is real commitment to provide businesses with the skilled workforce it needs to compete in an era of rapid change. Liberal Democrats have always recognised the importance of education and training. From the penny on income tax for education, remember that one, folks, to the rebirth of apprenticeships that we achieved in coalition, creating over 20 million more apprenticeships, giving people the opportunity to build a well-paying, sustainable career. But we need to do even more if we're going to equip people with the skills they need for the future. Training at the start of a career is hugely important, but to cope in a world of rapidly changing technology, we need real, comprehensive and ongoing access to adult education throughout an individual's professional life. The idea that someone will still be using all the skills they learnt in their teens in 10 years' time, let alone 40, is frankly ridiculous in today's world. Yet despite this clear need, part-time education is collapsing. The number of learners in further education has fallen by just over 15% in just 2 years. The number of people taking the highest level courses has fallen by 1/3. Just shocking. And the government's response has been to freeze the adult education budget in the autumn statement, effectively cutting a further £500 million in real terms over the next 4 years. And things are going to get worse. The government's review into further education suggests we will need to move towards fewer, often larger, more resilient and efficient providers. And that, my friends, is government speak for we are going to close down your local FE college. And this isn't just an English problem. When the Scottish government did a similar review, they ended up closing 17 of the 42 colleges in that great country. Conference, it makes my blood boil. I believe that if we are to compete in the future, we have to ensure that higher and further education is something that lasts a lifetime and that fits in and around a working life. And it's hardly rocket science, is it? We just need to go back to the future. For past generations, the night school was the driver of social mobility in this country. Everyone knows someone who left school at 16, a lot of people in this audience probably, went on to get their degree or their qualifications in the evening. It's tough. Balancing work and study isn't easy, but it can be transformative. Yet night school as a concept in the UK barely exists today. So Conference, that's why I want the Lib Dems to lead the charge to bring back night school. That's why today I want to launch our Learning for Life campaign to bring back that sense of part-time evening education as a way to improve support, particularly for people on lower incomes, to get the skills they need to progress in their careers and to compete in the jobs market. We are starting by launching our petition, calling on the government to use the budget next week to significantly increase the funding for FE and part-time courses. And we need a 10-year action plan for boosting lifelong learning to particularly focus on people from lower incomes being able to access new skills training. So when you leave this hall, I want you to do something for me. Go to www.libdems.org.uk/night school. Sign the petition and tell a friend about it. In the coming months and weeks, I want us to go out and show people that we are the party that supports lifelong learning and who recognise the value both to business and to ordinary people of training of skills. And we will fight to save part-time FE and HE sectors. And I think the government should be prepared to offer real, tangible support to those willing to sacrifice their spare time for self-betterment. So I am today proposing a new part-time learning voucher for those on low incomes who successfully complete part-time FE or HE courses while remaining in work. Those completing a course while earning less than £20,000 a year would be entitled to a £400 voucher to help them to study. That's £400 they can spend to help them balance work and education in any way they see fit. And I hope that I can bring more detailed proposals to Conference shortly. Conference, lifelong learning does what it says on the tin. It enhances our personal development. It improves life chances. It increases social mobility and it enables business to compete more effectively in a changing world. Conference, no one else is going to stand up and support the lifelong learner. So it's up to us. In conclusion, my friends, we can't pretend that last year we didn't suffer a heavy blow at the hands of a Tory Goliath whose sole aim is to smash all opposition in its path for a generation. But with Tim Farron, our very own David, we'll continue the fight for justice, for tolerance and for equality. And we'll continue to be the voice of those in business who don't simply assume that the Tories are the party which represents them, who want to see a partnership between workers and employers, who want an economy which helps challengers and insurgents take on the biggest corporations and where ideas and drive are the determinants of success, and who recognise that innovation and investment by government are vital for business to grow. Conference, the business world misses Liberal Democrats in government. They need us back to fight their corner. For them, for the well-being of our economy, and for us all, we must succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauralee. I'm going to go away and I'm going to sign that petition as soon as I get off stage. Can I say thank you to my aide, Pauline Pearce, and I now hand over the chair to Gareth Epps.
Thank you very much, Conference. We now move to item F6, the policy motion on fracking. We've received a very large number of speakers' cards. We will be taking some interventions during this debate, but could I please, at the start, urge all speakers to keep to time. Could I ask Ed Davey to stand by, please, and I now call Professor Bill Windlow from Fylde to move the motion.
Thank you, Gareth. Conference, at the last general election, we fought on a platform of cautious support for fracking, but only if it was subject to strict regulation, which it isn't. However, given the Tory government's rethink in terms of regulation and renewables, it's time we had a rethink as well, and I've certainly hardened my position on the whole issue of fracking. You'll all remember that the Paris Agreement to avoid dangerous climate change went through on the 15th of December, and that was a very good thing. But 2 days later, our government granted site license for oil and gas exploration, 75% of which was for fracking, and most of it, but not all of it, in the north of England, some in the southwest, some in Wales, some on the south coast. The good news is that the governments of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland intend to ban or declare moratoriums on fracking, so that's localism everywhere except for England. The bad news is that the UK government is giving extensive support for fracking, including legislation for fracking under national parks, under our homes and under other protected areas. The worst news is the government's prepared to override negative local authority decisions on fracking, as is currently happening in Fylde in Lancashire, where there is an appeal by Quadrilla. The inquiry will be heard by a so-called independent planning officer, who I gather really is independent, but the final decision will be taken by Greg Clark, who you will notice is the Communities Secretary, and who has opted to recover the appeal. I wonder what his decision will be. Just think about it. So much for localism again. There's enormous political and commercial pressure for fracking because the UK has got itself into a position where we have a long-term energy problem, largely due to successive governments failing to give sufficient backing to renewable forms of energy. There are reports that the USA intends to flood European markets with large quantities of liquefied shale gas, and some of it's already here. So government believes it would be cheaper for the UK to produce its own shale gas. That's backed up by the British Geological Survey, which estimates that just 10% of the gas under Britain would meet Britain's gas needs for the next 50 years, but only if it's extractable, and nobody knows if that's the case yet. Reliance on shale gas is an unsafe option for Britain and for this planet because it would lead because it would lead to another 50 years of atmospheric pollution from fossil fuels. Do we really want that, any of us who are Liberal Democrats? Good, that's what I hoped you'd say. It's also a fallacy because even if it works, fracking in the UK will not produce significant quantities of gas for at least 10 to 15 years. It won't replace coal in electricity generation. At the point at which fracking becomes useful, coal will have been phased out. Thus, shale gas production would undermine the UK's ability to decarbonise the economy, and it will only have a future if we abandon or significantly scale back our climate targets. Surely, we as Liberal Democrats can never agree to that. The myth of fracking for shale gas as a bridging technology to allow the development of more sustainable forms of energy has been completely destroyed by David Cameron's delicate call to cut the green crap. Among other things, the Tories have cut subsidies for solar energy with up to 19,000 job losses, cut subsidies for onshore wind, which is the cheapest form of renewable energy and is actually popular. 65% of us support it. Cut the renewable heat incentive by £700 million, increased the costs of renewable energy businesses by removing the climate change levy exemption, and abandoned carbon capture and storage. Utterly disgraceful. We should condemn the Conservative government's assault on Britain's green industries, in particular renewable energy. I hope you'll agree to that. What's more, they've undermined a growing industrial sector with significant potential for jobs, exports and prosperity, which is what I thought Tories were all about, but I have my doubts on this particular issue. In principle, we should leave the gas in the ground because fracking poses potential environmental risks to groundwater quality, water supplies and air quality. There's a problem of well integrity with associated gas and water leaks, and there are risks to local geological integrity. I'm a Lancashire County Council. I'm aware of the seismic problems we've had on Fylde. All these problems will be exacerbated by the Conservative government's cost-cutting, deregulatory approach to compliance with environmental standards. And while we're at it, let's just talk about the regulatory approach for a few moments. The regulatory powers for this emergent industries are diffuse and dispersed with three separate external regulators: DEC, the Health and Safety Executive, and the Environment Agency, as well as the local authority. Now, those of you who are councillors will know your local authorities have been cut. The budgets for all four agencies have been cut. They cannot work properly in any case. By now, we should have had an industry-specific regulator for hydraulic fracturing, and that's something that I've been pressing for the last 4 years through Ed Davey. It's not there. Instead, we've got UGO, the Office for Unconventional Gas and Oil. It was set up, but when it was set up, the business and the regulatory functions were not separated. So in relation to the Office of Unconventional Gas and Oil, we should tell the Tories, you go if you want to. The Lib Dems are not for fracking. The local planning system is also a problem, as you will have seen in what's going on in Fylde. And basically, we have another issue because public health, even if our public health officers tell us that fracking is a bad thing, then that is going to be overruled by the HSE and the Environment Agency. In conclusion, as a nation, we need to adopt an energy policy based primarily on renewables and energy efficiency, which supports the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Please support the motion and reject the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. As Bill just said, we have an amendment to the motion which is printed on page 9 of your conference daily. Could I ask Lynn Featherstone to stand by, and I now call Ed Davey to move the amendment.
Conference, I'm really proud of what the Liberal Democrats achieved in the coalition on energy and climate change. Leading in the Europe... Thank you. leading in the European Union to get the EU's ambitious 2030 climate package that was so crucial in achieving the successful climate deal at the UN in Paris last December. The work we did developing innovative solutions to our future energy challenges with carbon capture and storage, community energy, and the Green Investment Bank. And above all, with our historic expansion of renewable electricity, more than trebling green power. We did that. But conference, our green victories were all based on evidence. What made scientific and economic sense? What energy we would need in the next decades based on analysis? The Tories' massive mistake since May has been to ignore the evidence of green power becoming cheaper, of technologies like energy storage making solar and wind ever more reliable, of the disastrous decision to close the carbon capture and storage pilots. And by ignoring the evidence, the Conservatives are putting Britain's future energy security and green future at risk. Liberal Democrats, we must not copy the Tories. We must not make the same mistake of ignoring the evidence and analysis. And when it comes to the controversial issue of shale gas and fracking, I'm afraid this motion does just that. So what's the evidence we have to consider? First, that as we move away from fossil fuels as fast as possible, we will still need a lot of gas over the next 30 years at least. Primarily, gas for heating. So we can talk about getting rid of coal, that's fantastic, but it's gas for heating that we need. And going green during that transition will need that gas. Second, the gas supplies we've been using for many years, our own secure gas supplies, mainly from the North Sea, are dwindling. And our imports are increasing each year, year on year. Our imports of gas from the Middle East, liquid gas on ships, those are set to rocket. We may even have to ask Vladimir Putin for some gas if we're not careful. And I don't want to be dependent on the Kremlin. Third, the evidence shows that the damaging climate impact of the gas that comes on ships from the Middle East is worse than any shale gas that may or may not be produced in the UK. This was a key point for me as Secretary of State. And I looked at that evidence hard. Given our green transition needs gas, shouldn't Liberal Democrats prefer the sources of gas that are the least damaging? Conference, I'm a veteran of many debates and discussions on fracking and shale gas. And there are more myths in this debate than in a children's book of fairy tales. But in reality, there are three positions you can adopt on the issue. You can do what I call the frack baby frack position of George Osborne, where you might even frack a croquet lawn if the Bullingdon boys will let you. This frack at all costs view ignores the evidence that we are still at the very early exploratory stages in the UK. We may never find commercially viable shale. Second, there's a position of this motion, which also ignores the evidence and seeks to paint fracking as some weird, dangerous evil, ignoring the fact that, like all oil and gas techniques over many decades, it can be done safely and in an environmentally responsible way. And the motion ignores the evidence that the UK will need a lot of gas, at least for the next 30 years. The third position is the amendment. Cautious, evidence-based, realistic, not prejudging the exploratory stage, not rushing to the commercial stage, seeing shale as just one part of ensuring we have less damaging energy in the transition to a zero-carbon Britain.
Can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Vote on the evidence. Back the amendment.
Thank you. Could I ask David Knapp from Warrington to stand by, please? And I now call Lynn Featherstone from Haringey, our Energy and Climate Change spokesperson in Parliament.
Hello, Conference. Conference. We need energy security. We need sustainable energy. We need to meet our legally binding targets. Fracking won't deliver energy security. Fracking is not sustainable, and fracking will not help us meet our legally binding targets. But it will deliver greenhouse gases, And it is just not logical or sensible. At the very moment that we have signed up to the wonderful, the amazing Paris Agreement on climate change, when we have announced the ending of coal to encourage forward a source of energy that does emit greenhouse gases. Now, last time we voted, we did conditionally give approval to fracking, but those conditions have been monumentally broken. We were promised that areas of exceptional beauty would be protected. We were promised that local people would hold sway, and we were promised £1 billion for carbon capture and storage. Gone. All gone. Now, coalition was a difficult time for us, understatement, and we undoubtedly made compromises. And perhaps we were guilty of downplaying the damage to our low-carbon future that fracking would inevitably bring. But now we have a Tory government. And are we really going to trust Tories? I don't think so. They are crashing every green policy we put in place. Learn this next list off by heart. Ending support for onshore wind, sharply reducing support for other renewable technologies, including solar PV and anaerobic digestion, ending renewable energies exemption from the climate change levy, reducing incentives to purchase low-emission cars, privatising and selling off the Green Investment Bank, scrapping the Green Deal, weakening the zero-carbon home standard, adding community energy to the list of sectors excluded from receiving tax relief, ditching the £1 billion budget for pioneering carbon capture and storage, and ending the renewable obligation early, and on and on and on. Trust the Tories? I don't think so. This government is destroying and wrecking our renewable industries and is reckless with our economic future. But perhaps the most damaging effect of developing the shale industry will be that it will undermine the development to scale of renewable heat technology by 40 years. Renewable heat is vital. Conference, we need clear green water, and we need a clarion message on climate change, not a fudge and an excuse for big business and Tory friends. Conference, I am asking you to stand up for what we signed up to in Paris. Support the motion, reject the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Could I ask Councillor Jill Mattock from Eastbourne, please, to stand by, and I now call David Knapp from Warrington, who's speaking in favour of the amendment.
Hello, Conference. Of all the motions to choose for my first speech at Conference, I had to choose one of the most contentious, fracking. I'm a civil engineer, and as a civil engineer, one of the reasons that attracted me to the Liberal Democrats was the commitment to evidence-based policies. We have an evidence-based policy for health. We have an evidence-based policy on climate change. And later today, we'll have the opportunity to vote on an evidence-based policy on cannabis. However, this motion is not evidence-based. With regards to one of the commonly referenced issues for fracking, the possibility of pollution to groundwater, there are a number of reports which deal with this. In June 2012, the Royal Society and the Royal Academy of Engineers published a thorough report into shale gas extraction. It stated that upward flow of fluids from the zone of shale gas extraction to overlying aquifers via fractures in the intervening strata is highly unlikely. This is without mentioning that the current environmental regulator does not allow fracking to take place underneath freshwater aquifers. Furthermore, the professional institution who knows most about protecting water supplies, the Chartered Institution of Water and Environmental Management, earlier this year published a report called Shale Gas and Water, in which they did not advocate a ban. Instead, they gave a series of recommendations and regulations to be put in place. I believe we should look at these reports drawn up by experts and acknowledge them and use that evidence to base our policies. I am aware that fracking is not popular, especially in West Lancashire, but we are not a populist party. We do not base policy on what the public wants. We do not pander to public opinion, nor are we at the beck and call of big business. We take a balanced view of the evidence, weigh it up, and make a view based on that. In these interesting political times, where Jeremy Corbyn is exhorting left-wing populism and the UKIP and the Conservatives are fighting over right-wing populism, it is time for us to forge a clear path based on policies that are designed to work, based on real evidence. It is important that this philosophy is applied without exception, and that includes fracking. I urge you all to support this evidence-based amendment.
Thank you. In 2 speakers' time, we are going to take a series of interventions. So could I ask the following people, please, to go to the intervention microphone? Andrew Waller, Cara Jenkinson, Peter Bruce, Bill Powell, Jean Evans, Leon Devine, Denise Watkins, Fiona Hall, Charlie Scott, and Freddie Van Mierlo. Could I ask Brian Matthew to stand by, please? And I now call Councillor Jill Mattock, who's the Deputy Leader of Eastbourne Council.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Conference. Well, I'm cutting my teeth on an interesting issue, just like the previous speaker. Our government, which is supposed to represent all of us, seems hell-bent on developing fracking, in spite of increasing opposition to this very invasive new technology. Technology which still has very big question marks over its safety and impact on the environment. Our Prime Minister is quoted as saying he wanted to go all out for shale. Why? I can only assume he sees fracking as the answer to the energy time bomb that we are facing, as the means to address our reducing energy supplies and their eventual disappearance by 2088 unless we do something about it. But instead of encouraging companies to develop greener and alternative energies, what does David Cameron's government do? It cuts renewable energy subsidies. So not only are people now actively discouraged from installing greener energy measures, but there has been a significant economic impact as well, with the dramatic cost in jobs linked to this industry. How short-sighted is that? Amber Rudd, the Energy Secretary, warned Cabinet colleagues only recently that the UK will be 25% short of its clean energy target by 2020. It seems very short-sighted, therefore, to reduce spending on green technology development, to focus instead on encouraging the development of yet another fossil fuel. 2088 is a good many years away, and the gas and oil that fracking could potentially provide would extend this deadline. But relying on it would reduce the need for government to commit the resources needed to develop new, greener technologies. A very welcome result for George Osborne in a time of austerity and reducing budgets. I see a government that considers it far better to let oil companies pay to frack than to find the money to develop the new technologies we need. Surely politicians are elected to take decisions for the good of the country and the people they serve. I'm supporting the motion for another reason. You may be aware of the government's commitment, after considerable lobbying, not to frack in our national parks. This issue is currently of significant interest to the South Downs National Park Board, of which I'm a member. They promised to avoid fracking in our national parks, but suddenly it's okay to do it under. Beauty is not just skin deep. We have no idea what's going to happen if they frack under. I have 2 little granddaughters and feel a responsibility to ensure that they have the energy they will need for the world they will live and work in. My fear is that if we allow fracking, their future will be at best one of rationed fuel, similar to the experiences in the 70s, and I don't even want to think about the worst-case scenario. I urge you all to support this motion and reject the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. After the next speaker, we'll move to a series of interventions, and after that, could I ask Ed Long to stand by? I now call Brian Matthew, who is our Police and Crime Commissioner candidate for Wiltshire.
Thank you very much, Conference. I've got two roles. I'm going to start with the first one. I'm a water engineer and a member of the Society for the Environment. I've worked in the UK and around the world with organisations such as WaterAid and various governments. And one thing I can tell you is that all aquifers are different. And just as all aquifers are different, so are all strata, including those that hold the oil and the gas that fracking is supposed to release. In Australia and the United States, there have been many examples of chemicals used in fracking, and indeed the gas itself, leaking and venting into the aquifers and into the atmosphere. The aquifers, need I remind you, hold the environment's precious resource of fresh water, and this must not be harmed. For the atmosphere, the gas methane is between 22 and 78 times more damaging than carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas. The American National Geographical Society has measured the increase in atmospheric methane, and this is real. It's a real threat to life on the planet. For the second job, as has been mentioned, I have been selected, and if I'm elected, will be the first Liberal Democrat Police and Crime Commissioner for Wiltshire. And this I will say, I will not allow on my watch this government to use the people's police force against the people over fracking. Support the motion, reject the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now move to the series of interventions. So could I call first Andrew Waller, who is the Executive Member for the Environment on the City of York Council.
I'd like to welcome you to York. We are not the desolate north that supporters of fracking would have you believe, but the whole city is covered by licence, including the land beneath the Minster. We have seen the evidence from around the world what the consequences of fracking will be in Pennsylvania, in South Australia. So regulation is fine, but assumptions made in one decade can be overwhelmed by nature several decades later. In this very auditorium, the Environment Agency had to explain what happened at the Foss Barrier. The clean-up from that is costing this city a lot. The clean-up from making mistakes on fracking will cost immensely more. I urge you to reject the amendment and support the motion.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cara Jenkinson from Haringey.
The medium-term future of gas is far from certain. To hit our carbon budgets, gas can only be used for power generation beyond 2030 if the carbon produced by each power plant is captured and stored. But progress on CCS is desperately slow. In 2009, the International Energy Agency said it expected 100 CCS projects to be operational by 2020. So far, just one power plant in Canada is operating commercially with carbon capture. So it's quite possible that without CCS, gas will be out of the picture for power plants by 2030. It's the same story with gas we use for heating. By 2030, we need to be well on the way to decarbonising our home heating. But now imagine if the shale gas industry is just taking off in 10 years' time. Will we really want to do the difficult work of moving from 24 million gas boilers to overhaul our residential heating? We will be locked in, Ed Davey, to our high carbon energy supply.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peter Bruce from Filton and Bradley Stoke.
I'm a scientist and businessman, and I respect Ed Davey for his evidence-based policy a lot. The problem is the evidence that's missing from the formal literature, with a lot of suppression of a lot of the problems that occur and the health and environmental problems which are quite clear in America now. Taking the select committee, it was interesting when they went to America that they talked to the industry and to the government supporting it, but they didn't talk to anybody who had been polluted by it. and they didn't talk to any of the organising groups campaigning against the problems. On climate change, fracking for gas is said to be a much cleaner approach. A lot of the peer-reviewed literature in the States now says that it is worse than coal when you take into account all of the different emissions that come through the ground from the processing plants and everything else. And lastly, on energy security, it's the time of that is now past with the Paris Agreement, with business as usual continuing hugely. We need to sort of move forward from that, and that means fracking is not...
Thank you. Next, we have Bill Powell from South Cambridgeshire.
Right. Ed Davey has said we're going to need gas till at least 2030. The motion says there's going to be nothing done if fracking succeeds, because we can bury our heads in the sand probably until then. There is an answer. It's a Cinderella answer. We could produce synthetic natural gas from our waste. It can even be carbon negative because there is an excess of carbon dioxide produced in the process. And that carbon dioxide can be captured. And the estimates are we could produce about 40% of the gas we use in our homes from our indigenous waste resources. Why not? It's too cheap, I think, is the answer. Big business wants a bigger business, like nuclear, etc. They want us to buy huge...
Could I next ask Jean Evans from Chester to come up and speak, please?
Thank you. Conference, I've been a member of the Liberal Party for over 50 years, and this is the first time I've spoken at conference. And this is because I feel absolutely passionately about this. I live in a green corner of our green and pleasant land where we have iGas pressing in a field in the greenbelt to dig down and destroy our area. There are 8 schools in the vicinity. There's a motorway adjoining it. So it's tied into a small space which is totally unsuitable for this kind of activity. 80% of the people in our area, having been canvassed, are against fracking, at least 80%. And I have to say to the young man, who I thought was understandably naive because he is very young, has to be some advantage for being as old as I am, that there is no reason to reject people who will join our party in droves because it's populist. It isn't because it's populist, it's because...
Thank you. We must keep to time. Could I ask Liam Devine from Bassett Law and Sherwood to speak next, please?
Conference, the reason we should support this motion and oppose fracking is not just that there are risks in triggering earth tremors, or that drilling boreholes to aquifers endangers the water supply, or that the use of highly toxic chemicals in fracking is a pollution danger, or even that dealing with large amounts of contaminated and possibly radioactive wastewater will mean many more movements of large vehicles in the areas around wells. All these are significant concerns, but they are not the main reason we should oppose fracking. No, the reason I am opposed to fracking, and so should you be, is that it is uneconomic. Fracking companies are going bust hand over fist in America. It will not deal with energy security. It will take too long for any fracking gas to become useful, and it makes meeting our climate change obligations almost impossible. Please vote for a greener, cleaner future and oppose fracking and support renewables. Back this motion unamended.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Denise Watkins from South East Cornwall.
Fracking intervention. I thoroughly support the motion. It's incredible that in a land such as ours, an island, the government may not support tidal power, but I would like to emphasise my main concerns with fracking. First, the enormous quantities of fresh water used to fracture the shale. 80% of this water is contaminated during the fracking process and needs to be pumped deep underground, permanently reducing our supplies of fresh water. An article in the March 2013 National Geographic magazine on fracking in North Dakota demonstrates the fracking process very well, in particular the huge quantities of water used. Second, seismic activity that escalates to earthquakes over 3 on the Richter scale when unknown fault lines are encountered. A report in the June 2015 issue of Science magazine describes in detail the seismic activity across the US associated with fracking wells. This study was carried out by the US Geological Survey. Third, the total devastation of the land after hydraulic fracking has taken place.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fiona Hall from Berwick.
We don't need fracking. The UK is signed up, it was Ed who did the signing, to a 27% improvement in energy efficiency by 2030. Every 1% of energy efficiency means we need 2.6% less gas. Do the sum. We don't need fracking, but what we do need is a clear message. We don't have the luxury of airtime that Ed used to have to explain a 44-line amendment in which we possibly, in certain circumstances, could do fracking if we didn't inhale. Please. Please oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Our next speaker is Charlie Scott from South Edinburgh.
Good morning, Conference. I'd like to give my full support to the amendment, and particularly replacing lines 17 to 40 in the motion. In Scotland, we have the advantage of having had a report on unconventional oil and gas commissioned by the Scottish Government. This is an excellent report, full of facts and evidence. The SNP government didn't look at the facts and evidence and decided to impose a moratorium on fracking for political grounds, so that the decision on fracking wouldn't need to be made until after the Westminster election and the forthcoming Holyrood elections. To give you one example of how successful we've been in Scotland, we've been extracting gas. And a very good example is in 1993, we were fracking for gas at Bannockburn.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we really must keep to time. Our final intervention speaker is Frederick Van Mierlo. I'm sorry, sir, we must keep to time. These are 1-minute intervention slots. Thank you. Our final intervention speaker is Frederick Van Mierlo from Brussels and Europe.
So last year, alongside my friend Bill, I took the lonely position in Fylde of defending fracking. But I felt we had the right balance between meeting the short-term energy security needs of Britain and protecting the environment. So Bill is no populist. But that was last year, that was May. Since then, the big picture has changed. The Tories are in wreaking havoc on their own, and development of yet more fossil fuels is not a bridge. Instead, it will lock us in to a fossil fuels future at the very time the world has signalled so emphatically the need to get out of fossil fuels. So some of you in this room might be thinking, it all sounds nice to oppose fracking, but we have to get real about energy and protect the national interest. I share your view, but when the external circumstances change, we must change too.
Thank you very much to all of our intervention speakers. We now move back to speakers from the rostrum. Could I ask Jackie Piercy from Ribble Valley please to stand by? And I now call Ed Long from Tower Hamlets, who's speaking in favour of the amendment.
Good morning, Conference. I'm speaking as Chair of the Association of Lib Dem Engineers and Scientists on behalf of our membership's views, other than Bill Winlow, who is a member of ours and proposed the original motion. I have to say that the wording of this motion generated the largest debate I've ever seen on our membership's mailing list. And I would start by saying that we strongly applaud the recognition of the historic agreement on climate change reached in Paris last year. What Paris represents is the hard work and success that can be reached by bringing together politicians and experts from a variety of backgrounds, working hard to achieve a productive compromise on a vital global challenge. I joined the Liberal Democrats to work under the same ideals, to work in an organisation that respects the democratic process and strives to base policy on evidence and not dogma. Aldez's view is that the motion as originally worded fails to account for the best evidence available. While it's essential that we adhere to the strictest safety requirements for any extractive activity in the UK, the view that shale gas extraction is inherently unsafe is out of step with the existing position of the party and with positions taken by the Royal Society, the Environment Agency, the Chartered Institution of Water and Environmental Management, and the Royal Academy of Engineering. We're also concerned by the events following the Scottish Conference, in which an amendment voted for by a margin of 2-1 on this subject was subsequently disregarded by the party leadership. Our view is that the motion also fails to propose a specific and positive vision for the energy mix of the next 2 decades. We strongly support extensive development of the renewable sector, but this creates additional engineering, economic, and policy challenges. A successful renewable generation base will require breakthroughs in energy storage, which we heard promising news about at the RPE conference in the United States last week. The fact that this requirement is acknowledged in the amendment but not in the original motion is a strong argument in favour of the amendment. In the medium term, experts agree that the path to a low-carbon economy will continue to be significantly dependent on gas generation, both to replace coal as it's phased out and to provide a flexible source of generating capacity that complements the intermittency of renewable sources. This is ignored by the original motion, but accounted for in Amendment 1, which is another reason to support it. Conference, we're a party that rightly supports an ambitious decarbonisation programme and should seek a productive and achievable investment programme to achieve that. The motion does not outline any steps to achieving it. Our existing party policy and the amendment do. Please support Amendment 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Ewan Hoyle to stand by to submit on Amendment 1? And I now call Jackie Piercy, who is our candidate for Ribble Valley in May.
Thank you, Conference. Now, fracking was a very big issue in Ribble Valley in May. It's a very large, green, food-producing constituency, and the east part of the Ribble Valley constituency is on the Bowland Shale, which is the same shale that undergoes most of West Lancashire and is the shale that is being fracked. Now, as a result of that, this was a very big issue in the campaign. And it was interesting to note how the Labour and Conservative candidates seemed very opposed to fracking at the east of the constituency on the Bowland Shale, and yet seemed much more warm to fracking on the west of the constituency, which is less likely to be fracked. But also now, the people of the Ribble Valley are unlikely to have their views taken into account because the government doesn't like the fact that Lancashire County Council did take into account their objections. And now they no longer have a democratic voice on the matter. Now, many years ago, I used to work in the nuclear industry, doing safety analysis. And as it happens, one of the issues I did have to look at was the issue of long-term disposal options in the geology of the Northwest, geology with which I'm now somewhat familiar. And whenever we looked at all of the long-term options, there was a problem. And the problem was the water. No matter how well designed the repository, how carefully lined the shaft and everything there, sooner or later, and it's quite frightening how often it was sooner, the water would return to the surface, carrying with it contaminants that we really did not want. But the nuclear industry is regulated, so they haven't built the repository and won't until all such things have actually been dealt with. But Quadrilla, in their fracking, seem to be claiming that they can pump down in the same area all of these solvents, which are quite toxic, break the rocks. This isn't a nicely designed little shaft that can be lined. No, they're going to break the rocks and then guarantee that it's not going to return to the surface. They've either invented magic or it's nonsense. It's safer to leave it in the ground. Oppose the amendment. Stop fracking, and let's listen to the people and listen to making sure that the environment stays fresh for the future generations. Please oppose the amendment.
Thank you, Jackie. Conference, we have an overspill area at this conference for the first time in my memory. Could I just say to anyone in the overspill area, We would like to take the vote in the main auditorium only, and there are plenty of spaces for you to come through and have a seat, unless something happens that's quite dramatic whilst the next two speakers are speaking. Could I ask Duncan Brack to stand by to summate the motion, please, and I now call Ewan Hoyle from Glasgow to summate the amendment.
Okay, good morning, Conference, and I really hope that you will make it a good morning for our reputation as a party committed to evidence-based policy. The only way you can do that is by passing the amendment, an amendment drafted and proposed by somebody who was Secretary of State for Energy and Climate Change for 3 years. His commitment to tackling man-made climate change is not in doubt. The importance of this amendment should not be doubted either. Some of the lines in the original motion will be galling to the experts who have worked hard to prepare multiple reports on the safety of the technology. I do not know whether the authors of this motion have been ignorant, negligent, or deliberately misleading in not noting those reports, but I shall read you the summary prepared by the Royal Society of Edinburgh. The safety aspects of hydraulic fracturing have been addressed by several papers, including those by the Royal Society and the Royal Academy of Engineering, the independent expert scientific panel commissioned by the Scottish Government, and Public Health England. These reports found that safety risks associated with fracking can be effectively managed provided the industry is robustly regulated and monitored. The references to the US you have heard in the debate are not relevant, as the regulatory climate there is mostly non-existent. The paper goes on to say, in contrast to the findings of scientific studies, much of the public and political discourse has focused on concerns over safety. Despite evidence to the contrary, this has led to a public perception that hydraulic fracturing is unsafe. I joined this party from a scientific background because I saw the Liberal Democrats as a party that held evidence and expert advice in high esteem. The Liberal Democrats have built up a reputation in government as being a party committed to the environment and combating climate change. We can be the trusted source that corrects public perceptions of the safety of fracking. We should stand proudly for evidence-based policy and against policy based on pandering to a public perception whipped up by scaremongering viral Facebook posts. They are creating minuscule cracks thousands of metres under the ground. The original motion also fails to acknowledge that fracked gas need not actually be burnt as fuel. There are a vast array of petrochemical products that can be made from methane and ethane. It is very odd to ban fracking in the name of climate change and so compel companies to create enormous CO2 emissions importing gas from our important petrochemical industry. So there are simply too many uncertainties around this issue for an outright ban to be a rational policy. So it is entirely right to assess whether utilising local gas can create a net benefit to the environment, relative to importing gas from states like Russia and Qatar. Liberal Democrats would likely use tax proceeds from any boom in gas production to expand our investment in demand reduction and green technologies that can be exported overseas and so accelerate the shift away from fossil fuels internationally. We can have no such faith in the Russians or Qataris. If the Qataris cared about the environment, I don't think they'd be trying to host a football tournament in a bloody desert. So one thing I'm sure we can all agree on is that the Conservatives are the biggest threat to the environment in the UK at present. The original motion and the amendment both put forward a persuasive case for banning the Conservatives. The case for banning fracking has not been made. We all want to reduce carbon emissions. Fracking just might be the better path to achieving that goal. The chance of jobs in a struggling sector, regeneration of struggling communities, energy security in an unstable world, and the funds to invest in our other green policies means we have to investigate fracking's potential further. The Scottish Conference voted 2-1 in support of evidence-based policy and a similar amendment just recently. We should do the same here today. Support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. After the next speaker, we will move to the votes, and I now call Duncan Brack to summate the main motion.
Thank you, Gareth. Thank you, Conference. 7 reasons why the amendment is wrong and the motion is right, all based on evidence. 1, the amendment wants to use gas to replace coal for electricity generation. But this won't be shale gas. All Britain's coal stations will close by 2025. Shale gas is just starting in the UK. Even the industry doesn't think it'll be produced at scale until the late 2020s and probably later. There'll be no coal in use to replace by then. 2, yes, we need gas to heat our homes. Yes, North Sea gas is running out. So does that mean we need shale gas or more gas imports? No, because as every energy paper this party has ever produced has argued, and as Fiona argued in the interventions, the first element of energy policy is always energy efficiency, cutting the waste of heat from poorly insulated homes and buildings. Last year, Cambridge Econometrics showed how domestic gas demand could be cut by 40% by 2030. Better than shale gas, better than imports. 3, because we can't delay starting to decarbonise heating. There are many renewable heat technologies available. Heat pumps, biomass boilers, solar thermal, biogas from waste. They're not widely deployed yet, but they'll have to be by 2030 if we're to meet our climate targets. That's not my conclusion. It's what the coalition government's carbon plan said when Chris Huhne published it a few years ago. 2030, just when shale gas could be flooding the market if we go ahead now. Renewable heat technologies will be much, much slower to develop if their investors think they'll have to compete against a whole new source of fossil fuels. 4, because even if I'm wrong, and maybe shale gas and renewable heating can coexist, remember this party's commitment to a zero-carbon Britain by 2050. Well, before that date, we have to decarbonise heating and electricity completely. CCS can't help with heating. So what do you do with the shale gas industry? You can't just switch it off after 10 years of peak production. If we give the go-ahead to fracking now, the industry will be with us for decades. Don't take my word for it. The Environmental Audit Committee concluded last year that shale gas cannot be regarded as a transitional or bridging fuel. Large-scale fracking will not be able to be accommodated within tightening carbon budgets. 5, because public opinion is turning against fracking. Government opinion surveys show a switch in the last 2 years from a majority for to a majority against. And they also show that the more people know about fracking, the more they oppose it. Now, I'm the last person to argue that we should adopt a policy just because it's popular, but when you're at 6% in the opinion polls, it's at least worth bearing in mind. 6, because we need a clear position now. The amendment takes a very reasonable approach, a very liberal approach. Proper regulation, an independent review. Let's think about it for another 4 years. But we're not in government. None of this is going to happen. We're facing a deregulatory, gung-ho, pro-fracking Tory government doing everything it can to promote shale gas. Our councillors and campaigners can't say to our voters, we'll come back to you in 4 years' time. And 7, because we need policies that tell a story about our party, about our political brand. Our policies have to be right, of course they have to be, but they also have to carry a message about the Liberal Democrats and about what we stand for. They have to fit into what people already know about us. And thanks to Simon Hughes and Paddy Ashdown and our councillors and campaigners over decades, and to Chris Huhne and Ed Davey and what they achieved in government, people know that we are the greenest of the main political parties, that we stand for clean renewables, for energy saving, for decentralised community energy. How does fracking fit into that picture? A new fossil fuel industry, worse for climate change if it leaks than coal, forced on communities against their will. This isn't the Liberal Democrat cause, it's the Tory and Labour story. That's why I'm against fracking. Vote against the amendment, vote for the motion.
Thank you very much, Duncan. Thank you to all our speakers. Apologies to those I wasn't able to call. We now move to the votes. I'm going to call 2 votes. The first vote will be on the amendment. Sorry. We will be counting the vote from everyone who is in the main hall here now. Could we have the first vote on the amendment, please? Could I see all those in favour of Amendment 1? Thank you. Could I see all those against Amendment 1, please? That amendment is very clearly lost. Conference, could I now see all those in favour of the motion unamended? Thank you. And all those against? There are some, but that motion is very clearly carried unamended. Thank you very much, Conference. Could I just briefly thank my aide, Chris Mains, and my hall aide, John Ball, and I now hand over to Jeff Payne.
Good morning, Conference, and welcome to the next item. Thank you very much indeed, Gareth. This next item is F7, Regulatory Framework for Cannabis. Could I ask people who are leaving the hall, please, could they do so quickly and quietly? Because I've had a lot of cards in for the next debate, and I want to try and call as many people as possible. Thank you very much. Conference, this next item, F7, you'll find at page 43 of the conference agenda. I wonder if we might have some quiet, please. We're trying to get on to the next debate. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much, Conference. I'm grateful. Page 43 of the agenda is the next item, F7, Regulatory Framework for Cannabis. There is an amendment which is to be found at page 11 of Conference Daily, this sort of beigey publication here. For those who are new to Conference, there's a handy debate planner which will set out how we're going to run this debate at page 12 of the conference agenda. There is space in the hall for this session. We're not going to be taking votes in the overflow area, so if at the end you want to come in and vote, you're going to have to be physically here to do so. We will be having interventions in this debate as well. I'll be announcing those slightly nearer the time, but for those who want to submit an intervention card, there is still just about time to do so. I'll be announcing those who are going to be intervening from that microphone over there as we get on into the debate. Could I ask Lee Darg from South West Birmingham, please, to stand by to move Amendment 1. I now call Norman Lamb, who's our Member of Parliament for North Norfolk, to come forward and propose the motion as a whole. Norman.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Conference. And I wanted to start, incidentally, by thanking the expert panel, which we established in accordance with a previous motion that we passed in Conference. We managed to get the very best people to look at this subject, including one serving Chief Constable from Durham and another retired Chief Constable. They have produced, fellow Liberal Democrats, a genuinely groundbreaking report, and we owe them an enormous debt of gratitude. As they say in their report, they hope that others will follow, but I'm very proud of the fact that we are leading the way. Let me also thank Rosie Schimmel, our very own Rosie Schimmel, who provided brilliant secretariat support for the expert panel. And can I also thank Lee Darg for his amendment, which I am happy to confirm that we accept. And I finally also express my appreciation to the Federal Conference Committee for allowing us a bit more time for the report to be published prior to this conference. Liberal Democrats, it is long overdue that we call time on the most discredited, the most stupid, the most dangerous so-called war on drugs, launched 45 years ago by that most discredited of US presidents, Richard Nixon. And I want this party to lead the way to a new approach which is based on evidence, which is liberal, and which protects public health. Let me put my cards on the table. As a father, I'm instinctively hostile to drugs, both legal and illegal. Tobacco kills about 100,000 people in our country every year. Alcohol causes untold damage to so many families around our country, including domestic violence and violence on our streets. And the most potent strains of cannabis do carry health risks. There is a link to psychosis, to memory loss. But do we really think that we best protect people by leaving the supply of cannabis in the hands of organised crime? No criminal is interested in your welfare. You have no idea what you're buying. So-called skunk is widely available on the criminal market. Any idea that we can protect people by keeping it illegal is fanciful. So a policy intended to protect people actually achieves precisely the opposite. And not only that, we put billions of pounds straight into the pockets of organised crime every year. What a spectacularly stupid policy. Now, some people raise the legitimate anxiety about people moving from cannabis to harder, more dangerous drugs. But that risk, of course, is far higher when you're buying from a criminal who has a direct interest in persuading you to do just that. And on top of that, we criminalise tens of thousands of people every year for the use of cannabis, blighting their careers, damaging their life chances, and restricting their ability to travel. And we know that many people with mental ill health resort to cannabis as a relief from the pain of life. And then we criminalise them. What a cruel and unjust policy that is. And then there's the real hypocrisy. Whilst all those people are knocked back by criminal conviction, others, usually the most privileged, go on to build successful careers. How many members of this Conservative government have smoked cannabis, whilst maintaining their support for the conviction of other fellow citizens? David Cameron was a reformer, and he was a user at Eton, nearly got expelled for it, and at Oxford. In 2002, as a member of the Home Affairs Select Committee, he and others called on the then Labour government to initiate a discussion of alternative ways, including the possibility of legalisation and regulation to tackle the global drugs dilemma. So why have you changed your mind, Prime Minister? Why do you continue to allow your fellow citizens to be put at risk and end up with a criminal conviction for doing exactly what you did? That is gross hypocrisy. Now, when we debated this recently in Parliament, I was joined by one Labour backbencher, Paul Flynn, who's been a consistent supporter, one Green, Caroline Lucas, not Caroline Flint, and one Tory, Peter Lilly. What strange company. But the two front benches, Labour and Conservative, resorted to the same tired, discredited arguments against change. This report, rational, wise and balanced, points to a very different approach. The framework they propose is based on the primary goal of protecting and enhancing public health and community safety, of focusing particularly on the health and well-being of vulnerable and marginalised groups. It is guided by evidence. It's deliberately cautious and requires regular reviews. It proposes a new cannabis regulatory authority. Producers and products and sales would be licensed. There would be a minimum age of 18 for purchase and consumption. Controls on potency, particularly a minimum of 4% for something called CBD, which is important in reducing the risk of dependence, of psychosis and of memory loss. So much safer than what is available on the criminal market, and would raise up to £1 billion in tax and saving vast amounts of police time so that they can concentrate on violent crime. An approach taken by Brian Paddick way back in 2001. Let's now get that at mainstream across the whole country. Liberal Democrats, we are all committed to the fight back. If we are to succeed, though, we have to stand for something. We have to articulate clear liberal values. We have to convince that broad mass of people in our country who are liberal in their instincts, in their values, that we are the party that represents them. It is by taking a clear, principled, evidence-based and liberal stand on issues like this that we can start to persuade people to support us again. Back this motion. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much indeed, Norman. Could James Blanchard from York, Jens Darley Granley, also from York, and Emily Tester from Arran please attend the speakers' table? Would Howell Davis from Carmarthenshire and Pembrokeshire please stand by? And I now call Lee Darg from South West Birmingham to propose Amendment 1.
Good morning, Conference. I suppose the easiest thing to say is what Norman said. Thank you. I've been incredibly privileged to call Norman a friend and to work alongside him in government and continually now on the mental health agenda. During the election campaign last year, some of you may remember, I've chosen to remember we had an election last year, one of my opponents in a hustings said, "Oh Lee, you're always going on about mental health." At which point I quickly snapped, I nor my party will never apologise for starting the conversation in government on mental health and carrying it on, so please do. And also, please remember with Norman, Norman has an interesting feature that the more praise you give him, the more modest he gets. So please remember to continually praise the work that he's doing, and along with Brian, as mentioned. I took 2 points from the fracking motion just been. The first of all, that it's not dangerous if you don't inhale. I don't know if that applies to cannabis. But also that sometimes populism is good if you're at 6% in the opinion polls, which I understand the argument for there. For this motion, however, as Norman clearly pointed out, the law doesn't work. And let's be honest, social attitudes towards drugs are very much stuck in the 70s. For Norman to be able to have a go at Richard Nixon in a current debate, I thought was quite clever and well done. So we've got to be partly responsible for helping improve and change social attitudes towards many things in our society, one of which is drugs. The amendment itself specifically calls to flesh out 2 areas, the first of which is on young people's mental health specifically. We have to recognise the wealth of psychological evidence that says that those people who excessively use cannabis in mid to late teens can have problems with memory formation and retention in their later years. However, this motion goes to try and attempt to battle that by having safer supply, and I've known so many people who take drugs who believe because they are friends with their dealer that they'll never get bad stuff. It's something they believe, and it's not often true. But also by having more education, which is the other part of the amendment which has been accepted. The education has to come in schools as well as FE and HE, prisons, detention centres. We support as a party PHSE to be mandatory because we accept the reality that 14-year-olds are having sex, so we would rather them do it safely. We also accept that 14-year-olds and older are doing drugs, so we would rather them do it more safely if they choose to do it and if they don't get support to come off. So please do support the motion, please do vote for it, and vitally, along with mental health, go out and campaign for it because there's something really important to change social attitudes.
Thank you very much, Lee. Would Juliet McAfee from Islington please stand by? And I now ask Howell Davis from Carmarthenshire and Pembrokeshire to come and speak for the motion as a whole. Is Howell here? He is, great. Smashing, thank you very much.
In June 2011, I had a seizure which knocked out the entirety of my right-hand side. It was mostly due because I was unable to take my HIV medication at the time. Now, when I was admitted to University College Hospital London, we discovered that out of the 3 tumours in my brain, one of them was lymphoma. That means it was the cancer of the lymph node cycle. Now, I went through 4 cycles of chemotherapy, and actually, I was quite good. You know, I'd walk to the supermarket next door and get decent food to eat, which no one else in that ward did. Yeah, don't worry, it's not with the port. On my 3rd chemo cycle, I started to be a bit sick, mainly it was over the Christmas period, and people temporary doctors were prescribing all sorts of ridiculous stuff. And I remember one day, after having been particularly violent on my hospital bed, which I called the cage, a lovely nurse came in, and I'd known him for quite a while. He was the head nurse on the ward. And he said, we are amazed by how you are coping with this. You are on the highest dose of methotrexate. There is a guy in a similar situation as you down the corridor. He can't keep anything down. He can't keep his oral medication, any food, even water. I said, we can't quite understand why. Well, I have a very big suspicion why. It's because I had cannabinoids in my system. Now, there's a whole host of anecdotal research, basically, anecdotal evidence of the fact that cannabis has a very profound effect on cancer, and there's an awful lot of rubbish written as well. And the problem is you can't do proper studies and tests of the benefits of cannabis for cancer, for anything, because it's prohibited. You know, all we have is anecdotal evidence. Someone will say online, oh, it cures cancer. Well, we don't know that. We can't do that until it's studied. And we can't do proper studies, clinical studies of the effects of cannabis and how it works until it is legalized.
Thank you very much. And that was Howell's first speech at the Federal Conference. Congratulations. Would Ian McGrath from Bromley Borough in Kent please stand by? And I now call Juliet McAfeela from Islington to speak against the motion.
Thank you so much. I'm excited, first of all, to speak against this motion because I feel that we are all here and 70% of you perhaps support this motion, and I feel I want to bring a different side of this debate. I strongly say no to this because internationally, Kenya policy is saying that it has killed many youths internationally. In Meru, for instance, it has destroyed a whole village. And so I grew up seeing cannabis being sold at 10 shillings in Kenya in certain communities. So I thought, if I saw this destroying the communities of United Kingdom, obviously I am going to get worried. And for that reason, I decided today to say I want to bring a different perspective and bring about the ideas of how the views of these youth people in those villages. I want to say no, and I'm looking for your support to vote against this motion strongly because I sincerely believe that it has destroyed a nation in Kenya, and we are feeling the after effects of cannabis in different areas in Kenya and around Mombasa. Most of the people grow this cannabis because they want to export it to Britain. And if Britain decides to say yes, what we are having is people trafficking drugs. And I don't want to see people trafficking drugs across internationally because they want to get it to Britain. I don't want to see that. I want to see Britain supporting and saying, actually, we support international communities to fight traffic laws, and we don't want to we want to make sure that this president of Kenya and other presidents in the African Union are actually supported in fighting cannabis and the effects that it brings. I strongly ask you to support the motion and support these presidents in their fight against drugs. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Juliet. Could I ask Jens Darley Granley and Emily Tester to please go to the Speaker's table? Would Ewan Hoyle from Glasgow South please stand by? And I now call Dr. Ian McGrath from Bromley Borough in Kent, who wishes to speak for the motion, particularly lines 32 to 34 and 46 to 47.
Chair, we in this room know we have to thank Norman Lamb in government for drawing attention to the need for investment in mental services and in specialist therapies in particular. My father was a psychiatrist in the even more Cinderella field of mental handicap. Now we have to hope that with Norman as their conscience, the Tories will follow through. A few years ago, I related to Conference the sad history of my younger son, Alistair. As a third child, he suffered from comparison with his older brother and sister, and having been exposed to cannabis behind the bicycle sheds at school, his amiable, easygoing character led to his beginning to fail academically. As he drifted towards his GCSEs, his teachers could not understand why his parents seemed not to share their concerns, but their messages to us had been entrusted to Alistair's own hands. He scraped 2 GCSE passes in a school where 7 or 8 were clearly achievable, though his musical talents remained impressive. He failed to benefit from crammers and drifted into jobs in security, while deluding himself that he was running a business organizing disc jockeys. He had shown features of a schizoaffective disorder with paranoia and episodes of violence, and was diverted into private psychiatry when he could have been landed in prison. One might speculate how much more rapid his decline might have been in a University of Crime and Drugs scenario. We regularly had to pay off his debts, and shortly before his 39th birthday, some drugs cartel had him flown out to St. Lucia to act as a mule. The condom-wrapped package evidently burst in his stomach and delivered a lethal punch, probably of cocaine, from which he was dead within hours. I myself had a narrow escape from dependence on alcohol at one stage, and could easily be persuaded that there might be a hereditary liability to addiction. I would like to think that a more enlightened attitude to some aspects of what could be termed lifestyles would lead to a happier, more cohesive society. It took me some time to adapt to the fact that my older son was a homosexual, but he and his long-standing partner were in a stable relationship, and my wife and I, and some close friends and our daughter and her 3 children, recently joined them when they celebrated, Alan and Mark celebrated their marriage.
Thank you very much indeed, Ian. Conference, shortly we're going to move to interventions. Could I ask the following people, please, to go over and queue up by the interventions microphone just to my right, to the left-hand side of the auditorium. Andrew Hudson from Barrow-in-Furness, Martha Vickers from Newbury, George Miles from Hereford, Jeff Reed from Bradford, Peter Costa-Vadakis from Kensington and Chelsea, Brian Stokes from York, Jack Davis from New Forest, James Blanchard from York. Would Elizabeth Adams from Stratford-upon-Avon please stand by? I now ask Ewan Hoyle from Glasgow South who wishes to speak for the motion at lines 48 to 49.
Hello again, Conference. Can I firstly thank Ian for sharing his story. It puts this motion in its proper context. 5 years ago, I climbed onto the Conference stage to propose the motion protecting individuals and communities from drug harms. It was a tentative motion asking for certain things to be investigated. And I've been delighted with the fact that these investigations have led to us adopting a policy to decriminalise drug possession for personal use before the election last year, And I'm delighted that we are having today's debate so we can take the first steps towards an appropriately regulated drug market. I was concerned, however, about Clause C, though. Clear limits on the strength of cannabis products being commercially available. And I was concerned because I thought that it might leave stronger strains that people might want to smoke to be sold by criminals in the illegal market. I am now satisfied, having read the panel's recommendations, that the cannabis social clubs can cater for those people who wish to smoke stronger strains without them needing to resort to purchase from criminal dealers. It is the strongest drugs with the greatest potential for harm that it is essential that we take from the criminal market to be regulated and sold with the best available health advice. The health risks are hotly debated, but if there is any debate about the potential for high THC cannabis to cause psychosis, then the best way to regulate the drug is to ensure there is advice provided about the early warning signs of psychosis to those who use the drug, and especially to those using the stronger strains. We can't afford to pat ourselves on the head and say well done after passing this motion, though. Cannabis doesn't kill. I want you to ask what drugs are best left to the criminal market rather than careful regulation by the state. Ecstasy pills are killing people because they don't know the concentration of MDMA that is in it, or because the active ingredient has been replaced by a more readily available but more toxic alternative. How long do we wait to stop these deaths in young people who are seeking a more profound connection with their peers, seeking an enjoyable night out and instead leaving their families distraught? 5 years ago, I tore into our politicians for their cowardice. The sad truth is that they have only grown a rudimentary, floppy spine. We need to stand tall, reconvene the expert panel, and ask them to come back with recommendations for how to regulate all the drugs that the people of Great Britain use. From caffeine on one end to crack at the other. Only then will we be truly leading this debate internationally. In closing, I want to take us back to the motion we passed 5 years ago. There was a third major and forgotten call, a call for heroin-assisted treatment clinics to be rolled out nationwide so that addicts didn't need to commit crime or sell sex to fund their habit, and so they could be engaged in services and kept safe. Despite our great strides forward in mental health for this population, so often scarred by unspeakable trauma, we have largely, like the rest of society, turned our backs.
Could draw your remarks to a close, please.
Since the year 2000, the drug-related death rate in Scotland has more than doubled. We need to see safe injection rooms and heroin-assisted treatment clinics in all our major cities.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Ewan. Conference, after the next speech, we're going to move to the interventions. In the meantime, I call Elizabeth Adams from Stratford-upon-Avon, who wishes to speak for the motion as a whole. Our first intervener after this will be Andrew Hudson.
Thank you. Conference, 5 years ago, my first conference speech was a pleasure to be in favour of the motion that we had from the previous speaker about a sensible, evidence-based drugs policy. This issue for me is one of the key reasons why I'm a Liberal Democrat. This motion is only being talked about by our party, this issue. Now, for me personally, my story was that I was a victim of domestic violence. A lot of that violence was exacerbated by the use of alcohol and, in particular, cannabis. Now, because alcohol is legal, we were able to bring that up. Support was offered by way of alcohol support programs. Cannabis was never mentioned because it's illegal, and that would have caused even further problems. I grew up on one of the most deprived council estates in the country, and I also did a stint working as a pharmacy dispensing assistant in a pharmacy in that council estate. And I can tell you, drug usage is pandemic. In the most vulnerable and poorest societies, it's everywhere. It's a reality. Now, if people are having social issues exacerbated by drug use and they cannot feel that they can seek help and support anywhere for this because they will be penalised and criminalised, this is wrong and it cannot be allowed to continue. What I learned from my months working in pharmacy is that actually every substance that we consume, whether it's for medical reasons or not, carries a risk. Some people will be affected by side effects. Now, I would much rather people knew about the risks, they were educated about signs to look out for, and they knew when to seek help, and now they felt comfortable to get that help. That is what we need to do. Now, I am fed up of hearing the phrase war on drugs, because it's not a war on drugs. Drugs are doing very nicely, thank you. It is a war on drug victims. That is what has been happening for decades. So I'm sure you're all well aware of the economic reasons, the social reasons, the health reasons, the education reasons, and the liberal reasons to support this motion. So once we've supported it, we need to go out there and we need to make our case to the public, and do not be afraid for social backlash, because this is the change that this country needs, and it needs it now. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Conference, we're now going to move on to interventions. The first speaker after the interventions will be Richard Church from Montgomeryshire, so could he please stand by? Would Jens Darley Granley please go to the intervention microphone as well? You'll be our last intervener. Our first intervener is Andrew Hudson from Barrow and Furness.
What isn't clear from the motion is what action is going to be taken regarding cannabis factories. Periodically, cannabis factories are uncovered, often when there's been heavy snowfalls. Teenagers and children largely from Vietnam are being trafficked into the UK to work in cannabis factories. Statistics show that it's the most prevalent form of child trafficking. It is literally slavery, forced labour. Cannabis smuggling involves organised crime, including drugs cartels. The motion makes no reference to either these cannabis factories or the cartels. The cannabis factories need to be closed down, and any regulation regarding the use of cannabis should require that it's ethically produced. So I ask the movers of the motion to in their summing up, to explain what they'll do about the cannabis factories.
Thank you, Andrew. Martha Vickers from Newbury, please.
In my past work in the NHS and in volunteering, I've seen many lives destroyed by drug abuse. Vulnerable people, sometimes supported to give up their habit in prison, but then return to society, blighted with a criminal record and with little support to maintain a healthy lifestyle. What we are doing just isn't working. Those who make money from peddling drugs are flourishing, the number of users is increasing, and evidence from work done in other countries is pointing to a better way. The Liberal Democrats, once more, are speaking out bravely on a controversial issue. These proposals to bring drug policy under public health are evidence-based and will save people's lives. Please support this motion.
Thank you. George Miles from Hereford, please.
The Green Party support legalised cannabis with 6% and 3 MEPs. I've had a couple of friends die of heroin, more friends die of alcohol, which is a really dangerous drug. But what I'm against is, number one, the fixed penalty for possession of drugs means that if a poor person is going to a rave with an E, they're going to get a fixed penalty, 50 quid, which will bankrupt them for weeks, whereas a city trader can take loads of crack, pay the 50 quid fixed penalty and go and mess up the economy. You know, they were gambling away with money on coke, and that's why there was a crash. They get arrogant cocaine. Oh, we know all that money, and then there was that big crash, and they could just pay it out as petty change. So I'm against the fixed penalty.
Thank you very much.
And legalise.
Thank you. Jeff Reed from City of Bradford, please.
Dutch coffee shops, cannabis clubs, fine, no problem. Not really relevant to our ward in Eccleshill, Bradford, where we're one of Yorkshire's top burglary hotspots. We come top out of 30 wards in the city for antisocial behaviour, some of it fuelled by alcohol and other drugs. There is something rather pathetic about people stealing metal grates from the gutters and lawnmowers from garden sheds to feed their habits. Pathetic, yes, but blighting the lives of low-income local residents. By all means, begin to reduce harm under the public health banner, but see it also as necessary intervention and regulation of a huge, huge market to keep us safer on our streets and in our modest back gardens. So let's pass this relatively modest motion and go from there.
Thank you. Peter Costa-Vadakis from Kensington and Chelsea is our next intervener.
Thank you. My brother, 2.5 years ago, died of MS. The only pain relief he could have was illegally bought cannabis. That's why I think this motion would address that sort of feeling that he had and stop people who are in pain becoming criminals. But my question to Norman Lamb is this: why stop at cannabis? Why not legalise the whole shebang under the framework of this motion, and we'll have no more dead drug mules? Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Stokes from York, please.
Hi guys. As you may see, we don't appear on Question Time much these days. We rarely get called by John Bercow in PMQs. We have to basically create our own publicity. And one thing that was magical this week is that we've actually had a lot of headlines and a lot of good publicity about this policy. If the Lib Dem fight back is a thing that's actually going to happen, what we need is really radical, socially liberal policies that people like. Most people in this country are socially liberal. We need to stand up for the values that they have, and the only way we can, and if we don't, and if the fight back is on a word, we need really radical social liberal policies, starting with this, and we can go on all day about what else we can do as well. Basically, radical liberalism, hell yeah.
Thank you. Jack Davies from the New Forest is our next intervener.
Thank you. Well, there are quite a few reasons to back the motion and the amendment. I'm going to quickly focus just on a little bit about the economy. I believe it will provide funds that we can use to create a just society, as well as removing the false economy of the war on drugs, which only costs our overburdened NHS and puts money into the hands of criminal gangs. I don't want that failure of policy to continue. It is also sheer stupidity on the part of the Conservative and Labour governments to regulate tobacco and alcohol supply, but not to regulate cannabis, a similar product. Please make the difference we need to see today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. James Blanchard from York, please.
Thank you. I've been working with a group of medical cannabis users here in York, and they find for a variety of medical complaints, including cancers, MS and serious mental health issues, that cannabis is the only thing that works. How dare we criminalise them? The impact of a criminal record can be absolutely devastating on many lives. You can lose your job, you can lose your housing, you can be separated from your family and your entire social network. Especially for young people, it can lead to a life which descends into further crime. Now, despite his promises to the otherwise, George Osborne is cutting £160 million from our national police forces over the next few years. As the Police and Crime Commission candidate here in York and North Yorkshire, I want to be able to say that our party will stand up and say that we do not want our officers wasting time on drugs which are not affecting anybody and can concentrate on the violent crime which is what they are truly there for. This measure will also bring in funding for treatment, and that we all know that is the only realistic way of helping those who need that help, but also allowing that funding for policing and other issues.
Thank you. Our final intervener is Jens Darling-Granley from York.
Thank you. Conference, today we have to choose. Do we want to live in a society where if I want to buy cannabis, which I may do, maybe, but do we want me to buy illegal cannabis from a sketchy drug dealer and financing Mexico drug cartels? Or do we want to live in a society where if I buy cannabis, I can buy it from regulated stores, the cannabis I get is safe, and I'm financing the state? We can get £1 billion each year, and with that money we can reinvest that. Reinvest that money to people with actually drug problems, to NHS and to nurses. So, conference, I ask you today, because I'm Norwegian and the Norwegian Lib Dems don't want to legalize cannabis, so please beat them. Show the Norwegian Lib Dems that we are smarter than them and better than them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of our interveners, conference. Would Mahmood Henry Rogers from North Bedfordshire please stand by? And it might be best if you're standing by to come and sit in the front row to make it quick as possible for you to get up. In the meantime, I call Richard Church from Montgomeryshire, who's a police commissioner candidate, to speak for the motion as a whole. Richard.
Conference, I have a little quiz question for you. Which part of the country do you have to live in, after Merseyside, if you want to have the highest chance of being charged with possessing illegal drugs? Is it London with its wonderful and thriving diverse cultures? No. Is it Manchester with its huge student population experimenting with strange substances? No, it's not there. Perhaps it's one of our other great cities where their problems of urban deprivation may lead to drug taking. No, it's none of those places. It is where I live. It's the rolling hills and valleys of mid and west Wales, stretching from the beautiful Pembrokeshire coast to the edge of Snowdonia, a place you would rightly think of calm and tranquil beauty. There are more charges for drug possession per thousand of the population in the police area of Dyfed-Powys, where I'm standing as the Police and Crime Commissioner candidate, than there is in the London Met, Manchester, or anywhere else in England and Wales apart from Liverpool. So what does that say about the people of mid-Wales? Are we all on a drug-crazed crime spree terrorising our neighbourhoods? Look at another statistic. Which police area in Britain has the lowest overall level of crime per head of population? Yes, it's Dyfed-Powys. On all scores, from antisocial behaviour through to violent crime, we are one of the safest places in Britain. Of course, we have crime in mid-Wales. Yes, there are issues. But unless someone convinces me that smoking cannabis leads to sheep rustling, then I won't put the issue of crime and antisocial behaviour down to the consumption of cannabis in the hills of rural Wales. I can't find a single record of cannabis possession in Dyfed-Powys that has led to the loss of life. Of course, there are health risks, and we shouldn't underestimate them. But consider this. In 1 year, over 300 people are killed or seriously injured on the roads of Dyfed-Powys. It's a shocking statistic that makes all the crime we have in our rural communities pale into insignificance. I'd rather have one more person stopped and charged for endangering the lives of others by their reckless behaviour behind the wheel of a car than 100 people charged for possessing a mildly addictive drug that they intend to take for their own pleasure. When a police force is arresting more of its citizens for drug possession than any other comparable force in the country, while more than 300 people each and every year are dying or having their lives changed forever by accidents on our roads, priorities have become very strangely warped indeed. The proposals in this motion should make a huge change to policing in this country.
To draw your remarks to a close.
Chasing people for cannabis possession doesn't save lives, it doesn't make communities safer, and it doesn't stop people taking cannabis.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much indeed. We're very tight on time, I'm afraid, Conference. I want to call as many people as possible. Would Anton Georgiou from Brent please stand by? And I now call Mahmood Henry Rogers from North Bedfordshire, who wishes to speak against the motion.
Hello, Conference. Now, I'm not against this motion because I'm in favour of a war on drugs. Certainly not. I'm against this motion because I think our current policy is better than this. There's a lot of good stuff in this motion under Conference notes and Conference believes. It rightly notes that our current policy is against criminalising cannabis users and in favour of allowing the medical use of cannabis where doctors agree with it. However, where it goes wrong is under the Conference calls for. Firstly, the age of sales. It specifies that there should be an age limit on the sale, but it doesn't say what it should be. And that's a rather important point. I understand that, that it's better if a 14, 15, 16, whatever age child wants, it's better for them to get something from the doctor than to get it from an illegal dealer. However, it would be better still, if they absolutely needed to have it for medical reasons, that they should get it from a doctor. Now, under the issue of the premises of cannabis social clubs or cannabis cafes, this doesn't send out the message that cannabis is bad for you and could give you schizophrenia. This sends out the message that, relax, have a joint, it's all legal. If cannabis has to be sold, it should be from a chemist, and ideally under a doctor's prescription. Packaging and marketing should be restricted. Yes, the motion rightly says it should be restricted, but actually it should be banned. Well, not packaging, but the advertising of a very unhealthy product like that should be banned, as it is with tobacco. Taxation has failed to discourage binge drinking in Britain. Our party policy was for an alcohol minimum price, but it looks like the European Union is going to strike down what they've put in place in Scotland. So taxing cannabis use won't discourage it to a significant extent, because if you tax it too much, it'll end up being sold illegally anyway. So the policy will not solve the problems of illegal trade. So in summary, our party policy already stops criminalising cannabis users and allows for the medical use of cannabis. All this policy would do is bring in cannabis cafes, which would make using it more fashionable. The conference vote this policy down.
Thank you very much. Would Sarah Noble from Calderdale please stand by? And I now call Anton Georgiou from Brent in London, who is a GLA candidate, and he wishes to speak for the motion as a whole.
My name is Anton Georgiou, and I am the GLA candidate for Brent and Harrow in the upcoming London elections. I'm also the youngest candidate standing in the London elections. I'm proud to be a Liberal Democrat because ours is the only party that has the real solutions, the real liberal solutions, that young people in the capital desperately need. Our party is the only party to have a fully costed plan to provide the affordable housing young Londoners need. Our party is the only party committed to dealing with the long-lasting consequences of climate change and pollution in our city. And our party is the only party that could once and for all seek to end the most hypocritical and failed of social policies, the war on drugs. I'm speaking in favour of this motion because of everything that Norman Lamb, our incredible health spokesperson, outlined in his speech, but also because I fundamentally believe that if we make the right decision and vote in favour of this motion today, our party will again do what it always has. It will lead. As Liberals, we are always ahead of the times, and history has proven that we are right to be. Charles Kennedy led our party in opposing the Iraq War, and we now know how right he was. Nick Clegg led our party into government in order to deliver truly liberal policies for Britain. Tim Farron has consistently led calls for this government to do more for refugees across Europe. It's time for us to lead again. It's time for us to lead the charge for a fairer drugs policy that actually works and that doesn't simply punish individuals and reinforce stigma. Liberalism for me, and I'm sure for many of you, is about giving power back to people, allowing individuals to decide what they do in their own lives without having the state intrude and interfere. This motion calls for a fair and regulated market for cannabis that is safe and protects people. Globally, the tide is turning against the so-called war on drugs. We don't have to look far to find other states around the world who are pursuing similar policies. Justin Trudeau's Liberals put reforming Canada's drug laws at the forefront of his party's election campaign, and look where they are now. I strongly urge you all to support this motion so that once again our party, the Liberal Democrats, can do what we always do: lead.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Conference, after the next speech, which is from Sarah Noble, we're going to move to the summation. There's not going to be a summation on Amendment 1 because there was no opposition to it during the debate. So will Brian Paddock please stand by? And I now call Sarah Noble from Calderdale, who is an exec member of LGBT plus Liberal Democrats, who wishes to speak for the motion.
Conference, I'm going to be serious here. The war on drugs, or as the nice lady from Birmingham said, the war on drug users, isn't just a failure, it's a racist failure. If you take any time at all to read about the history of drug prohibition, it will tell you that the ban on marijuana in America in the 1930s deliberately targeted Mexican people, and the further stigmatization of drug use by Richard Nixon, by Ronald Reagan, by George W. Bush only serves to stigmatize racial minorities. Despite African Americans comprising 12% of the population of America and 13% of the drug using population of America, they comprise 33% of drug arrests, 62% of convictions, and 70% of incarcerations. That is clearly not a mistake. The fact an African American of my age has a 1 in 3 chance of being in prison in their life, that is a clear result of this racist war on drugs. We are fundamentally a pro-evidence party and an anti-racist party. We cannot talk about being serious on racism when we ignore the evidence to perpetuate a racist war. We must follow the evidence that it is more likely you will die from riding a horse than it is from taking ecstasy, and that it is more likely that you can win the lottery 3 times over than overdosing on cannabis, because you can't overdose on cannabis. We must blaze forward with a pro-evidence drugs policy, because we, the Liberal Democrats, are the only party that can do so. Thank you very much, Conference.
Thank you, Sarah. If there is anybody watching this in the overflow area who would like to vote, you're going to have to come in here and do it, because there are some limited spaces available in the auditorium. I now call Brian Paddock from Bermondsey and Old Southwark, who is, of course, a member of the House of Lords, to summate on the motion as a whole.
Good afternoon, Conference. If I can address some of the comments that have already been made. Juliet and the Kenya experience. Yes, cannabis is dangerous, which is why we want to regulate it. We want to also take out drug dealing from the hands of the criminals. Ewan, on stronger strains of cannabis. This report, this expert panel report, is the basis for a legal framework. We need to look carefully at the detail. And Ewan, you also talked about ecstasy and other drugs. I gave evidence as a police commander to the Home Affairs Select Committee back in 2002, where I said that it was a waste of police time for my officers to go into nightclubs to arrest people for cocaine and ecstasy that they had paid for by money they earned legitimately, and I don't demur from what I said then. Really important point made by Elizabeth about the fact that because cannabis is illegal, people are reluctant to come forward to get help with that. It's holding people back from seeking the help that they need. And as far as illegal cannabis factories are concerned at the moment, we want to close them down. We want to take all the criminality out of this. George, the Green Party, does not go as far as this motion does, as far as regulating cannabis is concerned. Mahmood, the raw problem with our current policy is it leaves cannabis production in the hands of criminals. Conference, I've got over 30 years experience as a police officer, and I came to the conclusion that we need to reduce the harm caused by drugs, and arresting people is not the way to do it. In 2002, I posted on an internet bulletin board, "Help the addicts, screw the dealers." When I was a police commander in Lambeth in South London, I introduced a pilot scheme where I told my officers that they must not arrest people for possession of cannabis. And one of the reasons, Sarah, I agree with you, is because my officers back then were stopping and searching young black men for possession of small amounts of cannabis, and it was racist. When I ran for Mayor of London, and what a brilliant candidate we have this time round in Caroline Pidgeon, we ran a campaign where we said the police are wasted on cannabis. And I'm glad to see that the party's finally catching up with our way of thinking. And the example that Richard gave about Dyfed Powys is exactly supporting that. This motion conference is all about reducing the harm caused by cannabis and taking drug dealing out of the hands of criminals. It's about keeping people safe, particularly our young people. So on the amendment, Lee, yes, heavy use of cannabis during your mid-teens can be damaging to your health. Heavy use at any time can be damaging, just as heavy use of tobacco and heavy use of alcohol. That's why we're proposing age restrictions, and we do need to do more in terms of educating, particularly our young people, about the harm caused by drugs. Conference, this motion also calls for an important step of rescheduling cannabis so that it can be prescribed to those people who are suffering from pain and other conditions. And that brave and moving speech by Howell surely has convinced everybody in this room that we need to do that. Conference, recently, my colleague Sally Hanway and I moved an amendment in the House of Lords calling for an objective evidence-based approach to drugs. Both the Conservatives and the Labour Party refused to support that amendment. This is an evidence-based approach. As Norman Lamb said, it is rational, wise and balanced. Please support the motion as amended.
Thank you very much indeed, Brian. Can I thank all of the contributors to that debate, and my apologies to all those that I couldn't call for lack of time. There was a certain imbalance in the cards submitted in that debate, and I reflected that in who I called. We're now going to move to a series of 2 votes. The first of those is on the amendment, which is at page 11 of Conference Daily. We have Omov. Anyone who's registered for conference with the word voting on their pass can vote. Could you please hold that towards me if you want to vote either way? Can I see all those please in favour of Amendment 1? Thank you. Can I see those against? That's clearly carried. Thank you very much. Conference, now we're going to vote on the motion as amended. Can I see all those in favour of the motion as amended? Thank you. And all those against? Thank you. That too is very clearly carried. Thank you very much indeed. Can I thank my aide up here, Andrew Wiseman, and in the hall, Chris Mains. Conference, thank you for all of your contributions. Have a good lunch.
Conference, the Agenda 2020 consultative session will be starting here in this hall in 5 minutes' time. So if you're not staying for it, can you please leave as quickly as possible? And if you are staying for it, come and join us near the front. We will be starting the Agenda 2020 session in just a couple of minutes. So if you're not intending to stay, could you please leave now? Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone, and welcome to this Agenda 2020 consultative session. Now, I hope by now you'll be familiar with the Agenda 2020 process that started last summer by the Federal Policy Committee. We are aiming to provide a framework for the party's policy making through the 2015-20 Parliament, and we're aiming to do four things: to describe the party's core beliefs and values and approach. And we think this is particularly valuable for all the new members who've joined us since the election, haven't had a chance to take part in these debates before. To examine the challenges, political, economic, social, environmental and international, that the UK is likely to face and the government will need to respond to over the next 4 to 5 years. And to apply the Liberal Democrat approach to these challenges to produce priorities for policy development for the party through the remainder of the Parliament, looking at where our existing policy is still okay, fit for purpose, or where it needs to be reviewed and revised. And of course, we want to encourage as wide a debate as possible within the party on all these issues. Now, we issued a short consultation paper before the Bournemouth conference, and we commissioned a set of essays, and we ran the essay competition, which if you hear this morning, we awarded the winner. And for this conference, we published a bigger consultation paper, this one, which I hope you've had a chance to look at. We go through essentially what we did before with the party's values and beliefs and approach, responding to the comments we got at Bournemouth and since. But we've expanded the sections dealing with the challenges we'd likely to face and where party policy is at the moment quite substantially. So it's quite a different paper from the one we had before. So we wanted to have a chance to debate this or discuss this in a fairly informal setting in this consultation session at this conference, but we didn't want to just to rerun the same format that we did at Bournemouth. So we have adopted a different format based on the Your Liberal Britain initiative run by my co-chair, Jim Williams. So Jim is going to explain what this initiative is and how we're going to run this session. And after him, I'm going to call the first of our invited speakers, which is David Boyle. So would David please stand by?
Thank you, Duncan. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. Hey, this is the launch of a new party initiative called Your Liberal Britain. We, a group of volunteers, new members and old members alike, founded this initiative because we want the whole party to take part in the process of describing the society that we exist to build. The Agenda 2020 group is doing a number of things, and one of them is that it will be writing a new party vision statement in the next few months. Your Liberal Britain is the way that members of the party can help inspire and shape that vision statement. Why do we need a vision statement? Well, we all know that as a party we exist to build a fair, a free and open society. But what would that actually look like? What does it do to people's lives? How would it improve their lives? What legacy would it have for our children and our grandchildren? Now, for this vision to be effective, for it to guide and inspire and drive the whole party, it needs to be written by the whole party. So we do have a range of interesting speakers today, fascinating speakers from across the breadth of the party, but this session is not about them, though it's very kind of them all to come, thank you. This session is actually about you. You may have thought that you were here to listen to some fascinating speakers and to sit back and to learn what the party is for. I'm sorry, you're wrong. You're actually here to work. You're here to think. I want you to put your brains to work and to think about what a liberal Britain would look like and what would it do to improve people's lives. So our speakers are here to inspire you. We want to hear from you. We will have 3 sets of speakers, and after each we will open to the floor for contributions. You don't need to submit a speaker's card. Just put up your hand and someone with a microphone will come and find you. You'll have up to a minute to speak. It won't be Q&A. Please don't ask questions of the speakers. We want to hear what you think. What is your vision for a truly liberal Britain? Once you have heard a number of speakers, please fill out one of our answer cards. You can get them on the penultimate page of Conference Daily. And if you don't have Conference Daily, we have 2 volunteers in the room, here they are, who can give you an answer card. So please make sure that you've got one. What you write on that answer card will go straight to Agenda 2020 and will help inspire the party's vision. So please fill it out and please hand it in to one of our volunteers and to the speakers table. Finally, if you're on Twitter, please tweet, #LiberalBritain. All right, no further ado. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. So we have invited a number of speakers from different perspectives and different backgrounds around the party to give short 3-minute speeches to kind of kick off the debate, and we'll come back to some of them later in the session. So with Alice Thomas, please stand by. I now call to open our discussion David Boyle. It says here he's an author and thinker and blogger, and I'm sure extremely well known to all of you. David.
Thank you. So I wanted to start with Stalingrad. As if you read Anthony Beevor's book, and it's not just a great book, it's also a great battle, you get the impression it's one of senseless waste. 2 dictators who insist on taking every decision, immune to human feelings of compassion, wasting people in blood and suffering. And that's the sheer inefficiency of dictatorship, it seems to me. Now, while it was happening, the philosopher Karl Popper was a refugee from the Nazis, working on the politics of the philosophy of science. And Popper came up with an interim answer to the problem David Hume had set centuries before. You can't prove that all swans are white, no matter how many white swans you see. But you can disprove it if you see a black swan. So what does that mean for liberalism? It means that societies, governments, bureaucracies and companies work best when the beliefs and maxims of those at the top can be challenged and disproved by those below. That's how we learn. Closed systems discourage learning, openness encourages it. And that's why Popper said that open societies are the one guarantee of good and effective government. Now, human beings on the front line will always know better about their own lives and their own work than those at the top. The more open you are to them, the flatter the hierarchy, the more challenging information is available to move forward. It's the antidote to Stalingrad and the key to modern liberalism. Liberals spread power not because it's nice to do so, but because hierarchies, tyrannies, centralized elites prevent that critical challenge from below. So here's my answer to the question about liberal Britain. It's a place where institutions are flexible enough, open enough, flat enough, informal enough, and human enough, especially human enough, to do what Popper said, to set free the critical powers of mankind, not just in politics, but in welfare and in business, where the monopolies are challenged as much as the tyrannies, and primarily because it works. And it's actually the only political philosophy that does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, David. Would Norman Lamb please stand by? And I'll call Alice Thomas, who is Vice Chair of Liberal Women.
I'm actually celebrating a few things today, the first of which was the description of me on this event. They call me a writer, which is the kindest word I've ever heard used to describe a commercial solicitor in my life. I'm also celebrating my 27th birthday, which is today. Thank you very much. Which means I'm celebrating my 10th anniversary as a member of the Liberal Democrats. And I thought when I was writing this speech that distilling my entire philosophy of liberalism from 10 years of experience down into the 3-minute speech was going to be impossible. But it turned out all I needed was one sentence, which is that the size of the state should be driven by the needs of the people it serves. And what do I mean by that? Well, the first thing I mean is that where government doesn't need to be in your life, it should get out of your life. It should be as permissive as possible. That means you can smoke what you want, you can marry who you want, you can go wherever you want in the world with as much freedom and as much liberty as possible. And the second thing is that freedom has to be maintained. So that means access to justice, it means judicial review, it means stopping the police and GCHQ overextending on their powers. And it's very, very important as liberals that we promote not only the freedom of the individual, but the control of the size of the state when it tries to infringe on those freedoms. And what it means for those services we do need to provide as a state to people is that they should be provided on the most local level you possibly can. The state services should be devolved to local councils where possible, to individuals where possible, because there are different needs between a farming community in northern Scotland and a group of young professionals in East London and a bunch of retirees in the beautiful areas in Devon. You're going to have different health needs, you're going to have different social care needs, you're going to have different policing needs, and those decisions should be made by people who understand those communities and properly represent them. So for smaller and more local government that lets you do everything you should be allowed to do to enjoy your life, you should be voting for liberalism.
Thank you, Alice. After the next speaker, we will go to interventions from the floor, so just get ready to stick your hand up. And I'll call Norman Lamb, who is, of course, MP for North Norfolk, the party spokesperson on health, and my co-vice chair of the Policy Committee.
Thank you very much. I want to give you 3 examples of illiberal Britain. I met a guy who came to see me when I was a minister. He was the father of a patient of Winterbourne View. You may remember that awful place where people with learning disability got a dreadful abuse and were assaulted by staff. And he described to me how he watched his son become increasingly a zombie as they pumped him with antipsychotic drugs. And he talked about how he went to complain to the local NHS and the council. And he said, no one listened to me. No one took me seriously. And I just felt guilty because I could do nothing for my son. And I just felt that was a dreadful indictment of the system. But it's the tip of the iceberg. I have come across so many people, and it's always the more marginalised, it's always the more vulnerable, not privileged people, who don't get listened to, who get ignored, and who get treated as second-class citizens. And it's not only public services, it's the big, powerful private institutions as well, the banks, the energy companies, and so on. Second example is that in the last decade, in a 5-year period, over 400 students from just 2 schools, chosen entirely at random, Eton and Westminster, got to Oxford and Cambridge. In a 5-year period in the last decade, though, from the West Midlands borough of Sandwell, not a single student got to Oxford or Cambridge, and no one can begin to tell me that there were no students who could have achieved great things from that entire West Midlands borough. And then thirdly, a friend, a skilled primary school teacher who was prevented from working in his county of Norfolk because he had a long-standing, long ago conviction for smoking cannabis. Those are 3 examples of illiberal Britain. So, in my view, we need to revolutionise public services so that we really give power to people who work in public services as well as those who rely on them, giving them control over the funds that are available to them, and more power to consumers against big business to hold them to account as well. We need to reverse the long-term decline in the share of GDP that we spend on education so that we invest more in the pupil premium, to give every child the chance to flourish as individuals, to make the very most of their talents, And we need to liberate people to lead their lives as they choose. Free citizens, responsible citizens. So to summarise, I want to see a modern, open, dynamic country of both opportunity and freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norman. Okay, we're going to have about 10 minutes of contributions from the floor. Now, you will have gathered, I hope, this is not a normal format of a consultative session. We've published a consultation paper, and we'd like to have your responses to it. But if you're going to respond to particular paragraphs or things that are missing, then it'd be better if you email the responses to the address that's in the paper. What we want you to do now is to try to do what the first three speakers did and sum up what, for you, a liberal Britain really means. So all you need to do is stick your hand up, and a steward will come running with a microphone. So could I see who would like to start? Yes, so we start down there in the middle. And people have a minute each for this.
Okay, I'll speak as quickly as I can then.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Roger Hayes from Kingston. I think that for me, bringing about a liberal society is why we really ought to be standing for election. The problem we often get wrong is not our liberalism, but our politics. And I think the last 5 years was evidence of that. And therefore, I think we need to start by helping people to think and helping them, enabling them to do things for themselves. We have over centuries taught people not to think, and that if they require anything, the state will provide it for them. So even though there are people who are liberals at heart, they don't really know what to do, even if they're given the power to do it. So helping them make that start is where we ought to be beginning.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, let's stick in the middle, and we have two hands, one right at the front, and then a lady behind. So, yeah, Jonathan.
Sorry. Jonathan Hunt, Camberwell and Peckham. I hope that we are becoming, once again, a party of the left, wanting many of those things, but we find that Corbynised Labour, Corbynised but not very much sparkle in the bottle, want to see as well. We want to end the Tories' war on the poor, especially austerity and attacks on benefits and the people who depend on benefits. Without carrying with us the failures of socialism and to put forward our liberal alternatives. I mean, it's only a minute, so I can't name many of them, but where Labour have compulsion, we have liberty. Where Labour wish to centralise power, we wish to devolve it. And I could go on, but I also want to see a liberal...
Okay, Jonathan, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, we're going to keep people to a minute to allow as many people as possible to contribute. The lady 2 rows behind you.
Hi, I'm Hannah Hunter from the University of Birmingham. We keep talking a lot about how there's so many people who are liberal at heart and aren't voting liberal, and we're talking about how we need to empower people, and I just think it's really important to think of a way in which we can actually do that, and I really think that is in proper political education in school. I think currently the political education sort of framework is quite embarrassing, and I think that in a democracy, the biggest power that someone has is their vote and their ability to vote and their knowledge of the voting system. If you don't give people that, you're in the situation where we are now, where people don't vote when they're younger and come to a point where they're so cynical of the political system that then they vote Tory. So yeah, I just think that's a really important thing to think about in terms of sort of getting this vision in which you guys are hoping for. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Right, let's move over to the block on my right, towards the left. There are 2 hands in sort of about 5 rows up at the end of the rows.
Hello, Lester Holloway from Hammersmith and Fulham. I've lived in various different boroughs throughout my life, and wherever I've lived, the council has been extremely unpopular, seen as being bureaucratic and not listening to people, and people not participating in democracy. And then I moved to Sutton. I no longer live there, but I suddenly found a really popular council, and that's because it was devolving power, it was having lots of area forums, giving decision-making to local people, and I think that's really, for me, an example of liberalism in practice. But the question about where I see the liberalism going, well, I think we need to also be inclusive as well. We've got 14% black and ethnic minorities in this country, and unless we need to move beyond simply saying we agree with the principle of everyone being free of discrimination, to taking action, because we are best when we are radical, and we've been radical in the past. We need to get back.
Thanks very much. That's great. And right behind you? Yeah.
Daniel Norton from Bedford. I think building on that about the radicalism is a really important message that we've got to try and get over, because it's we talk a lot about opportunity and giving everyone, sort of facilitating opportunity and making sure that everyone's got the ability to get on in life, but we don't do enough to address the sort of entrenched power structures that already sit there. So we've got the motion coming up on all women shortlists, and I think that and things like that in ways in which we actually address the existing things in society that stop people being able to engage thoroughly are the areas that we really need to develop a clearer policy on, and that's what's going to really differentiate us as a party.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, can we have some more hands? Yes, there is about 3 rows behind you.
Greg Webb from Derby. Liberalism is really an optimistic philosophy. We're an optimistic party. We believe that there's a better way out there, that we can do things. That's the message we need to sell to people, that we need people to look beyond what's going on at the moment, to look into the wider world, to dream of what really can be done, and to then convince them that we can work with them to deliver that objective, to exercise power for them, not over them. That's what we need to be as a party.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll just take a couple of more hands, and then we'll have some more speakers from the rostrum. So would Edwin Burrows please stand by? But at the moment, so I can see a lady down here in the front, and then a gentleman back there. And there'll be more chance to come back to you later on.
Hi, Avril Coelho from Twickenham and Richmond. One of the things that's most important to me is that we have to get through to people with a fixed mindset. We've got to break down barriers to make people's minds more accepting and understanding of the diverse community we live in. I myself have come across difficulties in employment simply because I've got epilepsy. We've got to change the mindsets of employers across the country. Those are the barriers we need to work to break down. In addition to that, BME. That puts me against another barrier. And then there's gender. We need to make this country more accepting and get through those barriers. And to do that, we need to change minds. That, for me, is what a liberal Britain is going to be. One that's accepting to everybody, with opportunity for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avril. And the gentleman in the middle block, about halfway up, in the black, dark grey jacket, I think.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Tristan Pithers from Northwest Cambridgeshire. To me, liberalism is equality of opportunity and power in the hands of the people for whom that power has an impact. It's the freedom to speak up for what we believe in, to look forward and debate and discuss and move forward with the dynamism of the future and not the regressive vested interests of the past. It's freedom to question without fearing the wrath of authority. It's freedom for investment and innovation and profits, but alongside a supporting and enabling state. And on a personal level, for me, liberalism is what we achieved in government, which is that I can stand under the coat of arms of my country as an equal citizen and marry the person that I want to.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, I'm going to hand over to my co-chair, Jim, to look after the next session.
Thank you, Duncan. Could Baroness Tyler please stand by? And could Edwin Burrows please come to the stage? Edwin is the winner of the party's Agenda 2020 essay competition. He submitted an anonymous essay and the members of the party voted it. So congratulations, Edwin.
The true sign of liberal values is hope. We are only truly free when we can control our destinies, when we are able to take action to improve our lives. Whoever you are, or whatever your situation, so long as this is true, you will have hope. Unfortunately, too many people today are living without hope. Until we have brought hope to those that have none, we will not have a truly liberal Britain. To build a liberal Britain, we must demolish the barriers that prevent people from being able to improve their lives. Poverty, poor health, discrimination, and many more. As I detail in my essay, championing people is the eternal and universal core of liberalism. Today, I'd like to focus on education. Knowledge is the greatest tool we have to improve our lives. Education should not end at school or at university, but should be lifelong. It is key to empowering people to be able to change their lives. Recently, I was listening to a man called Alan. He'd been made redundant from his work of 20 years. He'd spent months looking for other jobs that fitted his skills. It was the same story for each of them. He'd need this qualification, that certification, but despite his experience in those areas, it'd still take him 6 years to retrain. Many of the courses were held at times that he couldn't get to because of the shift work that he'd taken to support his family. You can probably picture it, but as I was listening to this story, I did not hear much hope. This is going to become more common. In November, the Bank of England estimated around 50% of the current workforce is at high risk of being replaced by technology in the next 20 years. Technology could render us all obsolete, or it could revolutionize our public services to create a liberal Britain without the barriers that prevent people from changing their destiny. Technology can be part of the problem, or it can be part of the solution. Today at Conference, most of us have brought devices capable of accessing the vast sums of knowledge on the internet. It is through devices like these that cheaper, personalized, and on-demand education could be delivered to people like Alan who will need retraining. In the 21st century, we must make science and technologies our allies to create a new liberal Britain, a liberal Britain 2.0. For that, we must combine our liberal values with the savvy of Silicon Valley. In each policy area, we must understand the challenges and breakthroughs that we are presented with. In sum, this liberal Britain 2.0 is a country that empowers people to achieve their hopes and dreams, a country with a government that champions people, a country that embraces innovations to create world-leading public services that demolish the barriers in people's lives. Britain led the world in technological advances in the Industrial Revolution. A liberal Britain 2.0 can lead the world again in a new innovation revolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edwin. Could Bradley Ford please stand by? And could Baroness Tyler please come to the stage? Baroness Tyler is the spokesperson for mental health in the House of Lords.
Thanks very much, Jim. I'm going to jump straight in. I think you can tell we don't live in a truly liberal Britain because overall income equality hasn't reduced since the early 1990s, and the top 1% of people in this country, their income has soared, quite shockingly, I think. The richest 1% of UK households have more wealth than the bottom half of the population put together. At the top end, the majority of people in the cabinet, doctors, judges, journalists, still come from independent schools. At the bottom end, some 20% of Britons still live in absolute low-income households. And recent figures show that the 0 hours workforce now approaches almost 1 million. My contention is that in a liberal Britain, we'd revolutionise policy by refocusing our party on equality and social justice, using individual well-being as a way of finding new solutions to problems. The preamble to our Constitution sums up our fundamental and enduring values as liberty, equality and community. My key point today is we mustn't forget equality and we need to talk more about it. Being liberal means we have an ambitious idea of what freedom entails, the sort outlined by thinkers like Thomas Green and Leonard Hobhouse, who see real liberty as a positive freedom, being empowered to make choices about the sort of life you want to live and contribute to the common good. It also means, I think, showing real compassion for the worst off. So in sum, for me, liberal Britain is a country where we improve people's lives by looking at the detrimental effects of inequality on people's well-being and come up with concrete policy responses. What, just mention one or two, things like requiring large firms to publish information about the ratio between their highest and lowest paid, taking action on the gender pay gap, tackling 0 hours contracts and low pay for the most disadvantaged, righting some of the obvious wrongs in recent welfare reforms, particularly taking away money from disabled people and instead providing proper and effective work programmes for them to help them find jobs, properly funding mental health care and ensuring it's available for everyone when they need it, supporting family and friends who are acting as carers for loved ones, and finally, addressing the growing concerns about intergenerational inequalities so that younger generations feel that they have the same sort of prospects as their parents had. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Could Michael Meadowcroft please stand by, and could Bradley Ford please come to the stage? Bradley is a new member of the party.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Conference. So, My Liberal Britain, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Market Forces. So, I joined the Liberal Democrats because I believe that liberty, personal, civil, and economic, is underpinning all the other values that we stand for: diversity, community, and it's also the best way, I believe, to enforce equality over time. And I think economic liberalism, the economic wing of the party, has a lot to contribute in two areas in the UK, housing and energy, where rising prices have led to a crisis and increased poverty, which has, of course, disproportionately affected the poorest and most vulnerable among us. So let's look at housing. It's exploding across the UK, particularly in London and the southeast. No prizes for guessing where I've come from. UK land use policies are among the most restrictive in the world. The UK is building fewer houses than any other European nation for the last 3 decades, according to a study by the Institute of Economic Affairs. And though it's very laudable that candidates, included in our own party, promise to build more houses, including affordable homes, in my view, the problem is clearly structural. There's a divorce between supply and demand in the market. So how can economic liberalism help, and how can the Liberal Democrats help here? Well, I think for a start, we could devolve housing-related taxes to local authorities to promote development, as more houses will broaden the tax base and boost revenues. It'll work with the market rather than against it. And we can also devolve housing benefit expenditure locally so that obstructionist authorities, the NIMBYs, have to bear the cost of increasing housing benefit bills to their NIMBYism in their local communities. And another point, energy. So there's also a crisis in energy prices. From 2003 to 2009, the number of people in fuel poverty tripled. And though the coalition government changed the definition of fuel poverty, the suggestion is that it's still a very severe issue in the UK, with 2.35 million households listed in fuel poverty. Yet from the 1980s to the early 2000s, energy prices were falling gradually. So what changed? Well, in my view, there are overzealous regulations on fossil fuels at present, and misguided subsidies for renewable energies which are not competitive, such as wind, is making life very difficult for the most vulnerable in our society. And in fact, the Energy and Climate Change Select Committee noted that our current diet of levies, tariffs, and subsidies is disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable communities in our society, with rising prices disproportionately affecting them. So the question I want to ask is making life difficult for the fossil fuel industry the best way to promote uptake of renewable energy sources and protect our most vulnerable? I don't think so. I think a liberal Britain would repeal the domestic emissions performance standard and campaign to reform the emissions trading scheme in the EU to make it easier for fossil fuels to meet our present energy needs, while removing subsidies to renewables and spending money on direct investment in research and development to hasten the development of competitive green solutions.
Could you draw your remarks to a close, please, Brad?
Yes, of course. And I'd like to finish, as an example of this, the company Tesla. They look to be revolutionizing the electric car industry because they've got a car that's got 330 miles range, competitive performance, and I think that's what's going to do better for the green initiative in the long run. Thank you.
Could Baroness Kramer please stand by? And could Michael Meadowcroft please come to the stage? Michael was MP for Leeds West in 1983 to 1987 for the Liberal Party.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me say this. I think in terms of the recovery and success of the party, this is probably the most important session of conference. Without the solid basis of a liberal philosophy which is understood by the party and party members, you cannot build all the other pieces which go to make up a party which appeals to the electorate. And therefore, I think it is crucial to it. I think there's no need to be fearful either. When I joined the Liberal Party over 50 years ago, we had fewer MPs than today, and we had fewer people out in the constituencies and fewer vote nationally in the party. But those who were in the party then knew what they believed and believed it with a passion and a fervour which carried the party through until the days when it was achieving more electoral success. It survived those bleak years because there were people who sought to write the philosophy, to preach about it, and to make sure that it was understood. In the 1960s, you had Donald Wade's book, Our Aim and Purpose, which many of us were brought up on. Then in the 1970s, you had the Liberals Look Ahead from the Liberal Commission of that day. 1980, you had Liberal Values for a New Decade. All of these restatements of the eternal liberal philosophy in the context of the time. And that's what this document has to do now. A further restatement, not a change of the eternal values, but a restatement of it in the context of today. The new document, therefore, is crucial. And the touchstone of it has to be to liberate the human values, to liberate the talents and the spirit of the individuals which exist latently in all. All too often today, people are valued for what they earn rather than what they are. And it's what they are which matters to Liberals far more than any economic directive that might come from above. So consequently, I believe absolutely firmly that we have to free that latent talent which exists everywhere. Let me say this. I firmly believe that you can't baptize the electorate with a hosepipe. You have to find the people who will go out as the liberal evangelist and find those who will then go on to talk to more people. And without that, I don't think you can succeed. And we surmounted the problems of the 1950s. We surmounted the electoral problems of 1970 and 1979 because that's precisely what was done. We found the people out there because there were people who were prepared to sacrifice for this liberal cause. So I believe that we have to go through to this document to publish it. The previous one was never published. It had to be published up in Leeds and be used around the country. And to make sure that it is used by all of us to show that there is a deep faith and a deep ability to win the people over. Liberalism is in principle the most popular and the most sympathetic of all political philosophies. All that it has lacked is liberals to go out and make sure people understand that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Michael. Could Baroness Kramer please come to the stage? Baroness Kramer is the party spokesperson for economics and will be our final speaker in this set of speakers.
Thank you very much, Conference, and for the privilege of speaking in this particular session. I joined the party because of its passion for human rights, its commitment to community, its commitment to the environment, to social justice, and internationalism. And I'm not going to speak about any of these. Because what I did not realize when I joined the party, and have only begun to realize over very recent years, is that we, like all other countries, are at a point of enormous revolution in the shape and structure of our economies. So I work mostly now with the alternate finance world. And having spent years trying to constrain the banks, and I still am working on things like the Bank of England bill and regulation and trying to make senior bankers accountable, the biggest change that is happening in our banking system today is being driven by the new players that are coming in on the internet, the peer-to-peer lending companies that are driving forward change, and finally, the banking industry is either going to die or respond. And what I find so fascinating with these new companies, they're driven by young entrepreneurs. Those entrepreneurs so much share our values. They want to build something new, they want to succeed, they want to create jobs, but they are offended at the idea of leaving other people behind. There is not the manager-worker division that has been part of our old history, and all of them that I ever meet are absolutely committed to the ideas of sustainability. And so the notions of fairness and sustainability are deeply embedded with so many of these new players. And it's not just in the financial services industry. You look at manufacturing now with 3D manufacturing will totally decentralize the big sort of metal bashing operations. In the biotech field, we're going to see dramatic change. And various people who've spoken before have touched on this incredible revolution. It's only in the starting phases. And to me, our ability as a party to be progressive, to partner with these people who will disrupt the world that has delivered so much that frustrates us, and who, if we work with them, can offer so much that meets our expectations of what society should be like, is an incredibly important opportunity. So if I were to define what I think, I want to bring to the table now, when I'm discussions over the future of the party, but also the future of liberalism, it is to embrace that progressive new economy, the entrepreneurs that drive it, their values of both fairness and sustainability, and the potential that they create. So I would ask you that we remain this forward-thinking party, unafraid of change, but recognizing that we have to partner with it, because if we don't, it could lose those potential buds of real progress that we want to see for our society as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Baroness Kramer. We're now going to move to more questions from the floor. So if you could just raise your hand and we'll bring a microphone to you. Okay, we'll start with this group over here. These three speakers here, please.
Joyce Bell from Lewis. My concern with regard to liberal society is the availability of quality education for all. I was disappointed in the Section 9 education in Agenda 2020 that there is absolutely no mention of the phenomenon of private education. And I wrote to Nick Clegg in 2011 about educational privilege, the elephant in the room. And I got an anodyne response from the education section. Now, charitable status, that is something through which the private education sector gets tax subsidy from ordinary people. Now, I'm pleased to see that in the press, people like Peter Wilby, George Monbiot, David Kynaston, John Harris, they are providing a groundswell, raising awareness and saying something must be done. The arguments must be put again and again. But this issue needs to be tackled through political channels. And I would like to see the Liberal Democrat Party.
Please bring your remarks to a close quickly, if that's okay.
Jones, Newcastle under Lyme. I'm concerned about the possible overuse of this word opportunity and the feeling that if we've provided opportunity, we've done our job, when in fact there are so many people who need help to avail themselves of the opportunities that are provided. And can I mention specifically educational opportunity, which should be at the very centre of what we're about as a party. And in that respect, we need to find ways of an alternative to the current narrowly focused system and curriculum in our schools. And we also need to recognise that even within the remit of educational opportunity, there is a huge amount of evidence to suggest that what affects most the performance of our young people in our schools is what goes on outside the school. The figure has been put at 80% by some researchers, that is the amount of factor outside the school that actually affects people.
Thank you very much indeed.
Peter Flake, Lewis. I'd like to take up the point about the size of the state having to match the needs of the citizens, because I think, to echo the previous speaker, there are some citizens who actually can take advantage of opportunities, but others who need support. The nanny state shouldn't be a dirty phrase. There are some people who actually are in need of nannying, and I think we should try and identify what those needs are.
Thank you very much indeed. Before we move to our next group of contributions on the floor, I'd just like to remind you all to take the opportunity over the course of the session to fill out your answer card, which is at the back of Conference Daily. If you answer those 4 questions, your answers will come straight to the Agenda 2020 group and will help us write this document. Thank you. More hands up, please. We have one more here, and then I'll move over to this side of the room.
Thanks very much. Miles Wickstead. There is a document, which informs, I think, what can be the liberal view of the world we want to see in 2020 or 2030. And that's called Transforming Our World. It's a document that was agreed in the UN at the end of last year. And it's founded on 5 Ps, 5 principles. The first of those is prosperity. The second of them is planet. We have to look after the planet in what we do. And the third of them is people. The principle of leave no one behind. And there are the other 2 principles around peace, the need for peace and security, and the 5th one of them is around partnerships, governments, civil society, and the private sector all finding their proper roles. Now, these are enshrined in a new set of sustainable development goals, and my fear is that those are seen purely as part of the international agenda. These are global goals to which the British government has signed up, and we need to insist that those principles underline both domestic policy and international policy.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Miles. Okay, there were some hands over here earlier. Okay, great. We've got 5 or 6 rows up. Man in the grey jumper, please. And a man 3 rows behind him. And then on the same row at the aisle. Thank you. While the microphone's moving to him, just so you all know, the microphone does automatically cut off after 1 minute. Thank you.
Gordon Willey, also from Bedford. When I joined the party, I didn't know what we stood for. I joined a radical non-socialist party of the left, led by a charismatic leader. I then bought into the ideas of co-partnership, community politics, proportional representation, and are distinctive things. And those are what have made me stay. Looking around this room and the party generally wider, we no longer know what we stand for. We're not sure about our common identity. This is very important. But the thing that I really want is decentralization, a plural society, removal of the dead hand of the Treasury. Therefore, we need local taxation, democratic quang.
Thank you very much indeed.
David Walker from Loughborough. I've worked the whole of my career in education. I've taught in primary classes where 1/3 of the children had not seen a book before they arrived at school. Terrible problem. Finland has state-funded preschool education from the age of 2. I've taught in secondary schools where 1/3 of the class were functionally illiterate at the age of 14. Again, in Finland, they have additional staff in schools which need it to take children out on one side. I've taught in a public school where I did take children out on one side. I've taught in universities where we moved from 12% of the population to 40% of the population, and quite honestly, a lot of them were not capable, not wanting. They needed training, they didn't want to sit in lectures, and they didn't get a great deal from it. We have, and I've got a lot of experience in Germany as well, we have got twice the proportion of young people going to prison of most other European cities, and there is a correlation between poor provision in education and people not managing to make it out in life. And I think we need to look at education as a solution for a better 2020.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's Peter Williams from Wakefield. I agree with a big point earlier one speaker made. We've got to go back to having a vision, to have hope, to actually say to people, we want to be the party that people want to join because we are the friendly party that goes through it all. But we've also got to remember in government we have to provide everybody with safety. We have to give them freedom from military aggression from elsewhere, freedom from poverty, freedom from discrimination, whatever type it is, and freedom so that they have good health, freedom from poor health. And all of this in a compassionate way that gives open opportunity, especially the educational side, as we've said, because that'll take us further forward. But one thing, please, we've also got to give everybody the aspirational ability to go on. Let's be not negative about doing well in this world, whatever that means. Get everybody to be a higher rate taxpayer, and then we're all better off, rather than decline those who do. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll take a few more contributions now, and then we'll move to our final set of speakers. So could Dick Newby please stand by? There's one hand over here. Can you, 4 or 5 rows up from on that block. Are there any more in that group of seats?
Hello, Tim Hallam from Broxtowe in Nottingham. I'm a relatively new member. This is my first time at conference. I joined the party because I was inspired as a teenager when all other politicians looked like absolute idiots and Penny Ashdown didn't. However, talking to other people who I've subsequently got to join the party with me, they didn't understand anything but the traditional left-right spectrum of politics. They didn't understand that there is a liberal versus authoritarian y-axis. As I've explained this to people, the penny's dropped and everybody buys into it. I think that ought to be a big part of our dialogue. Thank you very much.
One more and then we'll move on. Yes, the woman here right next to you.
Thank you. Catherine Pindar from West Cumbria. I just wanted to thank Michael Meadowcroft for speaking again. I also remember the days when there were only 6 MPs. It is absolutely great to hear you, Michael, because not only to read you in The Guardian, but to actually see that you're still active. And also Susan Kramer for taking us forward. And I think it's marvellous that we have both those representatives. But also I want to thank the committee, whoever drew up the Liberal Democrat approach. The first part of this document, 2020, exactly summarises what I think we do believe in and value about liberalism, about the Liberal Democrats. So thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much for that. We will move on to our next final set of speakers from the rostrum, and then we'll have one more chance for contributions from the floor. So would Emma Colliver please stand by, and now call Dick Newby, who, of course, as you will know, is our Chief Whip in the House of Lords.
A truly liberal Britain will be based on the simple concept of freedom of the individual and the understanding that this freedom can only be fully realised if everyone's supported to maximise their potential. So, it would celebrate diversity rather than stigmatising it. This would enable everybody to develop without suffering from the fears, frustrations and indignities which discrimination brings. It would continue to skew spending on education towards poorer pupils, improve support for childcare, and make it easier for children from modest backgrounds to get the best possible education at all stages. This will give the best chance for every individual to fulfil their potential, not just in terms of career, but also as participating members of society. It would have comprehensive public health programmes and treat everybody needing medical health equally. This would reduce the life expectancy gap between the rich and the poor, and, for example, provide greatly improved support for people with mental illness. It would provide decent and affordable housing for everybody, including those on low incomes who can't afford to buy their own homes, by increasing the supply of social housing. And in doing so, it had reduced the broader social costs in terms of health and well-being associated with bad housing. It would be outward-looking and play a full part in the EU and other international organisations. In this way, it had helped tackle long-term global challenges such as climate change and extremism, which, if unchecked, will damage people's lives in the UK. It would protect the environment and stop CO2 and other noxious gas emissions. In the short term, this would, for example, greatly reduce respiratory problems in our urban areas, and in the long term, ensure a decent world for our children and grandchildren to live in. It would see power devolved within England and the introduction of voting systems across the UK, which ensured that votes counted equally. This would improve the quality of public services and help tackle the disillusion felt by many people about remote decision-making and wasted votes. It would ensure that everybody who wanted to be in work would have a job which used their skills and accommodated their other life choices. And it would consist of vibrant communities. There's more to life than work. Strong communities not only provide support structures for people in difficulties, but also provide the means for people to express themselves via music, sport, and other activities which greatly enrich their lives. And finally, a truly liberal Britain would have Liberal Democrats in government, because without this, none of the above is going to happen.
Thank you very much, Dick. Would Tina Lashmore please stand by, and I'll call Emma Colliver, who is a new member of the party.
Hello, Conference. My name is Emma, and I'm from the Twickenham and Richmond party, and this is my first time speaking at a conference. But I have been to conference before, and it just so happens that a week before the autumn conference in Bournemouth, I had actually found myself climbing to the top of Kilimanjaro. And why do I mention this, you might ask? Well, firstly, I thought, this is very surreal. A week ago, I was at the top of the world's highest freestanding peak, and now I find myself in the Lib Dem disco. But more importantly than that, I think that after the general election last year, the Liberal Democrats themselves felt they had a mountain to climb. But if I could climb Kilimanjaro, we can climb that mountain, and I think a liberal Britain is one of optimism. I think that it's the country where everyone sees tomorrow as a day of new opportunity, where that opportunity is open to all, regardless of personal circumstance, social or economic. And to me, education is the cornerstone of opportunity. Education opens doors, and education equips entrepreneurs to fulfill their ambitions. For me, today, money is a barrier to a better education. And in a truly liberal Britain, that barrier would be broken down. The curriculum would also be revolutionised in my liberal Britain to make it more relevant and more modern to help empower individuals. And for me, crucial to that is understanding, as Hannah says, teaching about voting systems, political systems, taxes, mortgages, and citizenship, so that young people are best equipped to go out into the world and actually manoeuvre the country that they're living in for their best advantage. I work at Cancer Research UK, and so for me as well, public health education is really important. And I think that the cannabis debate we had today was just a fantastic example of where we've shown liberalism in its truest form, people being able to make their own decisions. But I think behind that as well, we need that structure of making sure that people can make informed decisions in that area. And that's why I think the £200 million cuts to public health budgets are so terrible. In its place, in a truly liberal Britain, I would see us putting upfront investment at the front of the NHS into public health, into education and early diagnosis of diseases to help with the long-term human and economic benefits. And in turn, we could target revolutionary systems, multi-diagnostic test centres, for example, to do this. So for me, a truly liberal Britain is an optimistic Britain. It's a Britain of opportunity for all, and it's a Britain where we're continually thinking forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker from the rostrum is Tina Lashmore, who was the party's candidate in Bethnal Green and Bow at last year's election. And after her, we will go back to interventions from the floor and say, as Jim said, if you think of something you'd like to tell us afterwards or during the session or later in the conference, then do fill in the card you'll find on Conference Daily. Tina.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Conference. There's always a problem with being the last speaker. and that's everyone before you has nicked your lines. So I'm actually going to do this from a piece that I did last night. Liberal Democrats and us being liberal going forward, for me, is about how we address poverty, our commitment that despite your family background, despite the level of poverty that you may be born into, this will not inhibit you from going forward. So I'm just going to share with you a story. Young girls in the care system are 66% more likely to land up in our criminal justice system, and the boys are 33%. As a young woman myself, going through the care system, when it came to when you arrived at 18 years of age, one of the key documents that you needed was your passport to get on in life. And this is where Liberal Democrats come in, because this should be perhaps one of our campaigns. As you all know, we've had immigration policies. You've got housing policies now where you need to have a passport. To access NHS, you need to have your passport. And to get a job in Europe, you need to have your passport. But when you come through the care system, when you're leaving, the one document you don't have is your passport. And that means our commitment to ensure that we are not enslaved by poverty from our birth. Well, we are. And the way that we go forward as Liberal Democrats, to have that hope has to include those who are most disadvantaged, those going through our care systems. My experience 30 years ago shouldn't be the same experience of a young woman coming through our care system today. Young girls coming through our care systems shouldn't be on that trajectory of 66% going into custody. They need to be the same place where you and I are, looking internationally at jobs and opportunities, both here and through Europe. And I say to you, let's be Liberal Democrats. Let's attack the bottlenecks that rob us of opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tina. Okay, we've got about another 10 minutes left for contributions. So, who can I see around this corner? There's, yes, one over here, right in the corner. Down here. No.
My name's Diane Riddell. I'm from the Wansbeck constituency. Basically, I'm first time at conference, but to create a truly liberal Britain, it needs action. You need to do things, and you need to challenge thinking that excludes people, that kind of keeps people down. So people can have adult conversations around social inclusion, and let people feel safe in doing so. People kind of need to bring out their inner rebel and insurgency and kind of get that message out there.
That's great. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, any more hands down in this block while the microphone's here? Yes, one about 6 rows up, and then I'll move over.
I'm Anthony Hill from Crosby. It's not a Michael Meadowcroft love-in session, but I was recruited by Michael in 1960. And I think the thing that inspired me at the time, that people who stood up as liberals then, they were proud to be liberals, and they put forward their liberalism with passion. We hear an awful lot about details of policy. If you've got the 3 Ps, principles, passion and pride, that's the way we can put the party back where it should be. And then, of course, the thing that inspired the party then were the vast numbers of young liberals. The young liberal membership was greater than the party membership then. And now, looking around this room, this conference, the fact there are so many young people, I think is the hope for the party. I live with hope.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any more? I can't see any more hands here, so we'll move over here. So there are 2 at this end, about 4 or 5 rows back, and then the gentleman in the blue jumper here. So keep your hands up. The gentleman with the glasses on the aisle, and then the row behind you, and then row in front.
Thank you. Neil Lewis from City of Chester. I think liberalism is alive in this room. I think we are doing liberalism right here. I think that liberalism is a process. It's how we do things, just not where we wish to go. It's like we are a river rather than a reservoir, that things pass through us, that we identify bottlenecks, that we tackle those. We seek out injustices, we tackle those. We seek out vested interests, we tackle those too. I don't think we'll ever reach a point when we stop. That's the key thing. This is something that's ongoing, and that's why liberalism is a process.
Thank you. Gentleman right behind you.
Thanks. Steve Lambert from Aylesbury in Buckinghamshire. Looking at it from the other end, it's great to see so many young people in here, but speaking as somebody who has now reached middle age, I'm also conscious of old age coming towards me and the opportunities that are there for people to continue to contribute to society and be part of building a liberal Britain based on their life experiences. One of the things we have in here is about improving people's lives. And while we have individual policies that deal with individual things like deprivation of liberties and or health and adult social care, we are facing a massive crisis in this country. If we can enable more people that are able to live full and healthy, active lives in their older age, then we really free up a liberal Britain.
Thank you very much. And a couple of rows in front of you, the gentleman in the blue pullover. And then.
David Murray from the Ludlow constituency. Equality and opportunity is important, and education is the key to it. I have a colleague from Lichfield who worked for the Design Council, he worked for the Business Link Network, he worked for the Manufacturing Advisory Service, but he was inspired to go in for teaching. And I gave him a reference to go and do a teaching qualification, which he did, and he went to a school where he was given the remedial class to work with. And these were people who were lowest in maths and attainment and what have you. Now, he worked with those people, he really inspired them, and they came up with the best examination results, higher than the top stream. Were the school delighted with his performance and inspiring him to do more? No, they were furious that it had shown up shortcomings in their own teaching and the other members of staff. Now, if we want to encourage equality of opportunity, I mean, he's gone out of teaching now, back into business advisory services, but where they exist and where they haven't been wiped out by the government. But the Liberal Democrats need to create an award for inspiring teaching, a national award to represent and encourage.
Thanks very much. Great. And the lady in the row in front of you. Yes.
Julie Perkson from the Berwick constituency. I actually just stuck my hand up because I'm a woman, and there's not a lot of women sticking their hands up, and I believe in equality of opportunity to speak, as well as every other sort of opportunity there is in life. So I don't really have a lot to say. Well, I always have a lot to say, but one of the big issues, I think, is confidence and self-belief, and doing that thing of getting out your inner rebel. I think it's really, really important, not just for us as Liberal Democrats, but for every single person who lives in this country. I have been spending a lot of my time since the election helping in schools, because there is so much opportunity out there. And it's such a shame when you see people who just won't put their hand up, and you know they have something valuable to say. So I just say, keep putting your hands up.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, I can see an immediate response because we have two hands up in the row just behind you. The lady with the white hair first.
Thanks. Helen Howell, Ludlow constituency. I put my hand up because I'm a woman too. The reason I'm pleased with what I heard this morning in the policy on money and what have you is that green things, the environment, was quite prominent. And that's the thing that I'm most passionate about. And I think one of the things is people's living conditions. And if we could encourage, a lot of the houses in this country were built pre-1930. If we're going to save energy, we're going to have to retrofit. We've got to improve their living conditions. So that's my main. something. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks very much. Can I see everybody else who'd like to contribute? We've got about 10 minutes more, so I'd like to try and get all of you in. I think we might be able to. Yep, it's tricky to see sometimes. Okay, so there is 2 here in the front, and then I'll move over that way. Yeah.
Thank you. Spencer Haggard, Cambridge. In my liberal Britain, all concentrations of power will be made transparent and accountable, and the well-being of the least powerful will be privileged to enable everyone to be all they can be at every one of life's stages. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And right behind you.
Hi there, I'm John Walls from Reading. Just to talk a little bit about market freedoms and so on. I believe they are important. I work for Silicon Valley companies. I've got a chunk of sweat equity, as they call it. Hopefully it'll make me rich. So I'm all for that. But what I keep on noticing amongst my colleagues and in my industry is this idea that meritocracy is easy. And quite frankly, it's not. We have to be competitive, but you cannot tell me that the hiring practices of my industry hire on merit. Quite often the interview's done down in a sports bar over a beer. So I think it's really important to acknowledge, particularly for the young, aggressive men like me in the room, that the state does need to get involved, or at least political parties do get to get activist. There is a need for confidence, self-belief, education, all sorts of things that do not come as easily to us as they do for others.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's move over here a bit. There are 2 gentlemen in the 3rd row back in the centre block. There. Yeah, keep your hands up. Great.
Hi, Tom Thornhill, North Shropshire. I just want to mention something that Michael mentioned in passing. We're not a socialist party, but yet I think we must, in this document, note that something's gone very wrong with our capitalism. As young people going forward now, we know that we will be valued almost entirely upon what we earn. People will see how far we've come is reflected only in how much we earn. And I hope that in this policy document we will reflect that actually there is far more to life than that. As liberals, we look at people for who they are, not what they earn. Something's gone very wrong with our society, and I hope that this document, we reflect that, and going forward as Lib Dems, we play a part in really trying to teach children that there is far, far more to them than how much they earn when they grow up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And just past to your left. Yeah.
James Bailey, technically Cambridge, but kind of all over the place. I think the one sort of plea I would make of things I would like to have heard more of and haven't, is that as liberals, we are great at thinking about the individual, and that's something we should be incredibly proud of. But we also have to think about what the structures of the future are going to look like, both in business and in our societies and communities. The communities that people of my generation are involved in and are building do not run anymore street by street. They tend to run URL by URL. We are in a different world in how people run their social lives, and we can enable that more through government action. We can make better structures for people to run community-based businesses, and social communities, and build a very different looking Britain which will adapt to the needs of the 21st century better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so moving over here, we have 2 hands at the front.
Thanks. Neil Stockley, Bromley Borough. I think we're quite clear about our vision and our values. The trouble is, too often when we find them, we run away from them. We don't follow the arguments through to their logical conclusion. We've heard a lot today about decentralising and devolving power, but we haven't said enough in recent years about devolving economic power down to local communities and cities and communities and so forth. So, and likewise, we need to say more about breaking up large corporation, supporting challenger brands and new kind of financial institutions. On equality, we need to analyse much more rigorously the causes of inequality in the modern economy that we embrace so much. I think we've got a big job to do there, and we have some difficult decisions to make, especially in the area of taxation.
Great, thank you. And just behind you, I think.
Yes, thank you. Roger Putnam, West Cumbria. A slightly different slant, if you like.
I suspect that the UK is probably one of the most generous countries in the world, with all its faults, and I'm astonished at the amount of strong voluntary work that goes on right across the voluntary and charity sectors. People give of their time, their effort, their energy, their money, on an astonishing scale, and I think this is an enormously helpful aspect. Our charitable and voluntary sector in this country is still very strong, although in some ways threatened. And I think a strong charitable and voluntary sector is central to a good liberal society. So that what I would ask the party to do is to examine ways in which it can encourage, support, recognise, reward in some ways perhaps, the voluntary and the charitable sector for the great work that they do. What they're basically doing is helping people, members of our society, to help themselves and helping them to help others.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, there's a lady right down at the front on the far end, I think. Yes.
Juliet Macapela, and what I would like to see in the party is inclusivity, personal-centered approach, and an area where every single person has we are being encouraged to bring in good ideas, but a civics education package which can be taken across the country. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any hands over in that block? Yes, there's a gentleman in the third row, I think.
Yes, I'm a liberal geriatrician, and the height of my enablement is to enable people to go home to live in loneliness. I'm proud of that, but not very. We allow people to live in hopelessness. I'm not very proud of that. The language of jobs is the language of economics. It's not the language of human beings. And I would like a liberal society to commit to purpose as something that it would wish everyone to own.
Great, thank you very much. So, any more hands over in the far block while the microphone's over there? No, can't see any. Okay, any in the centre? Yes, a lady 5 rows back, I think, and then we'll come over to you.
Yeah, my name's Trish Duro. I'm from Ellesmere Port and Neston in the northwest. It's a slightly different tack. I just want us to be very careful of the message that we put out with our vision. Given the feedback on the general election, the review made very clearly that it was a mistake to change our message very late in the campaign from to the crossroads image. And so key words are very, very important. And I'd like to know that beyond this group, when you actually get something like the vision written down, that you test it with focus groups outside of the members, because we have a target ward in Neston where we work very hard and we can't get any resonance with the community. They're just going to vote Labour, and it's got to be the message. The message, the key words, they're very important. And so you need to take a wider view. Once you've got something that you think that's the message, you need to know how is it going to resonate with people, because we want to win something. It's got to go beyond the party. We want to get a seat at least on Cheshire West Council.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really good point. Okay, so lady, so 2 more. The lady back. Oh, okay, we'll start at the front, you, and then go 5 rows back, 6 rows back.
Hello, I'm Barbara Pearce from Nottingham, and I have no doubt at all that out of all this debate will come a paper that we will be proud of. I'm certain of that. So that's not what I want to talk about. I think that it's what we do with that, and it touches a little bit on the last 2 speakers. I would like to see the Liberal Democrats being radical in the way they approach the public. For example, how about public forums on different things? They happen within council areas, but it would be really good if we could see something more radical, this sort of discussion, this sort of debate, that allows members of the public to join in and to become liberal by association. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. And about 6 rows back on the aisle, and that will be our last intervener. I think I've called almost everyone.
Sarah Noble Calderdale, and basically I'd like to see an end to these policies that create Fortress Britain, as it were, where we're just saying no to everyone else who isn't British. We should be opening our arms to people from Europe, people outside Europe. We should be saying no to Fortress Britain and no to Fortress Europe, but for a liberal Britain to be part of a world community where we are proud to be internationalists. The country is proud to be internationalist.
That's great. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, our time's almost up, so I'm just going to ask Jim to sum up. Not quite every comment, maybe.
No hard task to sum up all of that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come. Thank you for speaking. A special thanks to all of our volunteers. This has been an entirely volunteer process. They put hours and hours of their time in. And because this is just the start of what we're doing, if I have anything to do with it, you're all going to put hours and hours in after this. So thank you to all of you. A quick round of applause for them, if that's okay. So we've learned a lot today. We've learned about what we need to build liberal Britain. We know that we need action. We know that we need the savvy of Silicon Valley. We know that we need the progressive values of entrepreneurs. We've learned from Michael that we definitely do not require any hose pipes under any circumstances. We've learned that liberal Britain would be human. We've learned that it would put people first, that it would enable us all to live the lives that we choose. It would liberate human talent. These are all your words. And it would address the causes of inequality. What I've heard listening to you all today is that though we may be divided on labels and we may be divided on methods, we might be divided on the way that we want to go, but what we all have in common is the place that we're trying to get to. We want to build a liberal Britain where everybody counts, where we're in it together, where no one gets left behind. So thank you very much for contributing so far, but what happens next? Well, unless all of us in this room help get your liberal Britain to the people who are not at conference, the same old thing will happen. Those of us on the Agenda 2020 committee will get together in a room and we will do our very best to write an inspirational, accessible message that gets liberal values across to the electorate. But if we're able to hear from the thousands of members who have contributions just like yours, we'll be able to write a much, much, much better paper. This is about you guys reaching out to the party, you in this room, really you, because it's about people asking each other in person. Emails don't do anything. People asking each other in person. So what can you do? You can replicate this event in your local party. It doesn't need to be this big. You need 3 or more people and a few of our answer cards. Sit together, talk through those answer cards, and then fill them out as individuals and post them to us. And every single contribution will be read by the Agenda 2020 group. Or you can get online and you can answer those same contributions online. If you've got a group of 10 or more people, we'll get 3 or 4 of them to stand up and do what we've been doing and to speak about their visions. But unless you have those group meetings in your local areas or in your AOs or SAOs, people are unlikely to get involved. So please, please, please do that. If you need any help on running those events, just go to our website or go and find Emma, who was one of our speakers, who's sitting just here at the front, and she can give you everything that you need to run an event. There's a couple of other things as well. This is about people influencing each other, so another key place to do that is Lib Dem Voice. Lib Dem Voice are running a series of your answers to the question, what would a liberal Britain look like? 500 words, email to voice@liberalvoice.org, and we will also publish it on the Liberal Britain website. Key to this process as well is the consultation document Agenda 2020 have produced. Please read through it. It's only 18,000 words long. They are all fascinating, I promise you. And send in your answers. The email address is in that report. We founded Your Liberal Britain because we knew this needed to happen. We're all volunteers. We've done this in our own time. We knew that the party needed to have a restatement of its values. We could either wait for someone else to do it, or we could just get on with it and take responsibility. We need everyone in the room to do the same. If we want the whole party to write this vision statement together, we need to take responsibility, and we need to just get on with it. So thank you. and go. Go get on
Thank
with
you
it.
very much, Jim.
Thank you.
I should say thank you to Jim and his colleagues, who are all, I think, new party members, for coming up with the Your Liberal Britain initiative, which we basically co-opted as part of the Agenda 2020 process. I hope you like the format. It's been a bit different from our normal consultative session, but I think it's worked well. Thank you all again. Thank you to Jim, and the conference session starts properly in 7 minutes' time. Thank you.
Conference, good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. The first session this afternoon will be party business, item F8, and followed in this session by item F9 also. F8 is the report of the Federal Executive. May I ask Baroness Brinton to stand by? For the benefit of first-time attendees, I will very briefly outline how this session will be conducted. After the report is formally moved by Baroness Brinton, President of the Liberal Democrats, she will take questions about the report as found on page 12 in your conference daily. The person asking each question is allowed one supplementary. So please may I ask Mick Taylor, Alistair McGregor, Sarah Noble, Gareth Epps and Jenny Rigg to make their way over to the intervention mic. And I now call Baroness Brinton, President of the Liberal Democrats, to move the report of the Federal Executive.
Good afternoon, Conference, and thank you very much. The Federal Executive has been working considerably harder than in other years, partly because we've had the governance review and the general election review, as well as the aftermath of a general election with reorganisations in staff and obviously a whole string of other things, including losing short money and Cranbourne money. So there's been a whole string of things that have meant that FE has had a large amount on its plate. But the report today in front of you starts with one of the most important things that we need to get right, which is our regulations about elections. And when we voted for OMOV, one member, one vote, for coming to conference, our chair of the Federal Appeals Panel said we also had to change our committee election regulations in case there's a by-election between now and the end of the year. So immediately after the Federal Executive report, there are some proposed changes to the committee election regulations, which are moved as part of this report. As they're regulations, they're not constitutional changes, so we can do it that way. We also have the leadership and presidential election regulations. The regulations that we have at the moment say that within 6 months of a leadership election, you must review those, and we're doing so for the presidential elections as well. And you can see here we're suggesting that pro tem, we adopt the current leadership and presidential election regulations, but we have a working group who is looking at them slowly in real time, because to try and review regulations in a general election year is probably not the brightest thing that we could have done. But of course, we always obey our constitution and regulations. So more of that when we come back in the autumn. The general election review you will have seen, I hope, on Lib Dem Voice. We've put up, I think, the most comprehensive report to members and therefore to the wider world. And I just want to say, it's coming up in the questions in a minute, but I do want to say to you that the Federal Executive is going to be following through on the recommendations. We have an action plan. We're going to be clear about which bit of the party has got to introduce which recommendations, and we're going to be monitoring to make sure it happens, because it's not all Federal Executive work. And obviously some of it too is to do with the headquarters. And then the governance review at 6 o'clock tonight. There's the consultation session on the governance review consultation paper number 2, and I hope you'll come to that. If you can't, we would very much welcome contributions from you. Please do email me at president@libdems.org.uk on some of the questions. You don't have to answer all of them, but any of the issues that we outline that you want us to think about. And then we will come back in the autumn with new proposals about the way we govern ourselves. It's not just new bits of the Constitution, it's much, much more than that. And that will include things like, do we need to look at the diversity of our committees, not just about candidates, which we're debating tomorrow, and do we need to change the way our federal committees work? So I do hope that you will make your contribution. There's also in here, the last report in the pack, a Federal Appeals Panel pack, a report which normally comes once a year to the autumn conference. And my apologies, myself and my aide, Chris Adams, were new, and David Allworthy, who used to, as the compliance officer, always compile them, had been off sick for some time, and we and the chair of the Federal Appeals Panel missed a trick. So my apologies, this is a delayed report. The chair of the Federal Appeals Panel is not here today. If you have any questions on it, please do, again, email me and we'll pass them back. But there will be a report and the ability to ask questions of the chair of the Federal Appeals Panel at the autumn conference. So I'd like now to formally move the Federal Executive Report and the report of the Federal Appeals Panel.
Thank you, Sal. And we'll move to the first question. Sal, I think we're going to take questions 1, 2, and 3 together because they all refer to elections. And so could Mick Taylor please ask his supplementary?
No, hang on. I answer first, and then they ask a supplementary.
Sorry, after Sal has responded.
Sorry, Mick. Telepathy is... we know each other, but I don't think it's quite that good yet. Mick, I'm very grateful for your question, and also for Alistair for your 2, because they do cover a lot of the same territory. I know they're not quite the same. And I just want to start by saying what I ended with in the other report on the general election review. Absolutely, the Federal Executive is clear and was clear when we went into writing or getting the CCC, the Campaign and Communications Committee, to do the general election review, that unlike previous reviews, it was not going to sit on a shelf and get dusty. So we've picked up many of the recommendations from the 2014 election review and incorporated them into the recommendations for the general election review. There'll be an action plan, and we will report back in various ways in due course to you as members, some of it by Lib Dem Voice, some of it in reports to conference and other ways as well. Now, the point that Mick raises in his question C about the review of the party's central office functions, yes, it has done, and I presume you wrote this, Mick, after you saw the report, but we have been pretty blunt in private in Federal Executive about where and how the party managed to get it seriously wrong. And if we don't learn from those mistakes, we probably won't have a party left in the future. So we are very, very aware of that. The final question, the FE has asked, and we've talked obviously to the Federal Finance and Administration Committee, who also would normally deal with HQ move. We've talked to the Chief Exec, and we've talked to some of our sister organisations. We've talked to ALDC about whether it would be sensible to move some functions there. Certainly at the moment, with a very reduced staff, we think it is not sensible to have a move, and certainly also with major changes in the reorganisation. But we did discuss it. We aren't at the moment planning to reopen it. On Alistair's question on candidates, given the recommendations in the general election review, Federal Executive asked the English candidates chair to come to a meeting to talk to us about the timetable, and we have indeed been concerned, but we are mindful that we can't do everything in one go, and the problem of being a federal party is that we are bound by the state responsibilities, and the state parties have responsibility at the moment for the timetable for selection of candidates. I think Federal Executive would support Alistair's implied suggestion that we should have moved ahead with this, and I'm sorry personally that it hasn't happened.
Please go ahead with your supplementary.
Yes. I think, Sal, I'm grateful for the responses you've given, but can we put a time scale on some of this? Because what I'm worried about is that, we've got some very important elections coming up in May, we've got some very important referendum coming up in June, and then we'll be at party conference, and, I don't want it to go on beyond that. So can you give us a timetable for the changes? Thank you.
One of the things we're doing at the moment is drawing up an action plan with timetables against each of the recommendations, because if you look at that report, some of the recommendations are very quick and easy to achieve, and others are longer burns. So, for example, some of the things that we need to do once the bulk of our general election candidates are in place, it would be silly to have signed those off now. But what we will have is a timetable that sets that out, and we will come back, and I will make sure that in the report to each of the conferences, future conferences, we report on the ones that have been actioned, and as I said before, we'll certainly put them up elsewhere. Believe me, I am absolutely clear, and I know the whole of the Federal Executive is with me. We are not intending for things to get dropped this time, and noses will be held to grindstones to make sure it happens.
Go ahead, Alistair.
Thank you. Thank you, Sal. I will add the problems with the English State Party not selecting candidates for the European elections to the extremely long list of problems I have with the English Party already. The question does then run into the governance review, and moving ahead, can you assure me that you will look at removing that responsibility from the English Party and delegating it to the English regions, and, if at all possible, abolishing the English State Party on the way through?
I can give you no guarantees at all, Alistair, because it's not my decision and it's not the Federal Executive's decision. It is your decision, and that's why we are taking time to consult, because we are proposing in the governance review, for example, that some of the candidates' responsibilities at the highest level are taken up to a federal level, but that we don't remove the state party responsibilities. We're also suggesting in there that for the English party, the regions play a stronger part in the state parties, which I think would achieve some of your things. But that's not up to me. You will be voting on that or whatever you say to us through the consultation over the next few months.
Thank you. We'll move on to question 4.
Right. Thank you for your question, Sarah. All complaints are taken on their merits and therefore taken seriously. They're logged by the pastoral care officer to identify if there are any trends, for example, the type of topic causing a complaint, perhaps the same person being complained about, or the same person making complaints as well, which might make the situation very complex. The pastoral care officer reports back on trends, not on detail, to the Federal Executive, because it is, of course, important that these cases are kept confidential. She absolutely does not report back on individuals or any identifying information. So when a person makes a complaint, it's assessed to identify who or where is the best place for that complaint to be addressed. When it's identified by the person charged with addressing the complaint, third parties are used, the complaint that third parties are using the complaint system to make vexatious complaints in order to continue harassment, then the complaint is not pursued and the complainant is informed why. I have to say that very few complaints fall into this category, although we have had a handful.
Sarah, please ask your supplementary.
Basically, my supplementary is what assistance can the party, especially FE, give to members of the party who have been harassed on the basis of political activism, often political activism on behalf of the party or its aims and values?
Well, I think it's fair to say that the introduction of the pastoral care officer and the wonderful Jeanne Tarrant, who has done a wonderful job, has actually changed the way we've been dealing with these issues. But it's not up to one person in the party to make it happen. And it's really important that we all stand up for others when we see them being bullied and harassed. And I absolutely take Sarah's point that if any of us see anything like that, we should be the ones to step in and say, and I am pleased to say that recently I've noticed more and more of that happening, with other people saying they're concerned about somebody else's treatment of another member. And I think we are moving in the right direction. But we must not rest on our laurels. Having a pastoral care officer within the party is not going to solve everything. We have to all play our part.
Question 5.
Gareth, thank you. I just wanted to say four brief points to try and counter your statement that decisions were made in complete isolation about the staff restructure before the general election review first came out. Well, first, it wasn't taken in isolation. Both myself and James Girling were talking to Tim Gordon and to his directors as the information was coming in and it was becoming clear about some of the major issues. So we wanted to make sure that we were informing that review. But obviously, there were a string of things that we needed to watch out for. You won't be surprised to hear me say that following the general election, there were substantial financial pressures in place. Had we not done the reorganisation in the autumn, we would have ended up in the position that we were in 2010, when larger amounts of staff were made redundant because we just didn't have the money to pay them. Now, this time, under Tim Gordon's leadership, we actually managed to avoid that for 4 or 5 months and settle down and have some considered time for a staff reorganisation. And the other thing that we were very mindful at the federal executive level was we did not want a staff reorganisation to happen in the run-up to the London, Scottish and Welsh elections or the year of the European referendum. And if I can say to you that the new staffing structure, one of the key things to making it work, and I know it's early days, but I'm encouraged, is that we are making sure that project teams are set up when things cross departments. Certainly when we were in the old headquarters of Cowley Street, it was possible to live not just in silos, but in your office rooms and never see anybody else. One of the benefits of the open plan office that isn't the case. That's now being extended further to set up project teams to make sure that all the different departments talk to each other.
Gareth, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, Sal, you tempt me into reminiscing about those rooms in Cowley Street, but I shan't. I accept what you say, particularly in terms of the report not being taken in isolation, but looking to the future, given we know that one of the key areas of concern in the General Election Review was the failure to implement the findings of previous reviews, particularly 2014, can you reassure us that there are now accountable staff members responsible for the implementation of the review and that that's cascaded down into performance objectives? Because that seems to be critical.
That is absolutely part of the work that the Federal Executive is doing with the action plan. The action plan would be completely useless if it didn't have both the party bodies responsible for delivering it and the staff responsible for delivering it. The Chief Executive has been left in absolutely no uncertain terms about the will of the Federal Executive on this, and he and his team will be checked by Federal Executive, as will other parts of the party that have to deliver the recommendations to make sure things happen.
Thank you. Can we have question 6 now, please?
Jenny, thank you for your question. The Federal Executive didn't start with this motion, the diverse MPs motion. We suddenly realised that a minimum of 3 other diverse MP motions were being drafted. And I heard about the Joint State Candidates Committee and about the Diversity Engagement Group and a couple of individuals. And at that point, I'm afraid I pulled rank and said it would be much better to get all the party bodies together, as many as we could that this affected, and get them to talk to each other. So the specific answer to Jenny's question is that there were 3 of us talking to different parts of the party. There was Daisy Cooper, who is on the Diversity Engagement Group, Prue Bray, who is on the Joint State Candidates Committee, and myself on FE. And between us, we covered the state parties, we covered the state candidates committees, we covered the Diversity Engagement Group, we covered the Ethnic Minority Lib Dems, Lib Dem Women, LGBT+, and the Lib Dem Disability Association. And that's one of the reasons that the motion is so comprehensive. They saw it at least twice in the drafting stages, and then they were given the chance to sign it off. Whether they agreed with it or not, they were given the chance to see the final version. And I have to tell you that I was on about version 78 of the motion by that stage. So we tried to be as facilitative as possible. Jenny.
Jenny, do ask your supplementary.
Thank you, Sal. I just want to congratulate you on taking on board some of the stuff that has been said at previous consultative sessions about nothing about us without us. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sal, for answering all those questions fully. We're now going to take 2 votes. The first vote will be on the FE report as moved by Baroness Brinton. Please can I see hands in favour of accepting the report? And may I see hands in favour of rejecting the report? Thank you. That's clearly accepted. The second vote will be on whether to approve the new committee election regulations as laid out in Conference Daily. Please can I see a show of hands, people who would like to accept the regulations? And anyone who is not happy with them? Okay, that's clearly carried. Now going to move on to F9. Just want to draw conference's attention to the note on page 14, which says that really, due to factors beyond the control of conference committee, there will be an opportunity to ask questions on both last year's report and this year's report at Autumn Conference 2016, and that's a report on the appointment of the Federal Appeals Panel. The report of the Federal Appeals Panel. We're going to move on to F9, appointment of the Federal Appeals Panel, and before we move on to taking votes on the individual nominees, I'd like to ask Julie Perkson to come up to make a speech, as Julie has put in a request to reject the report. Is Julie here? Thank you.
I was just flicking through this, and one of the key debates we're going to have is tomorrow on all women shortlists and diversity. And I don't know if you've noticed, but maybe more women have than men. I don't know, maybe that's an assumption that shouldn't be made. There's a list here of people. Now, the only thing I can really tell about these people is probably whether they're a man or a woman. We only have 3 out of 9 as women. And I know these jobs are difficult to recruit to. They are very onerous on people's time and money, and we rely on volunteers. But then so is the rest of Lib Dem work, pretty much. And we're trying to actually achieve equality in other areas, and we have inequality in our Federal Appeals Panel, if we go with this. So I'm sure every single one of these people will do a great job, but I would like to see a more equal representation of women in the panel, especially because I think it's sort of the ultimate panel. If there are major issues with sexism, we only have 3 women who could possibly make up any panel. And given that lots of us know each other, then the chances are that group will be narrowed down even further. So for that reason, I cannot support this panel.
Thank you, Julie. Sal, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Julie, and you were not alone in being concerned. Just to make it clear to you, we're on page 46 of your agenda, and there's a group of people who are being proposed for reappointment who are currently serving on the Federal Appeals Panel, and there are 2 women out of 5. The names that the Federal Executive were asked to support, because there are 4 vacancies, appear below that. And it is true that only one of them is a woman, but we were also very clear we needed a BAME representative on there as well, and Giles Bailey happens to be BAME, but you can't tell by his name. And as Julie said, the only thing that is clear is gender divide on these names, and I'm afraid I can't speak for some of the other diversity strands, but FE was clear we should not have an appeals panel that did not have a BAME representative on it. So I would ask you to bear with us, and I will take the message back, certainly both to the Federal Executive, but also to the appeals panel, that they really need to think more proactively. But I'm also going to challenge you, Conference, because if we're going to talk about diversity on our committees, there is no reason why that diversity shouldn't appear on the Federal Appeals Panel in the future, and have reserved places, a percentage of places for women and reserved places for men, and for the other diversity strands as well.
Great, thank you. We're now going to move on to vote on each individual nominee. The first one will be for the reappointment of the following of the members to a second 5-year term of office. Please can I see a show of hands for Judy Broadway? Okay, I think that's clearly carried. Alan Masters? Please put your cards up nice and high and with the voting side facing me. Thank you very much. Paul Roberts? Thank you. Alan Sherwell? Thank you. And Monica White? Thank you. And now to confirm the appointment of the new members to the panel. William Charnley? Thank you. Catherine Smart? Thank you. Giles Bailey? Thank you. And lastly, Ian Jolly? Thank you very much. Can I thank Baroness Brinton and all the people who asked questions. I'd now like to hand the chair over to Chris Mains, and may I thank my aide, John Ball, and my hall aide, Paul Tilsley.
Conference, as Chair of the London region, it is my pleasure to introduce a woman whose work in our capital city is inspirational to many, many communities. As one independent London commentator remarked last week after a hustings, with a forensic understanding of London-wide issues, she could easily step straight into the role of Mayor for London. Of course, we've known that for years, and that's why we're all tweeting #CarolineCan to tell the rest of London what a brilliant campaigner she is. Please welcome to the stage the Mayor for London, our candidate for Mayor for London, the leader of the Liberal Democrats in London, Caroline Pidgeon.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Conference, for that warm welcome. This is a particularly significant day for me. It's the first day this year that I've left London, and it's my last day anywhere outside the M25 for the next 8 weeks. But, you know, that's just fine by me. I spent the last year serving Londoners on the London Assembly, and in that time I've seen 2 mayors come and go, and I've held 4 different Metropolitan Police Commissioners to account. I know my way around City Hall, and I'm proud now to be leading our Liberal Democrat team in the mayoral and assembly elections. Because I really believe we are the party which shares Londoners' values. In the 2 decades I've been campaigning in the capital, I've seen our city change. It's more tolerant, more diverse, more liberal. One of my proudest moments was seeing our capital and our country put on those fantastic London Olympic and Paralympic Games in 2012. London on parade as a world-class city, delivering the greatest show on earth. Yet to hear some of the Euro outers banging their drums in recent weeks, you'd think that London's great pitfall is that it is somehow too attractive, too culturally vibrant, too economically successful, that the sunlit uplands lie behind us, not in front. And now we have the spectacle of London's mayor joining their gloomy ranks. Well, you know, in the past few weeks, Boris Johnson has come under fire in the media for his self-serving calculations, as if that's something new. Some of these journalists, gosh, they're late to the party. You know, for 8 long years, I've seen Boris staring vainly into the mirror at his own ambition. Or sometimes, you know, he goes up to the top floor of City Hall to squint into a telescope trained on number 10, hoping to see his own star rise. All of that is wasted time. Charged with the huge privilege of running our world's greatest city, he has squandered the chance to make a difference. Not bold enough on new housing, not active enough on expanding and improving our transport system, and not nearly vigilant enough on violent crime. The result? We're now reaching a point where for too many people, our city just doesn't work. A point where working in London is no guarantee of affording to live in London, and where just getting to work each day is an ordeal, where young lives are cruelly lost to the tragedy of knife crime. We just cannot go on like this. It's my job, it's our job, to offer Londoners a fresh start. And for me, the way our city works is personal. Like so many Londoners, I've had to balance work and family. As a mother to a young son, I know all about the pressures on parents and the need to improve childcare in our city. And I know firsthand what it's like to worry about school places. I've worked part-time, so I felt in my own pocket the way that the London fare system treats those earning least. And I've been a campaigner on housing for decades, first working to improve homes for local people as a councillor in my home borough of Southwark, and now pressing for more affordable homes, both to rent and to buy, across the whole of London. You know, with that combination of personal and political experience, I'm proud that, without question, ours is the strongest set of policy ideas of any of the parties in this election. Only we, the London Liberal Democrats, have a costed, credible plan to build 50,000 council homes in the next 4 years. Only we, the London Liberal Democrats, will build 150,000 further homes to rent or buy. That's 200,000 families in 200,000 new homes under the Liberal Democrats. And our practical plan will see us set up a state-of-the-art construction academy, skilling up the workforce and drafting Londoners to the great Olympic effort of building these homes. And to make sure we deliver, we'll set up a London housing company to do the building. Why? Because the hard truth is the private sector is only building half the homes London needs. So as Liberals, we're not scared to roll up our sleeves when the market isn't working. I won't look any Londoner in the eye and say their hopes of a home should hang on the bottom line of a developer's balance sheet. So just as social reformers got on and built the homes that Britain needed in the 20th century, we Lib Dems will deliver them in the 21st. Now, another area of a life in London over which the Mayor has so much chance to make a difference is on transport. And I've been overwhelmed by the response from Londoners to my plans for easing overcrowding on the tube and overground systems. I'm offering half-price fares by 7:30 in the morning. It means a real saving for those people who rise with the lark to make our city tick, the cleaners, the caretakers, the teachers, the nurses. But it will also encourage travel earlier in the day and spread demand across the morning. Pounds in the savings tin for those who travel early, and fewer of us in the sardine tin at rush hour. No wonder it even has the backing of the Evening Standard. And I won't rest at just reforming fares. Every day as I campaign with Lib Dem teams in London, whether it's in Richmond or Romford, Hampstead or Bromley, people tell me just how overcrowded and unreliable their rail services are. So I'm campaigning to sack the likes of South West Trains, Southern Railways, South Eastern and Thameslink from day one of my mayoralty. You know, they've let down Londoners for too long, and just like so many of their trains, their departure is long overdue. And as Mayor, I'd push forward investment in London's infrastructure, getting the second Crossrail link from south to north fully underway. And crucially, I'll make the route really connect parts of London which have been left off the tube map for too long. I'm backing our Liberal Democrat teams from Haringey in the north to Streatham in the south, campaigning for new stations where they'll really make a difference. And in Sutton, we're campaigning to connect the borough with Croydon's tram link, easing local congestion and bringing up to 10,000 new jobs to the area. And in Southwark, we deliver on Simon Hughes' huge campaign to bring the Bakerloo line down the Old Kent Road. You know, taken together, our plans amount to nothing short of a rail revolution for London, and only the Liberal Democrats will deliver it. These are all big ideas, but I've learnt one thing in my years of campaigning. It's that ideas are no use without a team to communicate them. And the biggest part of that team is you. Whether you've come to this conference from Cumbria or Cornwall, from Kingston or Kilburn, I hope you'll come out and campaign in London in the next 8 weeks. And campaigning with me isn't just campaigning for me. We're running one big united campaign for the mayoralty and for the London Assembly. And you know, the Assembly is a part of London's government where we've always punched above our weight, where we've shown that Lib Dems are the party of ideas in London and the party which gets things done. And that's why I'm determined this campaign will see more Lib Dem Assembly members elected to stand up for every community in London. And I'm proud that more Lib Dem votes in London this year will mean a London Assembly team led by 3 women Liberal Democrats, with Emily Davey, our resident housing rights expert, and Merlene Emerson, a community champion who will be the first Chinese member of the London Assembly. You know, Emily, Merlene and I are really lucky to be working with a strong, diverse team of candidates all across London. Their hard work and knowledge of every corner of our city is the engine of our election campaign. Please give them all a really big round of applause. Thank you. You know, we're leading the way with 1/3 of our candidates coming from the BME communities, and more than half of us are women. It's the kind of group that we want to return in this election. And it's the kind of parliamentary party we must have in the House of Commons after 2020. And in the past few weeks, I've done what seems like dozens of hustings with the men who are my rivals for mayor. And I tell you, our Assembly team, they would have them for breakfast. You know, take Sadiq Khan, the worst combination of old and new Labour you'll ever find. You know, old Labour instincts on finance, new Labour instincts on consistency. He plays a sort of policy hokey-cokey. When he was a Labour minister, Heathrow's 3rd runway was in. Today it's out. At the general election, a mansion tax was an essential measure for social justice. In this election, he said, it's bad for London. And during his selection campaign, the Garden Bridge was a white elephant. Now, apparently, it's an architectural icon. With a record like that, he'll have to wear flip-flops to work at City Hall. And Conference, you know, the mayor's job is not one for someone whose views change with the wind. We've got so used to having a mayor who dangles from zip wires and dines out on dishevelment that you might forget the buck for our capital safety stops at City Hall. Since 2008, violent crime in London has soared by an astonishing 66%. It's a shocking statistic, and all too often it has a very real, crushed, devastated human face. I've met too many families whose lives have been shattered by knife crime. Sometimes the deaths are violent accidents, tragedies which wouldn't have happened if only young people didn't carry knives, believing they bring protection. And that's why I'll use every ounce of influence Liberal Democrats gain at City Hall to bring in our programme of work in schools, to dissuade people from carrying these lethal weapons, and in so doing, to put a stop to these pointless, needless, dreadful deaths. And alongside these education programmes, London also needs more police on our streets. So I can announce today that London Liberal Democrats have worked up a costed plan to put 3,000 new police officers at London's crime hotspots. They'll concentrate on the transport network where all too many tragedies occur. They'll tackle and deter violent crime. And they'll keep our streets safe and our young people safe. And together we'll turn around that catastrophic legacy of soaring violence in our capital. 3,000 new police officers for London only under the Liberal Democrats. So I've said a lot this afternoon, too much probably, about Boris. But what about the next Eton boy? Well, the hard truth is that Zach Goldsmith's stance on Europe just confirms he has given up. He surely knows that London can't afford an anti-European mayor. Frankly, I think he's found campaigning to be just a little bit like hard work. You know, I've watched him lose heart and lose interest. So as he sits back on his laurels, he slips back in the polls. And that leaves the race wide open. You know, I offer Londoners something different. A woman with real experience of City Hall. And in this with all my heart, not to be something, but to do something for Londoners. You know, to deliver the homes and the transport plans I've set out, to cut knife crime and save lives on our streets. And there's more. We'll reduce congestion and air pollution with a ban on lorries at peak times and a new congestion zone around Heathrow. We'll stop airport expansion in its tracks and we'll help people balance work and family life with more wraparound childcare. You know, that's our compelling offer to London in May. But you only have to turn on the TV or even to listen to the gossip in the bar of this conference to know that this is no ordinary time to fight an election. As the true party of internationalism, as the true party of Europe, we Liberal Democrats rightly see June's referendum as the fight of our lives. So it's vital we get out there now, together with our strong platform for London to remain a leading European and world city. And as we knock on those doors, we will find among our voters those who share our strong pro-European values, who, like us, refuse to be beaten by the siren voices of nationalism, who, like us, are inspired and impassioned by the promise of an open, peaceful and enduring Europe. With your help and with Londoners' votes, we Liberal Democrats can keep UKIP firmly out of City Hall and Britain firmly in the European Union. Let's show Londoners that this mayoral election is not about Titanic egos slugging it out. This EU referendum is not some rung on one man's political ladder. Both contests are bigger. They're about the kind of city we can build and the kind of country we want to live in. Let these battles be joined. A fresh start, full time in the mayoral chair. A diverse London Assembly team embracing London's place in the world. 3,000 new police on our streets, a rail revolution to connect every corner of the capital, the affordable homes a generation demands. In short, a liberal London leading Britain and a liberal Britain leading Europe. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Caroline. As Tim's just said, that was awesome. Just remember, Caroline can. Thank you very much.
Welcome, conference. Welcome to the Q&A session with the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Tim Farron, who is already on stage, so there's no need to applaud him as he walks up. This session's going to be in similar format that we've used in the past. So we've had a large number of questions submitted. I've chosen a few. We're going to get through as many of them as we can. Basically, I'm going to ask a question. Tim will give an answer. The person who submitted the question will then get the opportunity to ask a supplementary question from the microphone that is over to my right, your left. So if that person makes their way over there during the answer, then we can get in as many questions as possible. And then I'm going to invite Tim to take a couple, 2 or 3 questions from the hall on the same subject area from people who just raise their hands. If Tim chooses you, could you please just wait for the roving mics to reach you? So, Tim, the first question is from Tony Harris from Newbury, and it reads, what initiatives are underway to attract young people into the Liberal Democrats and to develop young people who have already joined us?
Great question. I thought, first of all, last night was stunning, and the speakers who were at the rally, me aside, were absolutely staggering. It's a reminder that you have to, I think, physically go out of your way to give young people the opportunity to demonstrate their talent, their confidence, and to give others the confidence to know that they can join too. It's an obvious thing to say, but in getting behind the work of Liberal youth, in our campuses and across society, that's a critical thing, strategically important for us as a party. Our resources may not be vast, but we're doing what we can to make sure that we give disproportionate help in that area. What I must say is that whilst we must focus on a clear problem, a clear challenge for British society today, which is growing generational inequality, and a government that is clearly very brutal about that, taking away housing benefit from young people, attacking opportunities for young people from a variety of different backgrounds, taking away bursaries for student nurses, attacking maintenance grants for poorer students. We rightly should call the government out on those things and campaign hard on them. But I'm bound to say that I got involved in politics as a Liberal when I was 16, and it's a little bit of a reminder to me that it's a bit patronising, or it would be patronising, for us to think that young people are only interested in young people's issues. The reality is that whilst the turnout in the last election for the youngest bracket of voters from 18 to 24 was only a little bit more than 1 in 3. The reality is that when you speak to young people, it's not because they're not interested in politics. What they are looking for, maybe what the whole of society is looking for, but in particular young people, is for a party and for politicians to get them in their gut and to talk to them about the issues that move them and inspire them. And so I won't do it in a contrived way, but I will and we should be talking to people of all ages, but recognising that young people are a particular target for us, about those things that will move them, about the future, about climate change, about tackling housing, not because it is something that is a kind of a detailed nitty-gritty issue, but because it matters to them individually. It's about injustice, generational unfairness, and indeed, yes, talking to what I think young people believe are British values, standing up for those people the most desperate in the world. Young people are tech savvy, they are media savvy, they may not get their news from sitting down watching the 10 o'clock programmes in the evening, but by golly, they get their news, and what do you see as the number one subject week in, week out? It is the plight of millions of people across this country, across the world, and 1 million of them in Europe, desperate refugees. They want to hear a party who will speak to their hearts, to their guts, and stand up for those desperate people. We will win young people and develop young people by speaking from the gut.
Yep, thank you. Tony, do you have a supplementary question?
Where is he?
No.
I heard a no. So I can take a couple of supplementaries or a couple of follow-ups, is that right?
On youth issues.
On youth issues, okay. Yes. And there's the second question is just the lady there with her hand up. I'm pointing. There's a gentleman with a very nice green top Behind him. You don't have your hands up, that's fine. But if we can start there, yeah.
Janet Berridge from Bromley. I've just been into town to have a bite of lunch, and the waitress and waiter asked what I was doing in York. Was I just visiting? And I said, no, I'm here for a conference. Oh, what conference? So I said, Liberal Democrat conference. And they said, oh, we didn't know there was one on. And I said, well, places like this, host these things from time to time. And I said, are you not interested in politics? And they said, oh, no. They're all the same. The answer we get all the time. But what struck me about what they said afterwards was not so much politics turns them off, it's behaviour of politicians. And that was the one thing that this young waiter said. He said, they behave like children in Parliament. I wouldn't vote for any of them because of the behaviour. What can you do to show young people that grown-up people in Parliament should be behaving better when they're trying to work out the problems of this country and the rest of the world?
Great question. With your permission, Chair, shall I take the second question now, assuming it's of a similar area? Yeah, go for it.
Hi, I'm Emily, and I'm registered in Brent, but I'm Treasurer of UEA Lib Dems, so I'm campaigning on the ground with students. And the main issue we keep coming across is still the tuition fees. And I know it was a long time ago, but it's still an issue, and it's still being thrown back in our faces. And I was wondering what your plan was to recover from that.
They're both wonderful questions. Let's start with the first. I think, it's a bit of a cliche that everybody looks at Prime Minister's Question Time because that's really what they're talking about, and says that turns everybody off politics. I think a lot of people tune in because of Prime Minister's Question Time. Doesn't mean it's good, though. And my sense is that there's a great phrase, pretty much any quote that you can think of, if you can't remember who said it, it was probably Mark Twain. I think this was Mark Twain. He said, there's nothing so disillusions the voter than backing the winning candidate. In fact, actually, if you stretch it out, if you stretch it out, nothing disillusions the voter than observing a winning candidate. The sense that people disappoint when they get into power. Now, because that is what people expect, because that's what people expect, if you confound that by the things that you do, it will be noticed. And in a sense, the essence of community politics is about confounding people's expectations about politicians. Because if you're the kind of person, whether you're the leader of the party, whether you're a parish councillor, whatever it is that you do for our party, or an aspirant parish councillor, then if you demonstrate on the ground that you are somebody who makes promises and delivers upon them, that you do those things, you are immersed in your community, then you will be rewarded because people expect so much less. And in terms of bringing young people in, so a little stat for you, I'm very proud of, although in one sense it is shameful. The only constituency in mainland Britain at the last general election where more than half of the under 24-year-olds voted was Westmoreland. And I'm proud of that, and I don't think it's an accident. I think it's because we engage with young people in a completely deliberate way, in a non-patronising way. I do my football kickabout surgeries. We make sure that our use of social media is not patronising. It's about having an open ear rather than an open gob. And that sort of stuff is massively significant. So I think community politics is the answer to so many things. As long as you understand what community politics is, it's about engaging with people in their communities where they are, listening and doing. And that's where I think you demonstrate a good side to politics. And that is in part the answer to the second question, which is a really powerful one. My observation, for what it's worth, for you, obviously, you're getting it all the time at UEA. I sense from one step removed from the student population, or several steps removed maybe these days, is that it's not as bad as it was. That there is a sense that the issue kind of declines in significance as the years go on, but it's still going to be thrown back at us for some time. My sense is that you don't, at the time, we had this conversation at the time, but at the time, my concern over tuition fees as an issue was not so much the substance of the fees issue. You could argue that in different ways. It was the issue of trust. One makes a promise, one should keep it. And that is what has damaged us. The point is, So we should have a robust and good and progressive policy on student financial support. That is absolutely vital. And we're right to oppose maintenance grant cuts, reminding people that it was us who got them there in the first place. But I don't think you tackle the problem of trust by returning back to that issue and trying to undo it in some way. I think you deal with trust by demonstrating that you take the right and bold position on several issues. I don't want refugees to be my answer to every question today. But if you pick an issue where, 70% of the electorate and 90% of the media think you're utterly wrong, but you do it because it is right in principle, because it moves you in your gut and in your soul and you want to make a difference, if you do that, people think, by golly, that was brave. I'll have a piece of that. And all I want to do is recognise that what worked for this party, not in a contrived way, but an inspirational and principled way in the late 80s, early 90s under Paddy Ashdown, when he picked issues like the plight of Hong Kong refugees, for example, or the Hong Kong citizens who were potentially could have been affected massively by China's takeover of Hong Kong just a year or so following the Tiananmen Square outrage. If you pick those issues that are challenging to the establishment, that are principled, that's the way to restore trust. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm going to take a couple of questions together now because they're sort of linked. One's from Kieran Marshall and the other one's from John Cochrane. Kieran's is, in order to advance the pursuit of liberal ideas, is there a possibility of forming a cross-party liberal group in Westminster? Mm-hmm. And the second question from John is, do you think the Labour leader's view on proportional representation extends beyond a manifesto commitment for 2020 to include joining an electoral pact for proportional representation? Right. Well, now then, people often hear me say that I think Jeremy Corbyn is a perfectly nice man, even a gent, and I won't have any time with people sort of slagging him off on a personal basis. We'll leave that to Tory MPs and Labour MPs. Most of my interaction with Jeremy Corbyn, of course, was in the years 2005, 2010, when he was always in our lobby and not voting with his party. But I do like the guy. I think that we mustn't get too excited about any perceived shift in the Labour position on electoral reform. You have to look at their track record, or many of us, me to an extent included, in the run up to 1997, thought this is it, Tony Blair, he's going to bring in a form of proportional representation. He worked closely with Roy Jenkins, he got a majority, and I'm afraid he let his mentor, Lord Jenkins, down, and he let all of us who want reform down. We had an opportunity, 5 years ago, to get some worthwhile incremental electoral reform under AV, and the Labour Party pretty much bottled it and refused to get involved. And so I don't think you can expect the bringing about of electoral reform in this country to happen with anything other than the Liberal Democrats taking the lead, first of all. But we should, and we will, and I am, working with others from all parties to try and bring about a situation where we can have some kind of cross-party, cross-community, shared policy, maybe, if we can get there. Maybe not a million miles away from what happened in Scotland in the mid-1990s. That would be something I'd love to see happen again. I am working on it. Expect us to take the lead, but I'll not be precious about it only being us. There being a liberal grouping, look, I think if you look at the Labour Party, it is split between, oppositionalist socialists and liberals. The Tory party split between nationalists and some liberals. I'm going to make a bold suggestion, and that is that people who are liberals should join the Liberals. So I very much hope, as we go forward and try to build a movement which can take on the Tories in a serious and credible fashion, that our party will be the gathering point for Liberals from all perspectives. And that is something I hope to see develop in the years to come. Yep, thank you. Have either John or Kieran got a supplementary?
Yes, I'm John Cochrane. Do you think the Liberal Democrat Party are themselves ready for an electoral pact with Labour and other PR-supportive parties?
So for all sorts of reasons, I think an electoral pact is something that I would not support. I think Two reasons. I actually just think it will be electorally massively damaging to us. But secondly, and more importantly, we are an independent party. And much as I respect and want to work with other people, because I think it's important to see the best in others, even in other parties, and I'm a pluralist and want to respect what the electorate say, when it comes to elections, we must proudly stand on our record and fight for liberalism.
How do you plan on attracting Liberals from all the different parties across the political spectrum to our party?
Right, it's a great question. I mean, I think let's start with the kind of things we've been doing at this conference already. The cannabis motion earlier on, so fantastically proposed by Norman and supported almost unanimously by people here, is an indication of a party that takes evidence seriously, that is grown up about the issues and comes up with plans that are bold and brave and says things that others will not dare to do. So you start off by attracting Liberals to our party, by being liberal. And that is something we should obviously continue to do and take heart from how we managed to get positive coverage, I think, from what we've done so far. In terms of bringing others to us, the reality is we need to grow and be credible as a force in order to bring to us. It's a bit like gravity, you know. We need to be bigger to attract more to us. And the reality is our most likely way of doing that is, yes, making sure we punch above our weight on a national level, we puff our chests out and we take the position that we want to be in on a national level. But our rebuild, our recovery will be about community politics. It will be about grassroots rebuild, about picking a ward and winning it. You may be in a constituency or a borough where we have no councillors. Make sure you get one. Maybe you got half a dozen. Make sure you get a dozen. You may be on 15. You make sure you take control. Because the reality is that what works across a full target constituency in a general election or in a by-election, anybody can do that in one ward. Anybody can do that. So our ability to attract Liberals to us means being bigger and stronger ourselves so we can do that. And that starts at the grassroots.
Thank you. I think we've had a couple of questions on that subject area, so I think maybe we'll move on to another subject area
sure,
and then take some more questions from the floor shortly. So the next question is from Hugh Melville from North Dorset. The Tories gave us a kicking in the rural shires recently and are now decimating rural local government. Is this an opportunity for us?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go, next question. I mean, look, you've set out, I think, in many ways, the things the Conservatives are doing. Just to be very clear, the underfunding of local government in rural areas is even more damaging because of lack of economy of scale than in urban areas. I see myself the underfunding of rural transport, which means that communities, particularly communities that are poorer and older, find communication and travel to work, travel to social services and other kind of facilities that are available for people, just not possible. Affordable housing, which is a massive issue in rural areas where the divergence between incomes and availability of affordable housing is greater than certainly anywhere outside of London. And we see, for example, the threats that we have to, for example, rural schools as the Conservatives begin to pinch the funding available for our education system. Now, I would say, just perhaps following on from the previous set of questions, that we very often find it frustrating that politics, certainly under first past the post, is so binary, utterly frustrating. But when it works for you, let's make it work for you. Because my view is, generally speaking, as an MP for a broadly rural constituency, as somebody who wants to see our fight back on the national level, absolutely, including front and centre, the rebirth of liberalism in the West Country. To make sure we do that is to recognise that politics there can be binary. I don't want to be too simplistic about this, but I'm going to be anyway. There are kind of two parties in this country that understand the countryside. One is on the side of the people who own it, the other is on the side of the people who live and work there, and the second is us. And we must stand up for everybody. Everybody in rural Britain who believes it is wrong to be told what to do from Westminster and from Whitehall and to see the atrophying of the services they depend upon. And nowhere is that more important in this coming 14 weeks than when it comes to the farming community, by the way. Because without going into vast detail, if you want to see the end overnight of livestock and dairy farming in this country, you withdraw from the European Union. And it's absolutely critical that we realise there is a transactional relationship with Europe as well as the lofty right and international one, which is about underpinning the farmers that underpin our countryside, which underpin our economy.
It's been suggested, Tim, that we should legislate to protect rural rights, that we should have a rural bill of rights, in fact, to stop government being able to discriminate against rural areas in funding and government support. What do you think of that idea?
Well, I certainly think that rural communities tend to get a very, very tough deal. I think that one of the problems we have is the disadvantage and the poverty that there is in rural areas is more hidden. And indeed, so you'll find lots and lots of expensive properties in my constituency, but 1 in 6 properties in my patch is a second home, lived in by somebody who's got plenty of money who can afford 2, 3 or 4 of them. And so that kind of disguises the reality of those areas. And so very often urban areas will get compensation rightly for their disadvantage, but those areas of rural Britain that are disadvantaged will not get that. And you look at a community, I can think of Elterwater in my patch. You can't think of any more. Well, very few places more beautiful than Elterwater. 86% of the houses there are not lived in. And you look what that means for the community who live there. What's it like to grow old in Elterwater with few bus services, nobody else around? Frankly, an increasingly dead community, no post office, and obviously the loss of other services as well. What we need, I guess, is for Westminster and Whitehall to get that life in rural Britain, it can be beautiful, it can be wonderful. I would love to live nowhere else than the place that I live, but it's far more challenging than civil servants in Whitehall assume.
Do you want to take a couple of questions on rural issues?
Can I just comment?
Oh, sorry, it's your go.
That's quite all right. I'm used to being ignored.
Oh, no.
Val Keats from the Oval constituency and a member of South Somerset District Council. It's not all doom and gloom for rural councils. I would point out that we actually retain control of South Somerset District Council. Thank you. Only just. Only just. We do need the independents, but they're quite nice chappies. I think there are major issues for rural communities. You're quite right. We've got 1 large town, 3 market towns. I was going to say small market towns.
Could you give a question, please? I'll push for time.
Sorry. What else can we do in seats where we lost our wonderful sitting MP, but we've just about retained the council? We've got county council elections next year. What else can we do in rural communities to stop the flood?
So I think that my experience from having been in the West Country and talking to lots of local parties and indeed communities beyond the local party where we lost a member of parliament was that we lost despite our MP and we lost despite our campaigning. And the one thing that would be awful is that the lesson we learned from last May is that all our campaigning and the community politics that we did do somehow didn't work. The reality is that sometimes even the tallest mountain can get deluged by a tsunami. And that is what happened last May. Now, that's not to say that we don't do anything differently, because as I will perhaps say tomorrow, I think there's a sense in which over these last 20 years, we've let go, we've maybe disdained in some respects, the community politics that built us up to where we were. And what I am determined we do is we relearn all those lessons. We relearn how you engage with communities. And I will tell you, one of the reasons we won Westmoreland and Lonsdale in 2005 was after quite a battle within the local party. And I'm sure some of my colleagues from Westmoreland here will forgive me if I say this. Before I could win Westmoreland and Lonsdale, before I could beat the Tories, I had to beat the Liberal Democrats. I had to beat them, if you like, in a contest of understanding in a rural community, even one that includes half the Lake District and a large chunk of the Yorkshire Dales. You can still fight and campaign as rigorously and as intensively and as much volume as you do in a Southwark, in a Hazel Grove, in a Carshalton and Wallington. It's entirely possible to do that. And it's understanding within your group, within the local party, those people who want to see a Liberal Democrat MP re-elected for Yeovil in this particular case and across the West Country, understanding that you have to really want that. And to want that, you've got to deserve that. And that is about serving your people year in, year out. Let us become born-again community politicians.
I am actually going to move on. We've got a large number of questions to get through. The next question is from Des Lloyd. Would you agree that one way to create national wealth is by matching the subjects and skills taught in schools with the needs of businesses and industry, and that this should be reflected in the national curriculum?
I certainly think that we should be elevating the role of vocational education. We should be tackling the great snobbery in British society and in British education that creates a kind of binary divide between what is considered to be the academic and the vocational. We should mix that up from day one in all of our children's school lives. I also think we should be teaching children and young people that their education doesn't stop the minute they leave school or formal education, and that adult education, continuing education, professional development is something which is essential throughout your lives. We should be not seeing apprenticeships as just something that is for early in one's life, but something you could return to when you're my age or older. Those things are absolutely critical. What I wouldn't like is for us to construct our national curriculum entirely on the basis of what we think will just work for business and the economy. I want to educate people to be rounded. And I would agree, actually, that we should listen to business, small business, innovative business, those people with great new ideas when we're constructing our curriculum, perhaps more than we do now. But if I had one group of people that I'd love our Secretary of State to Education to listen to more than she currently does, that would be teachers. That would be teachers.
I have time to take a couple of questions from the hall on education.
Great. Yes, an energetic hand there.
From South East Cambridgeshire, sorry.
Right.
Pauline Wilson from South East Cambridgeshire. I'd like to see in schools more education about bringing up children, running a household and a budget. I think it's very important. Gone are the days like myself being one of 8 children where you saw your mother bringing up children and you learnt that way. I think it's very important. Young mums and not quite knowing what to do. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a reasonable question. I think, you need to have the education for the society in which you live in, to complement what happens in the home, and indeed, let's be honest, sometimes compensate for what may not happen in the home, to make sure you have equality, everybody having equal chances, understanding their responsibilities as they get older. Perhaps one of the issues with, personal debt becoming such a problem in the last 20 or 30 years, and again, that is potentially mitigated by having proper education on the ground and looking at PSHE in that particular sense. I was actually quizzing my 10-year-old about this on Thursday morning about, we said we do PSHE on a Thursday. I said, well, what do you do in PSHE? And he was talking to me about the kind of stuff which is, I think many people who, shall we say, read popular tabloids who think PSHE is a terrible, terrible thing, will actually be quite lifted and encouraged to hear, what is being taught. And it is about life skills. It's about understanding that you are an individual, you have responsibilities, you have duties, and it's about how you look after yourself, your money, how you deal with relationships, how you relate to other people, and how you accept that you are not just an individual, you are most definitely part of a society.
No, there are no more hands?
Well, yes, I can take one more if there is one. There's a couple there. Yes, a gentleman just there with the red jumper. Scarlet or something. There you go.
Daniel Khan from York.
Hiya.
Hi.
Thanks for having us.
I just wondered, lately, well, for a long time, but it's been accelerated, the attack on FE colleges. And FE colleges are really the heartbeat of a lot of the local community in terms of adult education, vocational skills. And what is the Lib Dem policy in terms of how are we going to try to attack the government on what is clearly a wrong direction?
Oh, yes. I mean, if there is one area of education the Conservatives understand even less than all the others, It is further education. And I say, so I did my A-levels at a big tertiary FE college in Leyland in Lancashire, which did everything, absolutely everything. And I got a sense then of what a wonderfully diverse opportunity that further education colleges, not just sixth form colleges, but further education colleges provide vocationally, academically, for retraining, for adult education. And having left university myself, my first job, first 4 years of my working life, I worked in adult and continuing education. And amongst the things that I understood from that time is that, yes, it's incredibly important that in a formalised vocational sense that we make sure we give people new skills, we retrain them, but we need to understand that adult and continuing education is about more than just training people for a job, though that is part of it. One of the things I had to do was to, within the rules, I should emphasise, Chair, but I used to spend those 4 years trying to find ways of add assessment to courses just that the students wouldn't notice, just so we could get funded. Because the reality is, unless you tick a box, unless you are able to kind of meet a kind of Whitehall straitjacket of what counts as adult and continuing education, you get no money for it. What about somebody who is 65 who wants to learn a different language? About people who want to make sure that they use education as a way to keep going, to keep bright, to keep alert. People want to learn skills throughout their life that are maybe soft skills, not necessarily hard for jobs. I want to make sure we have an adult and continuing education centre that is core funded and not always chasing whatever the whim of the particular government of the day happens to be.
Thank you. The next question is from Rabbi Martins, and it's, I welcome your commitment and drive to push for gender balance in Parliament, but when will you start to do something similar to speed up BAME representation?
Yeah. I mean, it's an absolutely critical question. I mean, tomorrow at the diversity debate, there is an amendment, Amendment 2, which talks about what I would like this party to do, amongst other things, to ensure that we tackle that grave problem. So yes, none of our members of Parliament are women, but neither are any of them from a minority ethnic background, and that is equally appalling. Many of you will know, and Rabbi, I think you will certainly know, that the law permits us to only address formally, via any kind of restrictive way, if you like, those people who have the characteristics, female or disability. Other characteristics, we're not able to have, we don't by law have the same right to tackle that imbalance. So Amendment 2 tomorrow will commit us, alongside tackling the lack of balance in so many other ways, will commit us to campaigning to get the government to change its laws, its rules, so that we are able to tackle the inequality when it comes to BAME representation. That is critically important. But I think one thing that is worth saying is that I've always felt that when you're in a leadership position, you do the things that you can do first. You do things that are easy to do first, and then you struggle to do the things that are harder. You set an example. And actually, one of the things which is maybe underreported, so let's report it now. I am the first UK-wide party leader to have ever had a majority of shadow cabinet as women, and indeed to have a proportionate balance of BAME members of that group of spokespeople. I thought it was important from day one of my leadership that you set the tenor for how things should go from now on, because I can choose the people I have around me. I can choose the people I meet with and who advise me. I can make sure that group of people is diverse. I need to persuade you tomorrow to make sure that you allow us in another and more detailed way to make sure we have a more diverse range of candidates going forward. And I would not like at all for there to be any sense that gender balance or any other form of greater balance for our representations is done at the expense of anybody else. We need a large number of women, BAME, LGBT plus, people with disabilities, and people from different backgrounds. Otherwise, we will never look like the country we are determined to represent.
Thank you for the very full answer, Tim. The one thing that concerns me is, yes, that's all very good for elected office and for Parliament, but what can we as a party actually do to reflect the diversity? Because I feel, I don't know if you agree, that until we as a party begin to do more and look more like the communities we serve, particularly BME, than preaching to the regions and the branches and the selection committees that you should select more BME candidates is very hollow. What do you think?
Yeah, Rabi is a good point. I think we don't want to preach to the regions and the constituencies, but we do want to be determined that they step up to the mark. There are many ways in which I would wish to emulate Justin Trudeau. Better hair, for one thing. But winning a general election would be a second. But thirdly, and critically, would be in a meaningful, liberal and utterly effective way tackling the problem that his party had with diversity. And the real meat, if you like, the real volume of what we will be asking, I will be asking the party, this conference to do tomorrow, is to require the regions and the constituencies, to give them the responsibility and the duty, the ownership, the power to step up to the mark to demonstrate how they are going to do exactly what you have suggested. Because there are certain things that I can do as a leader, that Sal can do, that we can do from Westminster to make sure we have better balance, and I'm doing everything I can to make sure I can do those things I can directly affect. But we will never reach the goal that you quite rightly set for us, Rabbi, unless we as a party collectively own that from the grassroots up, and that is a real substance of tomorrow's motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. We're almost out of time, so I want to squeeze in just one more question, and that's from Philip Coulthard, but I apologise to Philip, we're not going to have time for a supplementary from him.
Sorry, Philip.
So his question is, the EU referendum media coverage is driven by fear and divide and rural politics. Yet little is said about what we mean by community. Would you agree that too much emphasis is put on what we can get out of the EU to meet our self-interest rather than what we should be putting in?
Yeah, I mentioned earlier on the kind of transactional arguments for being in the European Union. We put in X, we get Y back. I think in some respects it's very important to make that case. I mean, you get Nigel Farage coming out with the line that, was it £55 million a day it costs to be in the EU? That is absolute rubbish. I do recall being in the Ministry of Sound with Nick, not on a night out, sadly, but doing a prep for the Nick v Nigel debates a couple of years ago, and I was wearing my purple tie and being Nigel, and I came up with some of that stuff. I remember Nick being really concerned. How do we counter those stats? I said, Nick, don't worry, I just made them up. That's what Nige does, So it's important, actually, that we have real things to say. And so the transactional side of it is not unimportant. So let's be very clear. We are net contributors to the European Union. We are like 10 other rich and large nations within the EU that pay more in than we, in a direct sense, get out. And the balance is not the ridiculous amount that Farage sets out. It's actually it's a little more than 6 billion a year. So that's a lot less than 55 million a day. But here's the rub. £78 billion a year is the value to Britain of being in the single market. That is a massively good investment, even if you only look at it on the basis of transactional politics. What about looking at the thing that does most for business? Because I tell you what, there is nothing that is more a blessing, that is more supportive of business and the economy than peace. And the fact that this continent... The fact that this continent has, broadly speaking, been at peace for 70 years is something we put at risk at our absolute peril. Is that transactional? I don't know. It's uplifting to me. It's uplifting to me to think that we sit around the table at ministerial meetings with 27 countries, 10 or a dozen of which were behind the Iron Curtain only a generation ago with nuclear weapons pointed right here. I am absolutely determined that our campaign going forward in the referendum to the 23rd of June should be utterly positive, should be focused on getting out there the messages why being in the European Union is of massive value to us. We must learn lessons. We must learn lessons from the Scottish campaign 18 months ago. Because if all you do is tell people about the dangers and you don't set out the hope and the inspiration which came far too late in the referendum in Scotland, if you don't do that, then all you do is leave a bitter taste in the mouth afterwards should we be successful. I want this matter to be settled once and for all for a generation. And it will we will only do so if we are able to get out there not just the transactional messages, not just the security messages, but the messages of hope and optimism about the kind of Europe that we want to belong to, one that Britain is at the heart of.
Tim, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Lots of questions we haven't been able to get through, but on behalf of Conference, can I thank you very much for answering the questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Conference, before you all rush off, can I announce the result of the emergency motion ballot? And I'm pleased to say that the motion on Syria will be debated first thing tomorrow morning. Thank you all very much. Thank you for all the questions that have been submitted. I'd like to thank my aides, Mary and Gareth Epps, and I'd now like to hand over to the chair of the next session, James Girling. Thank you.
Hello, Conference. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes, but if those leaving could do so as quietly as they possibly can, that'd be really greatly appreciated. So if you could leave as quickly and quietly as you can, we'll start in a short while. Okay, I think we've got a lot of cards in on this debate, so I'm going to try and start this debate. If people can keep their voices down. This is the debate F12, Privacy and Security in a Digital Age. Can I ask Jackie Bell to stand by, please? And I now call Lord Paddock, Brian Paddock, to move the motion. Brian. Once more, just before Brian starts, please, everybody, please be quiet.
Conference, thank you very much indeed. I'm very grateful that there's been no substantive amendments to this motion. We are going to accept the drafting amendment, and that clearly the party is content with the approach that we're taking on this issue. Either that, or people have heard that my nickname is the Borg Queen and that resistance is futile. I want to use the time I have to explain one of the problems the police and the security services have, and the government's wholly unacceptable solution contained in the wholly unacceptable Investigatory Powers Bill. As I said in an earlier debate, I was a police officer for over 30 years, and I know from my professional experience how important it is for the police and the security services to have access to communications data if they suspect somebody of crime. Who made a call, to which number, where they were at the time, and when it was made. Phone companies have kept this information because they've had to keep that information so that they can bill you properly. Because if you call Aberdeen, it's going to cost you a lot less than if you call Adelaide, for example. And in the case of very serious crime and terrorism, provided they get a warrant from the Secretary of State, they can intercept the content of a call or a text message. The problem the police and the security services have is that increasingly people are using the internet to communicate instead of fixed line or cellular communication, mobile phones. Internet service providers don't need to keep information about what calls you're making because they don't need to, because if you use the internet, as you know, then it costs the same whether you call Aberdeen or Adelaide. So the Investigatory Powers Bill is going to ask internet service providers to keep information about every website visited, every app that was connected to the internet for every UK citizen for 12 months. That is a very, very large quantity of data. Of all that data ever created on Earth since the beginning of time, 98% of that data has been created in the last 2 years, and the amount of data is growing exponentially. Where is all that data going to be kept? Conservative, with a small c, estimates are that the hardware to store and analyse the data required by the bill is going to cost about £1 billion. Just think how many spies and police officers you could get for that money. And they will be able to access your web history without any judicial intervention. The police will be able to authorise the police, the security services will be able to authorise the security services to access that data. According to David Anderson, the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, no European country has such powers. And experts he's consulted in the United States of America and Canada say that such powers would be unconstitutional in those countries. But Conference, that is just the start of the problems for the police and the security services. Most messages and calls using the internet are encrypted. You cannot tell just by looking at every website and every app that was connected to the internet whether people have been communicating or not. My Facebook app on my phone is on all the time, and I very rarely use it to communicate with people. Without detailed analysis, really going into the content, and without the cooperation of Facebook, the police and the security services will have no idea what I have been doing on Facebook. Conference, the point I want to make is that the Investigatory Powers Bill provides the police and the security services with draconian powers, with inadequate oversight, that will seriously undermine our privacy and civil liberties. The only citizens who will be unaffected by the proposed bill are those people who never use a smartphone app, never use the internet, and never send an email. In addition to what I've been talking about, the government is seeking powers to force companies to unlock encryption without thinking if that company provides a key. Criminals and rogue states could also get access to that encryption key. They want powers to be able to see whatever is on your phone screen or on your computer screen without your knowledge, and they want to be able to intercept internet traffic in bulk. Don't worry, they say. If they're interested in reading your email that they've intercepted by means of a bulk collection, they will need a warrant from the Secretary of State if they want to read that email. The trouble is, foreign states are watching this country very carefully and what we're doing. And they are looking for precedents that we might set when it comes to making their own laws. Needless to say, if your email is intercepted by the Americans under bulk interception, they won't be ringing Theresa May to ask for her permission before they read it. Conference, we have all got to work together, politicians, the security services, the police, the IT industry, and communities, to keep people safe, without unjustifiably compromising our freedoms and our rights to privacy, which this Investigatory Powers Bill, as it is currently drafted, clearly does. We need a bill, but we don't need this one. This motion calls for necessary safeguards and protections to be put in place, for privacy to be at the heart of the bill, as the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament has called for, and for communities to work together to keep us safe. Conference, please support the motion.
Our next speaker will be Jack Bell, not Jackie Bell. So apologies for getting the name wrong initially. And can I ask Leo Evans, please, from Liverpool to stand by? So Jack Bell from Edinburgh West. I do apologise for calling your name wrongly, not for anything else.
Hello, Conference. This is my first time speaking, so I'm a bit nervous. If I look down, it's because I'm looking at my phone, which I've got written down what I want to say. I'm supporting this motion today because it's very important as Liberals to stand up for what's right. You may see that the government has lost its faith in idealism. Politicians in the past have been asking people to support them because they want to change the world for the better. Like when JFK said, "We shall go to the moon." But now, things are different, unfortunately. They're looking and asking us to give away our freedoms and civil liberties because they want to protect us in the name of security from evils. And when Russia gives asylum to Edward Snowden for exposing the mass surveillance by both Britain and America, you know that the West and Britain have to take one good look at themselves. When the British government wants to opt out of the European Convention of Human Rights, they want to leave the European Court of Human Rights, we're not setting a good example to the world. And if countries which they criticise in the European Court of Human Rights, like Russia and Turkey, are to take us seriously, we need to lead by example. So that's why I want you to support this motion.
Jack, thank you very much for that. Can I ask Zoe O'Connell to stand by? And I now call Leo Evans from Liverpool.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's great to finally see this motion discussed here at Lib Dem Conference because, frankly, there is no other political party that is talking about this. The Investigatory Powers Bill is being put through with very little opposition. And frankly, it's because everybody is too afraid to object. They all come out and they all peddle the same line, that if you've nothing to hide, you've nothing to fear. What a load of nonsense. They then like to back up that line, thank you, with this claim that we're not taking your content, we're just looking at metadata, as if that's supposed to reassure everybody. But metadata is highly personal. The entire point of metadata is the fact that you can identify who an individual is. So let's take the case of an email. Let's say an innocent person has been caught in this, and it happens every single day. The innocent person has sent an email. The metadata declares not only the time and the location of that email, but also their email address. Now, if, like me and everybody else in this room, you have your name in your email address, the security services have your full name already. It takes one Google search to be able to find who you are and what you're up to. This is misrepresenting the entire purpose of metadata. It is misrepresenting the entire purpose of this bill. This act and what is going through now is not about ensuring that everyone is safe and is put forward properly, because they're not. It's actually putting even more people at risk. It's ineffective and ineffectual. The truth is that this is a world where security services are seeing the internet and seeing a loss of control. So they are looking to regain that control, and they are doing it with even more draconian measures than they have ever done before. And putting metadata at the front of that is incredibly worrying. That's why I'm glad this is being debated here. That's why I'm glad this is here at conference, and I ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Rupert Moss-Eckhart to stand by? And I now call Zoe O'Connell from Cambridge.
Thank you. Conference. As a member of the Security and Liberty Working Group, it should come as no surprise to you that I would urge you to vote for this motion. Brian Paddock has already made the case for the motion very well. However, there are some points in relation to what the current government is saying, particularly in relation to metadata, that I would like to address. A couple of months ago, I was asked to speak as part of a Q&A panel on the Investigatory Powers Bill at the UK Network Operators Forum. The forum, in case it's not obvious, consists of the kind of people who run the internet. I spent over 10 years being one of those people who helped run the internet. I asked, who understands exactly what the limits of the powers that Theresa May is asking for are? Do you really know what data you are being asked to collect? Now, if you believe what we're being told, every hand in that room should have gone up, because we're repeatedly told over and over again that the engineers and people running the internet do understand this, and it will be absolutely fine. There's no problems with it whatsoever. Not one hand went up. Nobody really understands the technical limits of the sweeping powers that are being asked for by Theresa May. I think it's best summed up, the confusion and the perhaps deliberate confusion to get as much power as possible. Best summed up by a quote that's now infamous that comes from the draft Investigatory Powers Bill. And it says, data includes any information which is not data. Unsurprisingly, that's now quite infamous. Of course, we're told that it's only metadata that people are after, or internet connection records. We don't quite know what that means, but it sounds innocuous enough, so I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine. But really, it's not that obvious. I'm going to read you a direct quote now, and it's from an article written by a journalist called David Cole in the New York Review of Books, so it's not the Daily Mail, it's actually a reliable source, from 2014. And it reads as follows. As NSA General Counsel Stuart Baker has said, metadata absolutely tells you everything about somebody's life. If you have enough metadata, you don't really need content. When I quoted Baker at a recent debate at Johns Hopkins University, my opponent, General Michael Hayden, former director of the NSA and the CIA, called Baker's comment absolutely correct and raised him one, asserting, we kill people based on metadata. No other democratic country in the world gives such powers to its politicians to monitor and collect internet browsing history to this extent. The Tories and Labour are not going to oppose this. We must. Please vote for the motion. Thank you, Conference.
So, thank you very much. Can I ask Peter Hurst from Congleton to stand by? And I now call Rupert Moss-Eckhart from South East Cambridgeshire.
Good afternoon, Conference. I urge you to vote for the motion. I imagine there'll be very few people who say anything different. I come to you today as an information security consultant. I work for a large multinational, and we have a large number of customers with very special requirements. But today I want to talk to you specifically about Ed Snowden. There have been press reports over the last year or so which talk about how allegedly Ed Snowden's disclosures have threatened the lives of our operatives abroad, those working as spies and similar. And I find that quite interesting and hard to believe, but also the only person to blame for all that, or people, is the government. The information that Ed Snowden leaked about our people was given to an organisation that had useless security. That organisation was the National Security Agency. Clearly, their personnel security was poor, their physical security was poor, and their technical security was non-existent. If I design a system that allowed someone like Ed Snowden to take that much data away and not noticed, I would have resigned. I wouldn't have waited to be sacked. It is just rubbish. Now we're talking about large amounts of data, as Brian has said, and others, being given away to anyone who really wants to have a quick look without a warrant, without judicial oversight. If the NSA can't look after really important data, what hope do we have for the data they said isn't very important, and how on earth will they look after it for us? They won't. Vote for the motion.
Can I ask David Graham to stand by? And I now call Peter Hurst from Congleton.
Thank you, Chair. When I read this motion, Conference, I thought there was something missing from it. I like it. It's got lots of exhortations and things we want surveillance and control over what is put out there. But to me, privacy is a human rights issue. It's a civil liberty, and it's a personable thing. People get affected by this. And so what was missing, I thought, was the absence of any sanctions when however weak, however much people can infringe civil liberties, there will come a time when they break the law. And the reason I brought this card in was that there's nothing about the sanctions that should be there, because I think it's prevention that's going to work in this, and if people know that if they do infringe people's civil liberties, their human rights, and their privacy, then there will be severe financial penalties, and also, of course, exposure by being mentioned in the media. So I just felt there was a need for a little bit of balance in this motion, and that also, because it's a great campaigning policy, that we should also talk about people, because I think that's lacking from this motion. There's nothing about actual individuals being involved or people being affected. So although I will support the motion, I would hope that we will think about how we can protect people's human rights, because their privacy in an era where people know everything about us, there's CCTV cameras everywhere, drones flying over the air, people feel threatened. We must respect and protect, and as we are the people to do it, because nobody else will, protect these civil liberties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Martin Horwood, please, to stand by? And I now call David Graham from Barnet.
Thank you, Chair. Conference, I want to commend this motion to you, and I want to talk in particular about one particular aspect which is found at lines 47 and 48 of the motion, which is the requirement for there to be judicial authorization of surveillance which is independent, objective, and, quote, not confined by judicial review principles. The point here is that, as has been outlined by Lord Paddock, the data that can be accessed is potentially extremely sensitive information indeed. The powers in the draft investigatory powers bill are for a warrant for, quote, equipment interference. So in layman's terms, that is hacking. And what it can enable someone in the security services to access is to see what you were reading, what you were saying, potentially with an expectation of confidence. It can be information about your personal relationships. They can gain information potentially about business proprietary secrets and that kind of confidential information. So this is information which is being gathered without somebody's knowledge, which is potentially very personal and sensitive information. But we're told it's okay because there's going to be, quote, a double lock. And the double lock is, firstly, an authorization by a Secretary of State, and secondly, a review by, quote-unquote, judicial commissioners. Now, the judicial commissioners in the bill are supposed to have judicial review powers, and to explain what that means, the judicial review powers are powers to review a decision on the grounds that it's not a decision that the decision maker, the Secretary of State in this case, had the power to make. So either it's outside the scope of the Act, or it's something that no reasonable or rational decision maker would have made. So it's not a review as to whether or not the decision was in fact necessary and proportionate. It's purely, is it completely irrational or unreasonable to come to that view? It's said by promoters of the bill that in some cases the courts have interpreted judicial review to include a more stringent standard. Well, perhaps. But in human rights cases, the courts very often afford what they call a margin of appreciation to whatever the executive authorities believe to be right, and never more so than in cases of national security. So that there is a real concern that effectively the review of the decision is a very limited form of review. This contrasts, for instance, with obtaining a search warrant, which is done by magistrates, and the magistrates make the decision. Now, to give you examples of why it matters that the judicial authority decides who is right, whether it's a right decision and not just a reasonable decision. If we look at where there are appeals, we're looking at 40, 50, or 30% of cases where the decision is overturned on appeals, social security, planning, asylum appeals, and this decision, this bill would not allow a review of the merits of the decision. So for those reasons, I commend this motion to you.
David, thank you very much for that. Your first time speak and your first ever conference, so thank you. Can I ask Neil Lewis to stand by, please, from Chester? And now I'm great pleasure in calling Martin Horwood.
My mum told me it's rude to call people names, and it's a bit rude to call her a snooper. She analysed German and Japanese naval traffic at Bletchley Park during the Second World War. My father worked there too, helping to build the world's first programmable electronic computer, Colossus. They and more famous names like Alan Turing, Tommy Flowers, and Roy Jenkins are now widely regarded as heroes for helping to end the Second World War, potentially saving hundreds of thousands of lives. But we sometimes seem to forget that it's the same organisation that moved to Cheltenham, took a new name, GCHQ, and that has been winning secret victories for our freedom and liberty and safety ever since. Now, this motion is written with the best liberal instincts. It pushes at this secret world in defence of civil liberty and with a reasonable mistrust of state power. Good. That's what the Liberal Democrats are for, and we're right to call for even better oversight and scrutiny. But lines 51 and 52 just go too far for me, and James, you know I've requested a separate vote on that. They say that the interception and storage of internet traffic is a potential threat to our human rights. Well, true, although it's also potentially vital to the defence of human rights. But these lines go on to say that, therefore, even access to bulk data should only be allowed in response to specific intelligence of an identified serious threat. Conference, that's either meaningless or crazy. It's meaningless if by specific and identified they mean no more detail than in lines 26 to 29 of this very motion, where it specifically identifies Daesh as a serious sustained threat to the United Kingdom, so apparently justifying the bulk collection of internet data. But I suspect that's not what the drafters meant. I think they mean specific and identified, as in a particular plan or conspiracy to cause some special, specific kind of damage or death or terror. But then this wording is crazy, because it says that until that threat is identified, it won't allow the intelligence agencies access to the very data they would need to identify such a specific threat. If you're a trekker, Brian, it's illogical. Where else in this day and age do we think that kind of intelligence would come from? Daesh don't post it on their YouTube channel. Our intelligence agencies can't be expected to find damaging needles in haystacks if they're not even allowed to look at the haystack. We trust American multinationals to possess and process highly personal bulk data for profit on a huge scale. We trust ourselves, Conference, to download the entire electoral register for the United Kingdom without consent and append to it highly personal information about people's personal political beliefs. Are we really saying the only people who can't be trusted to have access to bulk data without an impossibly high bar to jump over are the very people who've been trying to keep us safe and our liberty intact for 70 years? Don't call Turing and Flowers and Jenkins heroes and then make their successors' work impossible. Please, if we can, delete those lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Mark Bradshaw from Havant to stand by? And before Neil speaks, I received that request for separate votes quite late in the process, and I have decided not to be calling you to make a separate vote decision on that line. So the motion will stand for your consideration as it is in the agenda. So Neil from the City of Chester, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name's Neil Lewis, and I joined the Liberal Democrats in May last year because I didn't want to see a liberal, open, transparent voice disappear from our public and our political life. And in the last 10 months, I've been busy, and you've chosen me to be your Police and Crime Commissioner for Cheshire candidate. I believe that's an election that we can win. Now, I know that police and crime commissioners are not hugely popular in this party, but I think this motion shows us why we want Liberal Democrats in that position. The Investigatory Powers Bill requires the creation of super large databases, which we've heard. So, big data, lots of people accessing with complicated rules. Has anyone ever clicked on one of those links inviting you to update your bank details or respond to a special offer? Well, that happens to 18% of staff in corporate organisations who understand IT. Therefore, there are genuine concerns about whether it's appropriate to collect and give access to this data, but equally whether such data can be kept safe and away from the increasingly powerful cyber gangs who are extremely well-resourced and very powerful. So, what is the recent track record of central government in developing complex database systems and sensitive data? Well, from the Ministry of Justice, we have a failing Track My Crime system, which is inappropriate and I believe will shortly be deleted, and certainly police forces don't want to use it. In the last 4 weeks, the Ministry of Justice has cancelled, at the cost of £21 million, its tracking software. And in addition, yesterday, if you saw it, there were serious failures of a DNA collection system, which mean that we're deleting DNA we shouldn't have and possibly collecting others that we should not have. What does this tell us? It tells us two things. First of all, you cannot solve a problem with technology unless you first understand that problem in detail. And we've had serious reservations about whether the industry understands it. Secondly, Tories don't get tech. They think that the solution is big-scale, big-bang solutions which constantly and consistently fail. As a digital entrepreneur, and I know there's many here, we know you solve problems by iterating from the ground up. On my phone, you will find everything about me, about my family, about my children, where I go and what I do. That puts me at risk of being ransomed. Ransom is the big new cybercrime that we need to tackle, and it's the one that will affect all of us and leaves us exposed. Yes, we must give powers to our police and security forces to keep us safe. That is essential. But if ever there was a time when we needed a liberal-minded oversight and leadership in the area of policing, privacy and security, it is now. If ever there was a time that it was to back your Liberal Democrat Police and Crime Commissioner, it is now, in the May election. And if ever there was a motion that needs your support, this is the one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Tony Harris from Newbury, please, to stand by? And before I ask Mark Bradshaw, can I ask if Nick Formsby is in the auditorium, and if he can make himself known to the speakers table on my left, your right. So our next speaker is Mark Bradshaw from Havant.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very much in favour of this motion, but I think I can bring a bit of a different perspective to it. I stood on this stage 2 years ago here in York and talked about the Digital Bill of Rights motion that we were proposing then, and I told you about my experience in suing Google. That's still an ongoing High Court case. It's been just over 3 years now. And what we're suing is a privacy matter concerning tracking of browser history. I won't bore you with the details, but what it does mean is that I've seen how very difficult it is and very expensive it is to bring cases of that nature where you think your privacy has been infringed. One thing that I'm pretty proud of is that our case has established what's called a new tort, which says that you now no longer have to have had a financial loss to bring a claim for damages, which means that if you think your privacy has infringed, Google argued that it was frivolous because there was no financial loss to us, but we had it upheld by the Supreme Court that you can now bring a case for damages. So our case in that respect is being seen as somewhat of a landmark case in privacy circles. Going back to the motion specifically, what it has also shown is that the legislation we have in this area about privacy protection, particularly when it comes to technology and data online, is so terribly out of date. And it's really frightening how technically incompetent both the legislation and the government that are trying to update it are. The Tories really have no idea what they're doing here. The Snoopers Charter, as we like to call it, it is very, very broad, very, very general, and as several of the previous speakers have said, it just makes no technical sense at all. If you speak to anyone who knows what it should be talking about, they'll argue it's completely unworkable in its current form. My view is that privacy and security legislation should really apply to both government and corporations equally. In an interview I had recently by the BBC for the news channel, Theresa May was also covered in the same piece, and when asked how this bill was going to protect us, she didn't answer the question in any technical terms. She simply waffled on about terrorists and paedophiles being terrible and how we have to stop them, which just proves she was asked a specifically technical question and she really has no technical knowledge. Google, in my experience, seem to think they're above the law and that our privacy is unimportant, and I'm doing what I can to fight that. We as Lib Dems need to make it clear to Theresa May that the same applies to her, and we will fight her for our privacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Sean Oxspring from Lincoln, Sleaford and North Hykeham to stand by? And I now call Tony Harris from Newbury. Tony, thank you.
It's a long way down from the gods. Good afternoon, Conference. It is now almost exactly 1 year since I spoke against aspects of our privacy and security policy at a spring conference. I was therefore surprised to be invited back to speak again. Obviously, this policy group are not afraid of the sight of blood. The good news, Conference, is that the current policy now appears to reflect a measured approach to both the protection of our security and our privacy in this digital age. That's not to say that the policy is perfect, but in my opinion, the items that need to be dealing with now are mainly drafting issues or technical issues to do with the current state of the art in communications, networking, and the internet. It is this latter item, Conference, that I want to address with you, coming to you with a 30-year background as a computer scientist and networking specialist. I refer, Conference, to item 4, lines 76 to 79, which seek to control the bulk collection of internet connection records. Now, we can see what the intent is here, Conference, and it is generally a good one. However, it is poorly drafted in its current form, difficult to implement technically, difficult to enforce generally, and more important, difficult to enforce and prosecute judicially. You see, Conference, when we wish to monitor an internet connection, say to an ISIS website or radical Facebook group or instructions for making a bomb, I'm sure you realize that the security services do not have a person watching every single one. Instead, they set hardware triggers which are linked to a particular internet address or group of addresses. Once a user pages those addresses, the trigger is activated and recording generally begins. The problem here, Conference, is that we're not talking one trigger being activated, but potentially many thousands every single second. These triggers are then stored or bulk collected and are then processed in slower time, either by intelligence or police officers or by further software analysis. I hope you can see the problem here, Conference. Officers may need to deal with thousands of connection records, some innocent, but others requiring follow-up. However, according to the strict interpretations of lines 76 to 79, item 4, they might be held to be in breach once the policy becomes law. We understand the intent. We want our security services to keep us safe. We want our security to be protected, but we need to make sure that our drafting is clear and recognizes what is technically feasible. Only then will we end up with legislation which is defensible, and that means that when our security services stand up to account in a court of law, that the law is absolutely 100% crystal clear. Therefore, Conference, I suggest that the Policy Committee need to take further technical evidence on lines 76 to 79, item 4, and to redraft. Therefore, Conference, I ask you to reject the motion as it stands, send it back for redrafting, and bring it back to Autumn Conference for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Can Finn Judge from York stand by? I now call Sean Oxspring to the podium.
Hello. This is my first conference, so this is the first time I'm going to be speaking. I'm going to have to decipher and decrypt the handwriting that I've put on this piece of paper because it's a bit of a mess. I'm going to start with a quote from Dennis Hughes of the FBI. The only secure computer is one that is unplugged, locked in a safe, and then buried 20 feet underground in a secret location. Whilst this might be a bit hyperbolic, it does show that security and internet security is really important. I grew up with the internet, and as a computer science teacher and a game developer now, I preach the importance of cybersecurity and ensuring strong encryption on a day-to-day basis. It kind of gets annoying to some of my students. We've even set up a cybersecurity club at my school where the students are learning to encrypt and decrypt data using a variety of different methods. Of course, this would probably terrify the current government, knowing that students are able to decrypt and encrypt information. The government, with one hand, say that they want new computer science in schools, they want kids learning how to code, and with the other hand, they go, hang on a minute, these kids could be potentially cyber criminals. And that drives me absolutely crazy because my students are really passionate about the subject. The current Tory government find the word encryption to be a scary one, a word that they don't understand, and as such, because they don't understand it, it's a bad thing. Encryption, wherever it's used, whenever you send an email, whenever you log onto a website, whenever you check your bank details online, it's a vital part of keeping people's details safe. Any encryption can be cracked with enough time, effort, and intelligence. So it's important that it remains secure and strong. It's amazing what information you can glean from data from the public. When the general election was around, my company created a small game where we looked at Twitter data, analysed it for sentiment, and then created a virtual Houses of Parliament where MPs came together and beat one another up in the centre. And within a few hours, we correctly identified who was going to win. It's surprising how much information you can get. So imagine being able to access private data and what predictions you can make from that. That terrifies me. Conference, we need to consider how uncomfortable the sacrificing of strong encryption for surveillance is, and how that could allow other people, potentially more unscrupulous than the current Tory government, to have access to our data. I urge you to vote for this motion.
Thank you very much. The speaker on standby, Finn Judge, has just notified me that they wish to withdraw their card. So I am going to go straight to the summation from Dr. Jenny Woods. Apologies for not giving you a little bit more notice, but I'm sure you've got something prepared for us on the basis that you're pretty certain you were going to be called.
Thank you very much, Chair. So let me start by thanking Brian for moving the motion so eloquently, and to all the contributors to today's debate. I'd also like to say a particular thank you to Lord Paul Strasburger, who remains the sole Liberal Democrat on the scrutiny panel examining this legislation. Thank you. He's been there from the Draft Communications Data Bill 3 years ago to the Investigatory Powers Bill today. So given all the arguments that we've heard against it, one might ask why there could be any desire at all to bring forward such a bill. And actually, it answers some of Martin's points, because a good piece of legislation would both protect those agents who work to protect us by providing them with a proper framework for their operations, as well as protecting the citizens of this country. The problem is that our existing laws around communications data are a real mess. They've been described by the government's independent reviewer of terrorism legislation as undemocratic, unnecessary, and in the long run, intolerable. We've seen things like laws which govern the use of telephone landlines being used to justify tapping into the webcams of innocent people. So in some ways, we should be grateful for the opportunity this bill brings, enabling all the laws that control surveillance capabilities to be brought together into one place and revised under democratic scrutiny. Indeed, it's the first time some of these powers have even been formally acknowledged. As Rupert pointed out, we can thank Edward Snowden for highlighting them. But we should not let this bill unquestioningly legitimise undemocratic state powers. As Brian set out, it covers a huge portfolio of potent and potentially dangerous powers, from communications interception, data retention, to equipment interference and computer network exploitation. As David said, we might describe that in more simple terms as state-sponsored hacking. We've had a great deal of contributions to the debate. Jack, our first-timer, described how the bill leads to giving up some of our freedoms in the name of security. Leo and Zoe both raised the dangers encapsulated within our metadata, the power of the information that can be gathered about a person from it. Peter Hurst made a call for humanity, for a call for redress when our agencies overstep the line, and to think about how this legislation affects people. Neil raised points about the technical difficulties and the safety of our data when it was collected. Mark also raised those. And Sean, thank you for talking about the importance of encryption. I love the idea that you're teaching kids how to do this at school. I'd like to come to some of your classes. It's so important for keeping us safe. And Tony, well, it's always a pleasure to answer you. Critical friends are very valuable. And your thoughts on drafting, and indeed Martin's thoughts on drafting, I'm sure we'll take those in to write a tighter paper at the end. So on the 1st of this month, the Home Office published the version of this bill which will be debated in Parliament. The second reading is next Tuesday. The final vote is at the end of April. It's a very rushed timetable for such a technical and far-reaching bill. Our motion sets out what we as Lib Dems would like to see in it. The citizens of a free and secure nation need to be able to communicate securely with each other, to carry out their business securely, and to feel confident in the agencies assigned to protect them. But this is not the legislation to meet that need. You do not make the state more secure by damaging the security of individuals within it. You do not increase the trust in security services by enabling them to watch citizens with no suspicion. You definitely do not increase trust in government by forcing through laws without time for proper scrutiny and debate. We Lib Dems held back the worst of this in government, but our loss last May means that the country lost our democratic line of defence. We can still, and we are still, fighting this in the Lords, and we can hope, perhaps, that the more liberal members of other parties will follow the lead that we took in government, standing against such intrusive state powers. So this time, Conference, I must ask you not just to vote for the motion, but to campaign for the motion, to raise awareness in the country and amongst all political parties, to stop this government unthinkingly passing laws that damage our security, our dignity, and our freedom. Thank you.
Jenny, thank you very much. We're now going to move to the vote, so if you could get your voting cards out and ready. And whilst you do so, can I just say that it's been a privilege to have so many people putting in cards for a first-time speaking opportunity on such a technical motion where normally you'd expect people to be intimidated perhaps by speaking at a conference on this sort of thing. So thank you to everybody who put them in and for those who we couldn't take in the end. So can I please see those in favour of this F12? Please show. Thank you very much. And those against? I see one or two, but that is overwhelmingly carried. Thank you very much, Conference. Can I thank my aides, Jenny and Sandra, and I now hand the chair over to Mary Reid for the next debate.
Conference, we're now moving on to some items of party business. Those of you who are leaving can do so quietly so that we can get through this in good time. We have 3 reports to consider. You will find as we go through that there have been some changes in the personnel who are reporting, but I'll introduce them at the time. Our first item is item F13, the report of the Diversity and Engagement Group, and I now call on Sal Brinton to present the report.
Colleagues, I want to start by giving you Baroness Meryl Hussein Etche's apologies. A very close member of her family was taken seriously ill, and it's obviously important that she is with her family today. And she wanted me to start by thanking Navnit Delakia, who she took over from in September, for his service to the party as the previous chair of the Diversity Engagement Group. And also to thank Vicky Booth, who was our diversity manager for some 5 years with the party, who has decided not to rejoin us after maternity leave. You can see the report in the booklet, Reports to Conference, and I won't go through all of it because time is very tight, but I did want to draw to your attention some of the things that have been happening more recently, including the planning for training days for BAME activists, inspiration days where candidates from diversity strands can go along just to find out what it might be like to stand for elected office and what that would entail, and then the work with regional diversity champions and encouraging local parties to develop their own diversity officers and diversity champions. In terms of facing outwards, DEG has had a forum with LGBT influencers and Tim Farron and LGBT+, the party body that looks after LGBT issues, just last month. The headquarters team is working with MPs and organisers in key held seats with the most diverse populations to try and develop practice, but also to capture the really good practice that's going on in some of those so that we can bottle it on and pass it through the party elsewhere. And then we're also developing links with a range of relevant external organisations, including the Patchwork Foundation, 3FF, Young Black Grads, and Islamic Relief. And the Patchwork Foundation are now, we are hosting some Patchwork Foundation seminars for young people at HQ. There's been 2 that I'm aware of. The next one is in 2 weeks' time, and then I think Norman Lamb is doing one in April. You should be receiving, if you're on the party's email circuit, a monthly diversity letter. And the member of staff who looks after all that is Lucille Kamar. When we met in the autumn, she had been seconded to help out the candidate's office, but she's now back full time. And so I want to conclude the report by thanking Lucille for her hard work and to say I understand there are no questions, in which case I formally move the Diversity and Engagement report to conference.
Thank you, Sal. And as you hear, there are no questions so far. So we move immediately to approve the report. Could all those of you in favour of approval please show? Thank you. And is anyone there against approving? No, I think that's NEMCON. Thank you very much. Next item, F14, is the report of the Campaign for Gender Balance, and I call Liz Leffman to present the report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference, and my apologies. I'm going to keep this very brief because I have been asked at the very last minute to speak in place of Candy Piercy, who wasn't able to be here this afternoon. I would also like, as Sal did, to thank very much both Vicky Booth and Lucille Kamar for all their help with the Campaign for Gender Balance. And also to say that we have successfully run a number of trainings over the past 12 months and also mentored a number of candidates, which is what we continue to do. And we will continue to do this. This is our remit. But I would like to say that actually, in the situation in which we find ourselves at the present time, when sadly we have no female MPs, I am hopeful that we will be able to take this to another stage. We will continue to mentor, we will continue to support with training, but we hope very much that the support will be given to the motion tomorrow morning, which the CGB and Liberal Democrat women are very much behind, CGB and LDW merged 18 months ago. I took over as chair of the merged organisation Liberal Democrat Women just a month ago, 2 months ago. And it is my personal intention to ensure that we change this situation and we change it for good, that we in future have a similar number of men and women in Parliament, but that we also see an increase in the number of women coming forward for selection. We will continue to support them as we always have. At the moment, we have just 26% of our parliamentary candidates who are women. We need to increase that dramatically, and we will ensure that as Liberal Democrat women, we are at the forefront of doing this. So I would like once again to thank everybody who's been involved in the campaign for gender balance over the years. I'd like to thank the former chair of Liberal Democrat Women and CGB, Ros Gordon, and I look forward very much to taking things forward as chair over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And once again, there are no questions on this report, so we move to approve it. Could all those who wish to approve the report please show? Thank you. And anybody who does not wish to approve it? No, once again, that's unanimous. Item 15, F15, is the report of the Federal Finance and Administration Committee, and I will ask Peter Dunphy to come to the stage to both present that report and to answer some questions that we do have on this one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Conference, I'll be very brief in introducing the written report which you have in front of me. There are just a couple of things worth mentioning. You'll see that 2015 was a relatively difficult year for the party in terms of fundraising and expenditure, after actually 2 very successful years in 2013 and 2014. Obviously, the need to vigorously fight the general election in 2015 had a significant impact on our funds. And going out of government last year had an impact on things like, for instance, the number of exhibitors and external observers who wanted to come to our autumn conference. However, on a brighter side, we've seen an increase in membership. And so there are some positive stories as well as having to report on a difficult year. One caveat in relation to the budget that's been put in front of you is that at the time that we had to send the budget through to print, the one that you've got in front of you, the Federal Executive and the Federal Finance and Administration Committee was still in deliberations about some fine detail of the 2016 budget. And so there will be variances to the budget that you see in front of you. The objective of the 2016 budget is very much going to be to achieve a surplus and to also maintain a strong contingency position, taking into account some of the unknowns that we're facing in terms of income. I'll move on to the questions. There are 3 questions. The first one is in relation to fundraising. Headquarters fundraising fits largely into 2 categories, one of which is major fundraising from significant, often one-off, sometimes recurring donors who typically would want to support the federal party rather than local parties. The other area of fundraising that I'm sure you'll all be aware of is the regular online, email and direct mail mailing that goes out to membership. So we feel that there is a lot of scope for both local, regional parties and states to be involved in fundraising. It's not always possible to keep entirely on top of every single fundraising event that's taking place across those different tiers. But certainly our experience of when the regions, local parties and the federal party get together to cooperate, that this can be very positive, including specifically for local parties. And a good example of that would be in relation to legacies, for instance.
Thank you, Peter. Those who have submitted questions are welcome to place supplementary questions, which should be brief and to the point. So, Spencer Haggard, if he's here, does he wish to? Yes, you're at the intervention mic. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. You haven't answered the question, I'm afraid. The question was, what measures are you taking to ensure that fundraising is coordinated with fundraising efforts of local parties? I'm talking about the systematic coordination rather than the fact that every day of the week each of us is engaged in fundraising. I'm speaking from Cambridge, where we were one of the major successful local fundraising parties. Efforts by telephone often cut across what we're doing. Could we please not talk about individual things, but get together systematically, let us say with the parties of Southern Cambridgeshire, for example, that are cooperating together on fundraising efforts. Otherwise, we feel undermined.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your contribution. Obviously, difficult for me to comment on a very specific case, but it's something that we can obviously look into. But what I can say is that I know that the full-time fundraising team at headquarters do attempt to coordinate their efforts. As I say, it is not always possible with more than 400 local parties to know exactly what a local party is planning in relation to contacting a particular individual, for instance. So it is difficult, but all I can say is that by bringing up this issue, I think that's very helpful, because it is something that we need to think very carefully about.
Thank you. We move to question 2, which is submitted by Jenny Rigg. Peter.
Okay, so this is a question about dissemination of information from the FFAC. The FFAC is a subcommittee of the Federal Executive. It is made up primarily of Federal Executive members. It reports to the FE. So whilst there is an FFAC report to this conference and also to the autumn conference, the FFAC does report primarily to the Federal Executive, which you elect. That report takes the form of a standing agenda item at the Federal Executive, where all Federal Executive members are able to intervene, to ask questions or make comments in relation to the work of the FFAC. I attend the Federal Executive as a non-voting observer to make myself available for any questions that come in. And additionally, something which has now been happening for the last couple of years is that the full minutes of the FFAC are issued to the full Federal Executive. So every member of the Federal Executive can see exactly what the deliberations of the FFAC have been. That said, we would very much welcome any ideas or suggestions in relation to how we could make our work more clear and communicate that to members as a whole.
Thank you. I can see Jenny at the intervention mic, so for your supplementary, please.
Thank you, Mary. Obviously, as good Liberals, we're all concerned with transparency. So my question was aiming at that, and I know there are going to be a lot of things to do with financial matters that are confidential and will rightly remain confidential, but it would be nice, just as an ordinary member, never mind myself as the chair of a constituency party, to be more aware of what's happening financially with the party, even in just general terms.
Yeah, it may be worth mentioning that any paid-up member of the party who gives sufficient notice can actually attend Federal Executive meetings. So if you wanted to sort of come along to a meeting to see how things are being reported, believe me, there are very little secrets in terms of what is happening on the financial side. Firstly, our accounts need to be submitted to the Electoral Commission, so they're entirely transparent. And secondly, of course, all donations to the party have to be reported to the Electoral Commission on a quarterly basis, so all significant donations. So there's great transparency, and that's available online, by the way. If anybody wants to have a look at the Electoral Commission website, you can have a look at our general election return, what we spent, what we raised, and on a quarterly basis you can see exactly who is making donations to not just the federal party, but local parties and regional parties.
Thank you. And the third question, which you'll find on your conference daily, is from Simon McGrath.
Okay,
Peter.
so this question is about the potential relocation or the potential accommodation of headquarters. Basically, all options have been looked at here. The deliberations in relation to the headquarters have been looked at by a joint Federal Executive and Federal Finance and Administration Committee meetings. They appointed a subgroup to look at the detail of options, and one of the things that happened is that the Chief Executive and his directors were asked to go away and come back basically with all of the options, and those options included having a headquarters base not at all in London, and we looked at Manchester by way of a possibility for that. We looked at the option of having the headquarters entirely in London, but not necessarily in central London, the Westminster area, so we had a look at that option. We also looked at the possibility of splitting headquarters and having certain functions that are not necessarily key to being in central London in other parts of the country. Now, it's fair to say that there was many different positions taken by members of those two committees, the FE and the FFAC. There's a minority position that a number of functions should be relocated out of headquarters to other locations. And there's also a minority position that that split could take place. Clearly, some of the functions of the party really do need to be in central London, and these are things like the leader's office, for instance, which is now part of headquarters, and that's something which is to be welcomed, I believe. But also following on from that, things like the press office and adjacency to the Houses of Parliament, particularly now in relation to the contribution from our peers, is of importance. So we did put to the FE and the FFAC the possibility of retaining those functions in central London and sending other functions, membership, for instance, to somewhere else. But the strong consensus of both committees was that it would be a bad idea to divide the head office into different bits for reasons of cohesion, for reasons of retention of key staff, and so on. So that was the view, but we did look at all options.
Thank you, and I can see Simon has a supplementary.
Well, only to say I think that's a very unfortunate decision because clearly there are positions, IT, finance, membership that could be done in somewhere like Manchester, so I'm sorry that they've reached that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And we now move to approve the report. All those in favour, please show your cards. Thank you. Is there anyone against approving this report? I can see a couple of cards, but it's clearly carried. Thank you, everybody. And I would like to thank Shaz Sheehan and Paul Tilsley, my aides, and I hand over to Sandra Gidley for the next item.
Good afternoon, Conference. We now move to F16, which is a constitutional amendment, and the title is Allowing AOs and SAOs to Enrol Members to the Liberal Democrats. If I could ask Sarah Noble to stand by, and if Ian Donaldson could come to the stage to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. It's a very simple motion that we're putting for you, before you, and therefore I'll keep things as short as I can. Basically, at the moment, the enrolling bodies for this party are the local parties and Liberal Democrat youth. What we want to do in this is to extend that so that other organisations that may go to places that local parties don't reach are able to recruit whilst they're there and recruit members to their own bodies within the party. The reason why this has come up now, 28 years after the party has formed and wasn't a part of the original structures, was entirely structural in that under the party's constitution, until we had OMOV, there would have been a complete nightmare of organising how we do this. But now that we have OMOV, there is no problem in organising this. It's simply a matter of recording a bit of data on the membership data system. And as we all know, the membership data system works perfectly. But that aside, it is still important that we actually enable our associated organisations to go out in their own communities and for people to be able to join us through the community they choose to join us through. As Liberal Democrats, we recognise that geographic communities are not the only communities that people may wish to get involved with this party through. There are demographic communities, there are characteristic communities, and we really should ensure that this opportunity to recruit more members to enlarge the party as a whole is taken. So I would ask you to support the motion.
Can I ask Daisy Cooper to stand by? And I now call Sarah Noble from Calderdale to speak in favour of the motion.
I'll be brief because I get the feeling there's going to be fireworks on the next motion and I really want to see that. I'm a member of the LGBT plus exec and obviously this should be a simple motion that I hope we're not going to get too many cards in on because everyone will just agree. But if we lost a lot of voters in May and if we're going to make inroads in communities such as the LGBT plus community, then it should be easier for us to sign people up on the Pride stall than rather than tell them to go onto the website and sign up using the website. Because when I go to Pride, I get a lot of leaflets and they all get forgotten. And if we're going to make this fight back work, we need to not be forgotten. We need to ensnare people while they're interested, basically. So please vote for this motion and let me see the fireworks quickly. Thank you.
Could Dave Page stand by? And I now call Daisy Cooper from Lewis to speak in support of the motion.
Well, I'll be brief. It would be completely and utterly bonkers if we didn't vote for this, wouldn't it? When Tim was elected as leader, he set out 2 goals. Number 1, we should try and recruit up to 100,000 members. Number 2, he said he wanted our parliamentary candidates at the next election to be 50-50 men and women and 10% BAME. How on earth are we going to achieve those 2 goals unless we approve this proposal that's in front of us right now? The easiest way we can do it is to empower our diversity SAOs to go out and recruit way more people, people of diverse backgrounds that will be our candidates, our councillors, our returning officers, our local party chairs, our membership secretaries, and our super activists. Please, 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 so we can achieve both of Tim's goals and become a very diverse party, please vote for this suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, now call Dave Page from Manchester Central, Gorton and Blackley. To
Conference. It's going to be difficult to summate such a long and controversial debate. And I hope I can do justice to both sides that have been presented from this podium. Coming back to Ian's point, one of my favourite works of liberal literature is The Theory and Practice of Community Politics by Gordon Lishman and Bernard Greaves. It is a fine work, and it talks about how we are all individuals but join together in communities, and those communities can take many forms, whether they're geographical or something to do with what we do or something to do with what we are or something to do with what we like. And as a party, we have only been able to organise and recruit on the basis of geographical communities and age. And I think if we're going to embrace community politics, as it was outlined by Gordon and Bernard, we need to pass this amendment. I think Sarah's point about making inroads into different communities is appropriate. I've come up with material to recruit people from Pride stalls into the Liberal Democrats. And the pricing structure for joining the party and plus as an SAO is very confusing compared to going along to the Labour stall where you can join the Labour Party as an affiliate member through their LGBT body. So it enables us to make a better offer when we're out talking directly to members of the public. And coming on to Daisy's point, yes, we need to recruit a more diverse party. And the challenge is not just on the party to empower our various diversity organisations to achieve this. The challenge is on the diversity organisations themselves to make sure that they are making the most of the opportunity presented by this motion. It is not enough for Plus just to go to Pride events, which attract generally young, generally male members of the LGBT communities. It is not enough for us we need to leave no stone unturned to find Liberals and turn them into Liberal Democrats. Please support the motion.
Thank you. If you could get your voting cards ready. Can I see all those in favour of the motion? Thank you. And can I see those against? That is clearly carried. We now move to F17, which is another constitutional amendment about the representation of peers on federal committees. I have to inform you that I have received two requests for a reference back, but I shall deal with that later in the debate. Can I ask Baroness Sal Brinton to stand by? And could I call George Potter to propose the motion?
Good afternoon, Conference. Now, I know that this constitutional amendment and proposing it is not necessarily going to make me very popular. On the other hand, if I'd wanted to be popular, I wouldn't necessarily have joined the Liberal Democrats. But in all seriousness, I know this amendment might not necessarily be very popular, but it is vitally important. Now, I'm not going to try and pretend, other than that, this constitutional amendment was triggered by the recent situation where the House of Lords elected Chris Rennard to the federal executive and the resultant call for a special conference and then everything that went with it. But although that triggered this amendment is not about that. It is not about one person. It is about a much wider principle that was thrown into light by that situation. Because the simple fact is that in this party, peers are treated differently and with a greater degree of privilege than any other group when it comes to our federal committees, the committees that run our party. MPs, we elect them as members of the public, we select and approve them as candidates as members of this party, and in theory, we can deselect them. They are directly accountable both to the public and to the party, and yet they are not entitled to stand in elections to the federal committees. The argument being they already have a platform which they can use to make their views heard. They can already influence party policy and everything else in party business. Peers now make up the majority of our strength in any parliamentary body in the entire country. And yet they are not elected. They are not accountable. There is nowhere, once they have been appointed, they are appointed for life or until they choose to retire. There is no mechanism by which we can hold them to account. And yet not only are they able to elect their own separate representative to the federal committees, they're also eligible to stand as individual candidates to the federal committees. That means less places are available for ordinary members who do not have the privilege of a seat for life in Parliament. To me, that does not make sense. It is undemocratic and it is fundamentally unfair. What this constitutional amendment proposes is simple. The Lords will be represented on the federal executive by the leader in the House of Lords, a leader who they elect themselves, and who should be able to represent their views adequately, who should know the strength of feeling in the House of Lords without the need for a separate representative. Then, peers, just like MPs, will not be able to stand for election as individual members of the federal committees. These are very simple changes. They should not be too controversial. But somehow I suspect they will be. And something else to bear in mind is this. The situation with Reynard showed that while our peers have a great deal to offer to our party in terms of wisdom, experience and dedication, they are not necessarily always in step with the vast majority of members of this party who, in all honesty, come from a much younger, primarily, demographic. And this is not a bad thing, but we should not allow a situation where such a remote group from the rest of the party are given such a degree of privilege compared to ordinary members whose voices are far more likely to struggle to be heard. Now, I know we have had requests for a reference back. Obviously, I would prefer it if you did not vote for these. I would much rather. We already have the governance review. This constitutional amendment does not prejudge the governance review. It's a simple, common sense change. But if you do not like this constitutional amendment, then vote it down and let the governance review do its thing. Reference back is kicking things into the long grass for no good reason. Now, I see the yellow light has come on, so I'll just summarize. Like I said, this is a reasonable change. It's not punishing peers. It's not stripping from a voice. They will still have a voice on federal committees. They will still be represented. They will still have the immense platform that they already have as parliamentarians and one of the most crucial parts of our party in opposing this Tory government. But they will not be afforded privileges any longer above and beyond the likes of our elected peers and our ordinary members. To me, that makes sense. That's democracy. It's in our name. We should stand by it. We should support this constitutional amendment. Thank you.
Can I ask Nick Thornsby to stand by? I now call Sal Brinton from Watford. Some of you may know that she's the party president and chair of the federal executive.
And can I start by saying I am speaking as the chair of the federal executive, not as a peer, and others may be speaking as a peer later on if they're called. The federal executive are very concerned about this amendment, constitutional amendment, for one very simple, practical reason. We're in the middle of a governance review. And if you've read the governance review consultation paper, and the consultation starts here at 6 o'clock, you will see that in that there is a big debate that the party needs to have about the balance between directly elected members of federal committees and those elected as representatives of party bodies. The key thing here is that as a federal party, we have to work together. The federation is the bodies of the parties. It's the 3 state parties and the range of parliamentary parties that go with that, of which the Lords group is but one. So my simple message to you is, regardless of whether or not you want to go for the reference back, is please vote against this motion, because actually making a decision today about just one of those groups would be premature. You're going to be making a big decision in September about the principle of representation on federal committees, and we need to make it in the light of everything else. And if I can just expand on that to say the Lords is not the only group in this position. If you believe in OMOV, one member, one vote, you're also going to have to make a decision about whether councillors can have a vote as a directly elected member, because they have some places reserved for them on federal committees as representatives as well. And the same also goes, despite what George said, for MPs, because MPs have 3 places reserved on the Federal Policy Committee. One happens to be reserved for the leader of the party, but the other 2 are elected by their own members. Now, I know they are then banned from doing it, but it isn't in the one member, one vote as straightforward as picking just the peers group and saying, let's sort that bit out now. Please either vote for a reference back, which will take it to the governance review, or vote against the motion as a whole. Please let's do this whole thing sensibly, logically, and in the round.
Can I ask Colin Rosensteel to stand by? And I now call Nick Thornsby from Haywood and Middleton to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Sandra. Conference, I was about to start by apologising for getting technical, but given that you're here on a Saturday afternoon in a debate on constitutional amendments, I probably don't need to apologise at all. The reason we need to get, I think, slightly technical is this. It wasn't clear from George's opening that what this amendment would do is not only remove the automatic representation on the Federal Policy Committee for peers, but also bar them from standing in the elections that every single member of our party can now vote in, thanks to the welcome change to one member, one vote. So it's undemocratic. It disenfranchises those people. It restricts their choices. What possible justification can there be for the few hundred members in this hall to restrict the choices of the tens of thousands of members out there in the country who aren't lucky enough to be here in York this weekend? Next week, Susan Kramer will present our response to George Osborne's budget as our Treasury spokesperson. That follows, of course, vital work done by our peers to oppose successfully the government's unfair cuts to tax credits. And whilst Corbyn and McDonnell act out their socialist schoolyard fantasy, our peers are, every day of the week, holding the government to account. This amendment wants to say to those very same peers, thanks very much, but we don't want you involved in our policy-making process. It's an insult to them, but more importantly, it's an insult to the tens of thousands of members, many of them new members, who will vote for the first time in autumn in the committee elections under Omov. It's illiberal, it's insulting, it's undemocratic. I don't mind whether you refer it back or defeat it, but we need to get rid of it one way or the other. Thank you.
Can I ask Sarah Ludford to stand by? I now call Colin Rosensteel from Cambridge to speak against the motion as a whole.
I don't have to add a lot because a lot of my points have been made in the debate, and no doubt more will be made by Sarah Ludford following me, because she's an example of the problems that we face. We have a House of Lords. You were forced to leave the House, I believe, Sarah, in order to be an MEP, because Europe decided you couldn't be both. In a non-elected House, and are now able to return. That's the upside of you no longer being an MEP. We have the House of Lords. This party's been trying to reform it for only slightly over 100 years, and we haven't yet succeeded. We have some of the party's most important talent in there trying to make the best of legislation in this country, and this amendment is just demeaning to their efforts, frankly, for which they get very little funding and a lot of sniping. I get very fed up with those who are on the right side in the sense that they want the House of Lords reformed, but actually then attack the job it's trying to do in the meantime, which has to be the best with the tools available to them. And it is particularly vindictive to insist that the only person who can represent the House of Lords on a party committee should be its group leader, and other members are not allowed to stand even for a post elected by all party members. Sorry, that is so disgraceful that this party should never have anything to do with such a proposal.
Can I ask Councillor Troy Tester to stand by? I now call Sarah Ludford, who I gather is going to speak against the motion.
Well, having been singled out as a problem, I welcome the rest of what Colin said. Look, we can all agree that the Lords is horribly undemocratic. And when I've had the chance, and for 5 years I didn't because I was disqualified from sitting or voting in the Lords, I have voted for my own demise. And we can continue to campaign for a democratic Senate. But that's not where we are. And I did feel that George was being rather discriminatory on the grounds of age. It's not my fault that I'm 65 on Monday. I blame my parents, maybe. But as Colin went on to say, very kindly, we do have a lot of talent. You know, however it got there. We have some excellent people in the Lords. I could name them, but we haven't got time probably. What I find odd about this motion, and like others, I don't really mind whether you refer it back or you defeat it, and Sal made a very good point about inconsistency with other parts of the governance review. But this, I don't really understand why, and I'm not an expert, normally I don't stay for the Constitutional Amendment session, I have to admit. It's inconsistent as between FPC and FE, because for the FPC, it deletes any institutional representation for peers as a group, whereas for FE, it doesn't, although it then goes and specifies that only our leader can represent us, unlike MPs, councillors, MEP, and I just jolly well wish we had more than one, but doesn't Catherine do a brilliant job on her own? It allows them to freely choose who would represent them, but it doesn't do that for peers. So that's discriminatory against peers. But there's, as I say, this inconsistency between the FPC and the FE. Maybe there's a very good reason, but I can't understand it. And then it's what happens is for the FPC, there are actually 5 MPs, as I understand it. The leader, one other MP elected by and from the parliamentary party in the Commons, and then one MP each from England, Scotland and Wales. So that's 5, and my maths isn't very good. So what the proposal is, 5 MPs, no peer. And we'd been excluded from standing for open election. I think this motion is not well put together. At the very least, I think, as Sal said, you need to fit it into the whole governance review. And I do say that we don't like the way peers are in the House of Lords. But the fact is that we are working hard. We defeated the government last week on asylum seekers' right to work after 6 months if there's no decision on their case. Zahida Mansour's done a brilliant job on tax credits, did all the heavy lifting on that, not Labour. I could go on. And while we're there, while we're doing that legislative work, please don't shut us out of being able to feed it back onto party committees. Thank you.
Could Toby Keane stand by? I now call Councillor Troy Tester from Eastbourne to speak against the motion as a whole.
It sounds like there seems to be an outbreak of consensus in a run of speakers, but maybe that won't continue. Conference, as you've heard, late last year, the Lib Dems in the House of Lords elected their representative to federal executive. And a member of my local party, Eastbourne, was the successful candidate by quite a considerable margin. That successful candidate was, of course, Chris Renard. Now, perhaps predictably, some people in the party were very unhappy about the result of that election. And so first we had the threat of a special conference, which, in my opinion, would have been very distracting and, I imagine, also very expensive. And now we have a constitutional amendment before us. And it's already been outlined by previous speakers. It has a lot of inconsistencies. I would suggest they're there because actually whatever was said, the only reason it's actually here is as a means of trying to bar one man, Chris Renard, from being elected to federal party committees. The way that this amendment that has been chosen as the tool to achieve this would actually be enacted if we were to say yes to it, would be essentially to say that Lib Dem peers, people such as Paddy Ashdown, Sal Brinton, Sarah Ludford, the problem that we've already had, and Laura Lee Burt, Brian Paddock, these people are clearly so incapable of deciding on who should be the correct candidate to represent them at a federal party committee that we should just get rid of the election entirely. Now, if we accept the idea that when we don't like the result of an election, we should just abolish it, therefore, following last year's general election, our fellow citizens were clearly so incapable of voting for the right candidate, we should just have no future general elections, and we'll just inform the electorate as to which parliamentarians will represent them in future. Clearly, it's absolute nonsense. If you don't want a particular candidate to win an election, the best way to achieve that is to campaign to get the electorate, in this case, the members of the House of Lords in our party, to vote for a different candidate. That would be the correct way if you don't want Chris Renard on a federal committee. People have very strong views about Chris, and I understand that, and the allegations that were made against Chris were very serious, and the party's failure to deal with it in a timely basis was shocking and completely unacceptable. But eventually the party did apply due process, and we believe in due process. We get a bit preachy about it, so let's accept it. I don't care, again, like previous
Could you bring your
speakers,
remarks
if you're going
to a close, please?
refer it back or vote it down, but just get rid of this amendment one way or the other.
Can I ask Ben Sims to stand by? I now call Toby Keynes from Croydon to speak against part of the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Conference. I am constantly astonished by the proportion of constitutional amendments that come before these conferences that have been cocked up in one respect or another. Now, we know, as has been said by quite a few people, that this constitutional amendment would deprive all of us as members of the opportunity to vote for any person on either of these committees if they were a peer. And quite a lot of people think it's a bad thing to take away our opportunity to do that, and I would agree with them. But George says that's okay because the leader of the peers will be represented on both of these committees, which is not correct. As drafted, this amendment would allow the peers to have the leader of their group on the federal executive, but not on the federal policy committee. So the peers would be wiped out of the federal policy committee entirely. It doesn't appear that that was the intention, but that's the effect. So in principle, if you don't like this motion as a whole, I ask you to vote against it. But in practice, if you like constitutional amendments to be got right, I also ask you to vote against it.
Can I ask Julie Smith to stand by? I now call Ben Sims from Tower Hamlet to speak against the motion as a whole.
Well, I'll try to be brief, Conference, because I think I probably am reiterating some of the things that have been said, but it's been well admitted, and nobody in this room has ever been under any illusion as to why this motion was brought forward. And the incident concerned was really difficult for many in the party, and I was a new member of maybe 3 months at the time. And I continue to lack the knowledge of the constitutional procedures and so on. But it was very difficult, and there were many people I recently met and really respected who were taking very different views and positions on what should happen and how we should go forward. And so I was glad when we came to the sort of resolution that we did, that we'd be able to move on, that things definitely needed to be improved, but that we would be able to heal the wounds of that divisive debate. Until I get the York agenda, and I find that rather than move on, we've got an attempt to enshrine a memorial to the incident in our Constitution. This is not an attempt to learn the lessons that we clearly need to. This is an attempt to inflict bureaucratic revenge on the party's peers. And, as we touched on, what a time to do it. Given the party is temporarily electorally embarrassed, let's say, it appears that the vital part of the fight back. We've seen it on tax credits, and we see every day that it's our peers who undertake the burden of the daily business of Parliament. Now, Conference, there are many, many places in the world where the reaction to a vote you don't like is to rig the system so it doesn't happen again. But I hope this hall won't be one of them. Please vote against this motion.
Could I ask Dawn Barnes to stand by? I now call Julie Smith from Cambridge to speak against the motion as a whole, especially line 6.
Fellow Liberal Democrats, it probably won't surprise you to know that I was opposed to this constitutional amendment. I don't very often get as far as reading the draft constitutional amendments, but I was on my train up to York yesterday and I read it. And I'd heard a rumour that peers were no longer going to be able to have a nominee on the Federal Policy Committee or the Federal Executive. And I confess I thought, well, we can live without that. But then I read the whole of the amendment, and then I realised, as others have pointed out, that not only would peers not be able to nominate somebody to be on the Federal Policy Committee, peers would no longer be able to stand. And so not only is this amendment, this proposed amendment, internally incoherent, the whole motion is a misnomer. Representation of peers on federal committees. It's lack of representation of peers on federal committees. Because, colleagues, the amendment, if passed, would ensure that the leader of the peers would be allowed to sit on the federal executive, but that, as others have said, no peer could sit on the Federal Policy Committee in any shape or form. Now, clearly, I have a bit of a vested interest here. I was on the platform this morning as a Vice Chair of the Federal Policy Committee. I was introduced as Dr. Julie Smith of Cambridge, which I am, but I also happen to sit as Baroness Smith of Newnham in the House of Lords. I've been elected by Federal Conference directly as a member of the Federal Policy Committee since 2005. I was elected as Vice Chair of the committee in 2012, before I entered the House of Lords. But I've been re-elected since then. If members of the conference, and in the future all members, decide that they don't want somebody like me to sit on the Federal Policy Committee, the answer is simple. Don't vote for me, don't vote for other peers. The answer is not to change the Constitution to make it impossible for peers to stand. Fellow Liberal Democrats, it is not liberal or democratic to take away the rights of certain individuals to stand for committees. The correct way forward is to decide electorally whether you want some of us to be on committees or not. One of the roles of members of the House of Lords is to hold the government to account, to ask members of the government to think again. On this constitutional amendment, fellow Liberal Democrats, I would ask you to think again, to ensure that the party doesn't change the Constitution in a way that unnecessarily changes the rights and opportunities for peers to be elected, but also for the opportunity for members to elect peers. Please reject this amendment.
Thank you. I shall now deal with the reference back. At this stage, I shall read out, I've received 2 references back, and I've decided to take the one submitted by Dawn Barnes. I shall read out the statement, and then I shall ask you whether to vote on whether you wish to hear a mini debate on the reference back. If you vote in favour, I will call Dawn Barnes to speak for 2 minutes, and George Potter or a nominee to speak against for 2 minutes. If it fails, if you do not wish to hear the reference back, then we will move to the summation. So this is the reference back. Governance consultation paper, page 17, questions 13 and 14, ask for responses on various groups' representation on federal committees, and it is here that this should be addressed. This proposed amendment dictates the outcome of consultation which is currently in process, and the consultation seeks to consider this issue in the wider context. So we now move to a vote as to whether you would wish to hear a further debate as to whether to accept the reference back. If you don't wish to hear it, we move to the summation. So can I see all those in... No. If you don't wish to hear the reference back... Sorry, if you wish to hear the reference back, please show your cards. Sorry, if you want to have a mini debate and hear the reference and hear further reasons why this should be referred back, please indicate now. So yes, please show your cards if it's yes. Okay. Thank you. If you want to move to this, sorry? If you don't want to have a mini debate, could you show your cards now? Thanks. Right. Okay. That is a no. In which case, we'll move to the summation of the motion. So I now call Ian Donaldson from Manchester, Gordon, Central and Blackley to summate on the motion.
Thank you, Chair. And once again, it's wonderful to be speaking on a debate that is clearly uncontroversial. George has raised an important issue here, and it's the issue that actually I think is central to this, and that is the structures of our federal committees. Several of our speakers in the debate have referred to the fact that we will be voting on one member, one vote. This is not correct, not for the federal committees. The federal committees, as they are structured, will be half the seats voted for by all the members on one member, one vote. Some of the seats voted for by the MPs, some by the Lords, one by the MEP, and some by the councillors. And that is the other half of the committee, effectively. So to say that it is one member, one vote for the whole of the federal executive and the federal committees is not correct. That being said, and that having been considered very carefully by the party, we did get comments from Sal, from Nick, from Colin, from Sarah, from Troy, from Toby, from Ben, from Julie and from Dawn, saying that they weren't actually in favour of the way that this has been put forward and worded. It has been worded in this way because, and I believe that it was actually initiated, as George said, because of what happened last September, but we need to put that behind us. Now, Sal has said that we do have the discussion taking place as a part of the federal review. I have personally tabled twice to the Federal Conference Committee an alternative amendment, and that would have actually put all federal committee positions to OMOV. That has not gone forward, and that is something I hope will be considered. Clearly, this is not going to be accepted by this conference today, but please bear in mind the importance of making one member, one vote, making every member's vote count when we come to those later decisions. I would ask you to support the amendment, and I would ask you to bear in mind the Lords are not elected, unlike other representatives of the party, and they are not accountable to the party at the moment in any way, shape or form. So please support the amendment, but bear in mind when we come to that review that we need to get OMOV for all federal committees. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. We now move to a vote on the constitutional amendment, and I will remind you that it will require a 2/3 majority if it is to pass. But can I first see all of those in favour? If you could show your cards if you are in favour of the constitutional amendment. Okay, and can I see your cards if you are against the constitutional amendment? I think that is clearly not going to become an amendment. So that ends this debate. Can I thank my aides, James Girling and Jenny Lang, and I now hand over to Liz Lynn for the next part of business. Thank you.
Yes.
The appeal of the rugby is too strong, I think.
Hmm?
The appeal of the rugby is too strong.
It is, isn't it? Good afternoon, and welcome to the final session of this afternoon. And it's the Parliamentary Party reports. And on the stage, of course, as you know, we have Tom Brake, Chief Whip in the Commons, Lord Wallace of Tankernes from Lords, and Catherine Bearder from the European Parliament. The way we're going to do this, we'll have questions that have already been submitted. And those people, if they could get ready, the intervention mic is over there. But before we get to that, we'll have an introduction from the parliamentarians to their reports. So we start with you, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz. And it's been a busy 6 months, I think, for the Parliamentary Party in the Commons with, I think, the presence or the absence of the Liberal Democrats in government. I think people can start to see what happens. So there's a clear lurch to the right in terms of government policy. And at the same time, we've got a Labour Party with Jeremy Corbyn that is in complete disarray, meaning that we have to try and provide a credible opposition and scrutiny. In that, we are very ably supported by our colleagues in the House of Lords. And I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate them on the victory that they secured in relation to the government U-turn on tax credits. Tim is leading the party with the dynamism and nous, I think, that he is recognised for, and we've seen some of that earlier in his question and answer session. And he's focused in particular on the issue of refugees. So he's used two of the parliamentary questions that he's had to the Prime Minister on this subject, as well as launching a 10-minute rule bill. I think that he handled the issue of Syria and the airstrikes in a very able way. And it's interesting to note that, of course, in the European Parliament, since we took that decision, the European Parliament has voted on the fact that the actions of Islamic State or Daesh constitute genocide. As we see the Tory government develop its policies, we've had an all-out assault on social housing, something that both in the Commons and the Lords we are trying our best to defend. I think it's an ideological assault that is underway. We've got the Investigatory Powers Bill, which we get the second reading of on Monday, or aka the Snoopers Charter, where again, both in the Commons and the Lords, we will push very hard on that. And we've made full use of the 10-minute rule bills that become available. I think seven of the Liberal Democrat MPs so far have taken advantage of that, and we hope that Norman will be able to use the bill that he's secured to push on the agenda of cannabis, which we've debated. The final thing I'd just like to say is that we have been very ably supported by the Parliamentary Office of the Liberal Democrats. We now have a full team in place, and I do want to thank them and thank them by name. So we've got Giles Derrington, Venus Ali, Claire Mathis, Rosie Schimmel and Fiona Todd, and also the Parliamentary Support Unit consisting of Rosie Gray, Ewan Stone and Jenny Steinitz, who are playing a fantastic role. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank both Jack and Joe, who provide tremendous support to the Whip's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And Catherine.
Well, yes, you will have in your papers my report, which is long and lengthy. You will know, of course, that I am the only Lib Dem in the group of Aldis. The ALDE group, though, is 73 Liberals from right across the European Union. And those of you who were here last night saw that many of them are supporting us in our drive to make sure that that the UK stays within the European Union. And they're doing everything that they can to help. My work this year has been continuing on the work of biodiversity loss. I've been the ALDE shadow on that, and making sure that we don't go to opening the Birds and Habitats directives, where there's a huge concern that the Commission want to open that up, and we know that that will set back conservation work by years if we do that. What we actually need is better implementation right across the 28 countries. The other topic that you will know that I've spent a lot of time on is human trafficking, and I am the rapporteur for the implementation report of the, sorry about the directives and the terminology, but we have a Europe-wide directive on human trafficking, and that's now 5 years old, and so we're looking now, scrutinising it to see how effective it is across the 28 countries, and I'm the rapporteur on that. So that's really an important file, will be voted in May. I'm also the chair of the MEPs for Wildlife group that I set up. It's a cross-party group to keep the pressure on the Commission to come forward with the action plan on wildlife trafficking, which is the 4th largest. Human trafficking is the 3rd largest criminal activity on the planet, and wildlife trafficking is the 4th. And they have now come forward, and we held a big event in the Parliament a couple of weeks ago. And so they've come forward with a plan, so now we're continuing our work to make sure that that is implemented. It's a really important piece of legislation. It isn't just rhino horns and ivory. It's trees, it's plants, it's pets, it's birds, you name it. Anything that is wild out there is being bought and sold, and it's decimating wild areas. The other fun thing that I do is I am a quester, and that means I am a representative for all the MEPs. There are 5 of us that sit on the decision-making committee, the Bureau in the Parliament. And we're up for re-election at the halfway mark, so that's the end of this year. And so in good Lib Dem tradition, because I've been trained correctly, I've instigated a Questers newsletter. And so quarterly we send out a newsletter on all the issues that we've been doing just to help make sure I get re-elected at the end of the year. But I'm now clearing the decks of most of the legislative work that I'm doing in Brussels to make sure that I can be back here campaigning for the fight of our lives. It's going to be enormous, and it will have long impact on the welfare of this country, on our economy, on our security and our environment and everything else that you've heard about. I'm determined it's going to be a positive, passionate and a patriotic campaign, and I will be working hard up and down the country, and I hope to see many of you on that campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. Jim, for the House of Lords.
Thank you very much, Liz. The prime function, I think, of the House of Lords is to hold the government to account, to revise legislation and to scrutinise the government's proposals. And as we heard some colleagues refer in the previous debate, the House of Lords isn't as we would wish to see it. We've been campaigning since the Asquith government in 1911 to get a wholly elected second chamber. We've got some waiting still to do, but whilst it exists as it does, then we've clearly got an important role to play. And I would like to think that, and the report which is in the conference papers, I think sets out in considerable detail the initiatives and the activity of many of my colleagues in the Lords team in holding the government to account. In the case of the planned changes to the tax credits back in October, Zahida Manzoor led our charge against the government's attempts to deprive working families of a substantial part of their income, and we were successful as a House of Lords in actually defeating the government on that. The Tories cried foul. It's interesting to reflect that as the hereditary peers, other than 92 of them, didn't actually leave until 1999, this is the first time there's been a majority Conservative government in the Commons that hasn't also had a majority in the House of Lords. And they're finding it difficult to come to terms with that. And therefore they cried all sorts of things about constitutional crisis, about flooding the chamber with more Tory peers, about suspending the House of Lords, even suggested. And in the end, they asked Lord Strathclyde to go away and have a look at the whole thing. And he has come back and suggested that we should lose our right to veto secondary legislation, but just, or at least just to put in a pause mechanism for the Commons to think again. Now, as any examination of the use of secondary legislation and the scrutiny of secondary legislation will show, it is far more rigorously scrutinised in the House of Lords than in the House of Commons. That's not a criticism of the Commons. They've got many other things that they do that the Lords doesn't do. But it would mean that governments would have far greater scope to put through in statutory instruments substantial changes that affect the lives of people every day, and that's why we have made very clear our opposition to that kind of change. If I can just perhaps, I'm not going to go through all the things we've done, but one particularly important one, which we narrowly lost, was Paul Tyler's effort to stop the change which it will bring about an early end to the transitional provisions to move from household to individual electoral registration. This could lead to 1.9 million voters' entries on the electoral roll being struck off. And we're now beginning to see some of the implications of that, both in terms of boundary changes, but in people who may not be able to vote in forthcoming elections in London, Scotland and Wales, or in the referendum. And the odd thing is, that we're finding in the Lords is we can't always rely on the Labour Party to support us, even when it's on issues which normally you'd have thought the Labour Party had an interest in or ought to be supporting. I just want to highlight 2 or 3 other things. We do, as a group of peers, try to visit constituencies. We've made over 200 visits since the election, including over 70 local party AGMs. Our focus from now in will be the elections in Scotland, Wales, London and local councils, and of course the referendum. And all bids for a peer to attend a local or regional event should be made to Polly Martin in our Whip's office. We have been, since the last conference, spring conference, we've added 11 new members to our group, taking the total now to well over 100. Shirley Williams has retired from the Lords, used her valedictory speech to stress the importance of public services and institutions such as the BBC and NHS. Veronica Linklater has also retired, and I very sadly got to report that we have lost some very dear friends and colleagues in Derek Ezra, John Roper and Eric Avebury. Eric, of course, had almost over 50 continuous years in Parliament, firstly as the MP for Orpington and then in the House of Lords. And finally, I too would like to, as Tom did, thank the staff in our Whip's office and in my office, of Elizabeth Plummer, Humphrey Amos, Polly Martin, Sarah Pugh, and Dave Shaw, as well as to the Parliamentary Advisory Unit and the support and correspondence team that Tom has already referred to. They do a fantastic job, and I just say they're only too willing, and Polly in particular, to hear from regional and local parties if you wish peers to help you in your campaigning in the weeks ahead.
Thank you very much, Jim. And I think everybody's doing such a brilliant job in all three institutions, so thank you for that. The first question, which you'll find on your daily announcement on page 15, is submitted by Andrew Hudson, and it's to the Lords. And I'll turn straight to Jim Wallace to answer that question. And could Andrew Hudson stand by if he wants to make a supplementary have a supplementary question on this? Thank you.
Is this the one about agency workers? Is it?
Agency workers. Supply
yes,
teachers.
the question, if you don't immediately have your bulletin to hand, is did the party in the Lords support the rights of agency workers and supply teachers who refused to strike break in the trade union bill? Now, the simple answer to that is that the issue doesn't actually come up in the trade union bill. It is something which the government is intending to do through regulation. And if that just illustrates the point I was making, the amount of things that do actually happen through regulation. And the proposed change in the regulations that the government have been consulting on is to allow the engagement of agency workers to replace employees who are involved in disputes. I think quite self-evidently it will be inflammatory. It could even become racially charged if they use immigrant staff to fill positions. As I say, it's not in the trade union bill, but we are waiting for it to come through by way of regulation, and we would not be supporting the government's proposals to allow agency workers to use to break strikes. We are supporting agency workers and supply teachers and their right to refuse to do strike-breaking work.
Thank you very much, Jim. Andrew, do you have a supplementary? No. Can we move to the next question, again submitted, question 2, by Andrew Hudson, this time to the Commons. And again, it's on page 15 of the daily announcements.
Right, so the question is, has the party in the Commons opposed the recent regulations restricting local authorities from adopting ethical procurement policies? Now, as I understand it, the issue that Andrew is referring to relates to guidance published by the Cabinet Office Minister Matthew Hancock last month. This guidance claims that any boycott outside of those imposed by central government is inappropriate. Naturally, as a party who believe in localism and devolution, this is completely against the ethos of our party. As this is merely guidance, it hasn't needed to come before either chamber for debate or discussion, but if it were to, we would strongly oppose it. Allowing local authorities to make their own decisions is exactly what we favour. So should any council take a decision to follow a particular ethical procurement policy which their community did not in fact agree with, I'm sure that their communities would take advantage of the ballot box at the next election to make that clear. I suppose there is one thing that this does highlight that is worth me mentioning, which is that there will be issues in the House of Commons because there are only 8 Liberal Democrat members of Parliament that we will sometimes not be able to speak on simply because we don't have the people to do that all the time.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary? Yes, a supplementary on that particular question. Thank you, Andrew.
It's merely a query about the regulations. Would the guidance regulations prohibit, if enforced, prohibit a local authority, for instance, from saying we want to use fair trade products?
Thank you.
I'm afraid I'll have to give you a written answer to that, Andrew. I'm not entirely sure, but I've got your email address, so I will drop you a response.
Thank you for that. The next question is question 3, submitted by Steve Bolter. And it's to all the parliamentarians, as far as I can see. But would you like to go first, Tom?
Yes, so this is about Trident.
About Trident, yes.
Just so that people haven't got the question in front of them, Labour, the Greens and the SNP are making political capital out of their opposition to Trident renewal. Why are we not doing the same? Do we have to wait until the Working Party makes its post-Trident recommendations? Well, I'm sure everyone here knows, because we've debated it on a number of occasions, that we oppose a like-for-like replacement of Trident, and we make that clear at every opportunity in Parliament. That is our current party policy. We have established a working group, and I think it's right that we wait for the working group to report back to conference. And at that point, we will consider whether we need to change our position. So again, our position at the moment is very clear in opposing a like-for-like replacement for Trident. I'm not sure I agree entirely that, for instance, the Labour Party are making political capital out of their opposition to Trident. It's not, they're undergoing at the moment a very lively discussion within the party about exactly where they stand on the issue. I'm not convinced that Emily Thornberry's position and the Labour Party position, which at one point was that they would build the Trident submarines but send them out with any missiles on, is a sensible policy that gets much traction with the electorate. But so we'll have to wait and see what our own working party comes up with, and then I'm sure we will take the appropriate decision as a party democratically in response to that.
Has anyone got anything to add? Bearing in time, we have got one more question if you would like to take.
I just will say that, of course, despite what the Daily Mail and others will tell you, the European Union has no deal and does not get involved in domestic security issues. So that is something that would never come before us in the European Parliament.
And I think Tom's articulated the position in the Commons, the position in the Lords is the same. The party has a policy on this, and we oppose like-for-like replacement, and that would be the view we would put forward in any forthcoming debate.
And has Steve Bolter got a follow-up question? No, thank you. And the next question, again, is submitted by Andrew Hudson, and we've got a couple of minutes left for this. And it's, what is the parliamentary party's position on the extension of Sunday trading hours? I go to Tom again.
Thank you. Well, there is, I believe, no formal party policy on this issue. There was in Parliament last week, obviously, a vote on Sunday trading as part of the Enterprise Bill. The party decided to I decided to allow, as the Chief Whip, a free vote on the issue. There were a number of views. There were colleagues who supported, as I did, the idea of devolving power to local authorities for them to make the decision about whether they did or did not want to vary the Sunday trading hours. But there are equally colleagues who felt that they didn't want to provide that flexibility, perhaps because they were concerned about whether, for instance, workers' rights could be enforced and whether people could be protected from perhaps the imposition of working longer hours on a Sunday. So we came to the conclusion that it was better to free vote the issue, and that is what we did. And obviously, as you'll know, the government lost the vote in Parliament last week.
Thank you. And do you have a supplementary? To have to be very brief because we have to take the votes.
Right, it's just it occurs to people when they're considering it that unless you people have a limited amount of money to spend, and so all you'd like to do on extending the hours on a Sunday, you have to you increase the costs of employing more people. So all that happens, you put prices up.
Any reply to that?
Well, that may be true as a result of the vote on last week. Absolutely nothing is going to change in relation to Sunday trading hours, so we won't be able to test that theory, I'm afraid.
Thank you very much. And that comes to the end of the questions. We now have to move to a vote. For those new members, you have to have the voting card showing to me. So could we first of all go for the Commons parliamentary report? All those in favour? All those against? That has passed unanimously. And now we go to the Lords parliamentary report. All those in favour? All those against? Again, passed unanimously. And finally, the European Parliamentary Report. All those in favour? All those against? That has been passed unanimously. And can I thank all our parliamentarians, because as I said before, I think they do an excellent job representing us. And please nobody leave. This is officially the close of session, but we have the consultative session starting now on the governance review in the auditorium. So I'll hand over to Baroness Brinton, who's chairing the governance review. Can I thank Mary Reid, my aide, and Zoe Connell in the hall. Thank you.
Right. Well, the formal part of the auditorium meeting has finished. We're now in private consultation session, and I'm just going to explain how the next hour or so is going to work. We've received 6 cards in from people who want to speak, and we will take those 6 first, and then the panel will respond. We won't all respond to every point, but we will respond, and we are most but not all of the Governance Review Task Force. And we have Al Gaff, who is the staff rep and federal executive. We have Anthony Hook and Dawn Barnes, who are both directly elected members of the federal executive, and I'm the chair of the federal executive. So, could the Malcolm Mitchell please stand by? And I'd like to call Paul King from Chesterfield, please, to make his points. And as Paul comes up, after we've been through these 6 speeches, we'll be taking speeches from the intervention mics. So if you want to go and sit in the front row, and we'll get responses, do come on up, Paul. We'll get responses in small groups as well. But first of all, we'll hear from Paul with Malcolm Mitchell standing by, and Paul is from Chesterfield.
Good evening. What's left of conference? I recognise, and I'm very grateful for the work that has gone on in the new documentation on party governance. We need a party that works well, and this would seem to help. And such conversation as I've had while here suggests that so far, so good. But if I got it right, the work so far has gone into the federal party, and apart from coming to this conference and dealing occasionally with membership and occasionally with the compliance department, I'm almost completely uninvolved in those federal structures, so I will not comment on them myself. But I do wish, please, to pick up the reference at the end of the report, question 36, reference to the English party. It is widely recognised that the English party either is a problem or has problems. It reflects, if you like, the English problem in general, in that England covers a much bigger area than Scotland or Wales, and that has huge numbers of people in proportion to the others. But we have an English party which is not quite appropriate to the situation, in my view. I would not myself want to see the abolition of the English party, which I see entertained as a possibility. Indeed, I've heard the idea expressed quite forcibly. Some people take the view that the English party is a hopeless case, and therefore the answer is get rid of it. I would not do that. I would instead want to see it given coherence, visibility, transparency. And obviously one way of doing that is to help doing that is to convert the spring conference, what we're at the moment, into an English conference only. England, I think, needs it. I think the Liberal Democrat Party needs it. And I would want to suggest that if the English party leaders are seen and heard, then the quality of relationship with them will improve, and some of the problems, at least, may get resolved. And those of us who have had reason to feel bad about the party at the present time will get answers, perhaps, to the questions that we ask and sometimes don't get answers to. There is, I think, a crisis of communication which would surely be partly cured by face-to-face contact and conversation in a conference.
Thank you very much, Paul. Could I ask Brian Orell to stand by? And I'm now calling Malcolm Mitchell to the microphone.
Thank you, Sarah. I'd like also to speak to question 36 and also 35. I think that there should be some sort of devolution of power from of certain tasks and duties from the English party to the regions, but as regards the I agree with the idea of the spring conference being an English conference, but we should ensure so that we don't have too much in the, too slow formulation of policy, that we should have the consultative sessions that we have at the moment should be sent to the ensure that they're put onto the agendas, if we can, for the 3 national conferences, so that we can then the feedback from those national parties can be then put into policy motions at the following autumn conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Margaret Jerkim to stand by, and I now ask Brian O'Rell from Kensington and Chelsea.
Thank you, Sal. It's great to see the hall absolutely packed for the governance review at this time, isn't it? Where's the resilience and stamina? I have an overall concern with some of the direction of the governance review, and that we seem to be edging towards a top-down solution. I want to particularly address the recommendation in the report, of the suggestion that the Campaigns and Communications Subcommittee should actually take in candidates. The candidates should be put in with campaigns. Now, I speak today to you as one of the leading assessors of the party, one of the lead facilitators, one of the 3 national trainers of assessors. And I know I speak about, having spoken about this with all the assessors I know, many returning officers, regional candidates chairs, and everybody in the candidates process. We have always felt that the campaigns department in our party over the last 20, 30 years do not understand candidates, never have understood candidates. And this is something that an awful lot of candidates share. They feel this, and have said it many, many times. There has been a perception that the campaigns department regard candidates as sort of battery hens or sausage meat to be processed, packaged and sent off for slaughter at the front and then discarded. You know, sometimes as a damn nuisance, actually. And the only ones that matter are the people who are going for the target seats and the held seats. And it is a fact, actually, that a lot of people don't know this, but only 25% of the candidates on the approved list actually want to be MPs. That has gone up a lot. It's gone up a lot. 75% are very happy just to be candidates, to stand in the seats in order to fly the flag for the party. The idea that they sort of can be shoved around and told where to go, and you go here, you go there, their lives put on hold, is completely unrealistic and unacceptable. And one of the worst examples of this is in the otherwise excellent federal executive report just had in the general election, this extraordinary recommendation that all candidates should be asked to pledge to stand in 2020, and the ones who don't, which has been actually most of them, should come off the approved list. We would lose about 2/3 of our candidates if you did that, because at the last election, 700 of the people who were on the approved list did not want to stand. You can't force people or treat people like that, and this is one of the big, big problems in this party, this total lack of understanding about candidates and the sacrifices they make to stand for this party in elections in hopeless seats again and again. So I think just shoving it in as part of the campaigns process like that is totally counterproductive and totally wrong, and I think it has to go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Please could Prue Bray stand by, and I now call Margaret Jerkim to come up.
Good afternoon, survivors. One of the things that we are going to have to get used to in the next few years is that there is going to be far less money available centrally to do a lot of the things that the party centrally and federally has been able to do in the past. And one of those things will be to support campaigning. It therefore makes absolute sense that the deficiency pointed out by the General Election Review, that the English Party does not currently have a campaigns committee, should be remedied immediately by giving the English Party a campaigns committee. That seems extraordinarily sensible. It'll enable regions to share best practice, to share resources, to make relevant local emphasis and pick up local issues much more effectively sometimes than they can do when campaigning is driven almost entirely from HQ during elections. And that is in line with the principles of the governance review, which is to bring activities down to the lower levels at which they can, or the lowest levels, if you like, at which they can be effectively executed. But it is not logical in the way that both the governance report and, in fact, the General Election Review put these things in the same paragraph, to compensate for the lack of an English campaigns committee by proposing that candidate functions get lifted to federal level. I haven't actually studied logic, but if that's what logic is, I'm glad I haven't studied it. It's apparently going to be done, or it's wanted to be done, because of delays in selecting candidates last time round. Well, I have to let you into a secret. There were delays in selecting candidates last time round. There were delays in selection caused by an instruction that we had to wait for the boundary reviews, which eventually didn't happen. And there were delays in selection caused by having to wait for the implications of the leadership programme to come through, because this affected selection. And there were delays in selection because we had to wait for the implications of the Equalities Act. And that caused delays in selection. Every single one of those delays was mandated from federal level. It did not come from any of the state or regional candidates committees. This is taking a sledgehammer to pulverise nuts that almost don't exist. So really, you may not entirely understand what the regional candidates committees do, because you often only find out about them when they suddenly say, you can't do this. But most of the time, a lot of people are running a lot of things very, very smoothly, and because it all goes on very well, nobody notices. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Please could Alistair Calder-McGregor stand by, and could we now have Prue Bray to the microphone?
Thank you. I actually want to speak on 2 points, and the first one is rather similar to the last few speakers. I'm actually, for those of you who don't know me, the chair of the Parliamentary Candidates Association, and I'm also a member of the English Candidates Committee, which I've suddenly become vice chair, somewhat to my surprise. But I'm not speaking on behalf of those bodies, but I think we do share some concerns, because it's actually, I think there's plenty of scope for establishing better communication between the candidate functions and the campaigns functions in the party. We suffer from not doing that very well. So certainly liaison. But actually the jobs that are done by the regional candidates committees and the states candidates functions are doing jobs. There's an enormous amount of work involved in getting returning officers, assessors, assembling your candidates, going through all the selections, checking that you've got all the people through the European conversions and the things for the police and crime commissioners and all the rest of it. That requires an enormous amount of work from volunteers in the party. We don't communicate that very well, I think, as Margaret alluded to. We need to inform the centre better about what is going on, and I certainly think there is plenty of scope for that. But actually, you need to understand the technical aspects of what requires to be done to get through the process of getting all our candidates in place for each major election we do. And it isn't just general elections, it's the European elections. We also handle candidates for other things like the police and crime commissioners and so on, and other major mayoral selections. So, yes, please, let's talk better, and let's align ourselves better with the requirements of campaigns, but it's not the same thing, and if we lump them in some way together, one or the other will be neglected. There is not enough scope in a single meeting to deal with everything that you need to do with campaigns and everything you need to do with candidates. In the card, I also put in that I would like to talk about question 20, just briefly, which is the thing about whether we should do something to look at the skills of the people who sit on our federal committees and other committees. We actually make even paper candidates at council level go through some form of approval process. But I'm begging the expertise and brilliance of the people on the platform, we don't actually look at any of the skills or the abilities of the people that go on the committees that run this party, which is a somewhat more important function. And we actually need to check that we've got the right skills in the right place, because actually being an effective committee member, actually understanding the money and not just knowing how to campaign are the things that will keep this party afloat, not what we've got at the moment. So please, can we do some sort of work to make sure we get the right people on the committees? And if that is some of the ideas that are in the report about telling people what we need on a committee when they get the chance to vote and having some evidence of the skills of the people that they're asked to vote for, then I think that would be a very good thing.
Thank you. Alistair Calder-McGregor.
Thank you, Sal. I've got 2 points to make. First, rather briefly and predictably on my part, I'm afraid, is the subject of the English party. We just need to abolish the English party, I'm afraid. The single thing that the English party has ever achieved during the 3 years in which I sat upon it is to convince me that it does absolutely damn all for the party. There is not a single function of the English State Party that would not be better achieved either at a regional level or at a federal level. The question of what particular power should go where, I would almost always bias in favour of putting things down to the regions. Not only because I think that as a regional level we are more responsive to the aims and requirements of the region, but also because as a party we want to see a federal Britain, so we should be a federal party ready and waiting for that to happen. On the second topic, governance with regards to elections to committees of the party from various parliamentary parties. Now, this was a subject, obviously, with the constitutional amendment, which I abstained on. And I don't often abstain in this hall. I would have referred it back, but that unfortunately didn't turn out to be an option. One of the major problems that I see with the way our elections to committees within the party happens is that the selection of the potential shortlist of candidates and the ultimate election thereof comes from the same body or the same group of people. I didn't know at all about the election of the Lords to the committee positions until it had already happened, and I suspect that the vast majority of people in the party didn't either. I think it would be far better if nominations to positions on the committee happened within the group being represented, and then a wider election was held among all members or voting members, however we end up doing that. I think that would be better than having the same people basically vote twice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just say on that point, this isn't just about peers. If you were in here for the constitutional amendment, one of the questions that we ask in here is about how, as a party, do we balance having, at the moment, a majority of directly elected members on federal committees, actually and on most of the state committees as well, with a minority of members who are representatives of other bits of the federation. And if you do that, do you immediately disbar everybody who is from one of the groups that can nominate from having a say? Because it's not just the peers, it also includes local government, it includes the state executives, because they can nominate as well. There's a whole string of things, so if you wanted to make a point on that, please feel free. But before we move to other comments, I just wanted, as we've had 6 questions, to see if anyone wanted to come back on the panel of any of those points. Dawn. Try that.
Don't know if it is working. Lovely. I just wanted to pick up on some of the points about the English party. There are questions around that have been coming in on the consultation. There is not an overwhelming desire to abolish it by any means at all, but certainly people are interested and asking about what it does. I'm on the London Region Exec as well, and I know that the local parties in London ask what we do, and so we're currently going through a phase of going to their execs and trying to communicate that. So I think there's work that we need to do there, because that's questions that's also happening at lower levels about the English party. And I also wanted to touch on Prue's point about the right people for the job and not just good campaigners. And as particularly with one member, one vote, that will become a bigger thing, because it'll be the ex-MPs that may be recognised, but they might not have the skill for the particular committee they wish to go to for. They're just very popular, very well known, excellent MPs. So I remember doing my literature for it, my artwork, and mentioning specifically I'd been a trustee of a board, and I thought that was appropriate for FE, and I think we should be encouraging people to do that. So picking up on Prue's point, I do think we don't just want a bunch of people that are great on knocking at doors on the FE or the Federal Policy Committee, because that's not quite the same job.
Oh, I don't need it, I've got my own mic. Forget I'm mic'd up. I just wanted to add one other point to that. We've had quite a lot of feedback that we should actually also remind the electors that they're looking for people with skills to go on jobs. Because one of the overwhelming comments we've had coming back is that we need more and fresher faces on some of the federal committees. You know, some of us are old lags and have been round the block a couple of times, and many of you are saying to us, actually, we need to find mechanisms to make sure we have more members on the committees without expanding the number of committees, which means, say, limiting terms before you have to have a break off a committee, and perhaps limiting people to being on one committee as a directly elected member. Those are all the debates that we're going to have. We touch on some of them lightly in this document. You can reply, if you don't want to speak this afternoon, you can reply to the consultation by emailing president@libdems.org.uk, which is in the back of the document. Please do so by the 26th of March, because we've got to try and get a blueprint available and passed by the Federal Executive to go to Federal Conference Committee at the beginning of July, so we can get the next document out, which will not be a consultation document. It will be a document for debate and voting in September. Now, do we have anyone standing by who wanted to raise a particular point? John Ball.
Thanks, Al. There's a laudable aspiration in the governance review to simplify structures and take out layers, but looking through the specific proposals, most of them are relatively minor changes, compared to what's there already. I think there is an obvious way of removing a layer, which is mentioned just once in the paper, but it has already been mentioned a couple of times already, and that is picking up a comment of our first speaker. I think the English party is a hopeless case. I think even most activists who've been around a long time have no idea of the names, functions, or even existence of all the different myriad English party committees. So there's a complete absence of transparency or meaningful accountability. So I think most functions of the English party could sensibly be devolved to regions, and the few functions which do need to be consistent nationally could go up to the federal level. Just one other brief point. I'm old enough to remember that when we had a separate English conference, and in the early years, when the party started, and that was the sort of Cinderella conference that a lot of reps didn't even bother turning up to. It really wasn't very successful, and it was put out of its misery by the current situation where the English party devolves its policy-making power to the federal level. So, I can say I'm nearly on the red lights. I mean, basically, the summary is I think we should abolish the English party but retain the spring conference.
Thank you very much. And I see two other people who have moved towards the intervention mic. If you want to speak, please do so.
Ian Donaldson from Manchester, Gorton, Central and Blakely. On the subject of the English party, the big problem it has is not in terms of what it does, but in terms of it not being seen. It is actually responsible to the regional parties, not to the local parties, in almost every part of its work. It is elected by the regional parties. It answers to the regional parties and sends its reports to the regional parties, and it is through the regional parties that the local parties are then contacted. And this is one of the problems we have as a party generally, because the federal party talks to the English party talks to the regions talk to the local, and then the federal party contacts people directly at the local party, even though it doesn't have a membership committee or it claims it has no party membership, and then you get various communications from other bodies. What we need to do as a party is to actually streamline so that every level of the party has the same structures and the same throughput, so that you have membership committees at every level, campaigns committees at every level, strategy committees at every level, fundraising committees at every level, and so forth. And then we need to start training all of those committees and their members to do the jobs that they're there to do. It's not enough to simply review the Constitution. We have to actually review how we train people to fulfil the roles that the Constitution sets.
Thank you, Ian, for that. And just to say that's exactly what is in this document. It proposes new ways of working. It says, for example, that instead of having a federal executive, we would have a federal board. The difference is that the federal board would be a strategic body. It would not implement. The problem we have at the moment, which all the federal committees are aware of, is that the FE is supposed to implement the overall policy of the party, and it steps on the toes of the other federal committees because they're also trying to do that. So the proposal here, obviously for your views, is that we avoid that by saying that the federal board monitors the policy that it sets, it does not implement. And then we do exactly as Ian has suggested and make sure that each of the big work streams of the party are also looked at a federal level as well as at a state level. And I should have come back in after Dawn spoke earlier to say to the 3 people from English Candidates Committee who have been on that, we are not proposing that the English party lose its rights over candidates. What we're suggesting is, and in fact I'll come on to what's been suggested by others after, that there is some function on what we're calling the Elections Committee at a federal level to have an overview about the candidate cycle for exactly the reasons that Brian and Margaret talked about, which is ships missing each other in the night and not quite chiming in. It's certainly not intended to take over at all. And the reason I say that is that I've been to a number of meetings, including the regional chairs, since this document was published, and someone said, wouldn't that be a good place for the Joint State Candidates Committee to sit? Because actually we've got most of the people we would want to have that strategic overview. So that's now going into the mix as well, and I'm sure you will have other suggestions too. Now, I can see at least one other, there's a gentleman in blue there, and then at the end.
Thank you, Sal. It's David Murray from the Ludlow Party. It's Lib Dem policy to have a directly elected House of Lords. And provided our federal board, in the proposals in the government's review, is representative of the party as a whole and includes state parties, all the regional parties, the LGA, the ALDC and so on, then all the federal committees should be directly elected, all of them, and that they should obviously put forward their views about what expertise they have for the various positions. But I don't see any reason why MPs or House of Lords shouldn't apply for those positions on the federal committees, provided the federal board is fully representative, including Liberal youth, of all the party. And although I've put forward a proposal on that basis for the federal board, there wasn't anything in the government review about the composition of the different committees which formed part of the overall pattern.
David, thank you very much. And just to say, the reason that it wasn't in there is we had over 2,000 responses to the first consultation, and we would have given you a tome that big if we'd covered every eventuality. And I hope we were trying to crystallise it into what's the balance between directly elected and representation. So thank you for that contribution.
Martin Lewis, Stafford and Stone. I just want to congratulate the process so far. When I read the document, well, I put off reading the document, actually, to start with, thinking, crikey, this is going to be dull. But when I began to read it, first of all, I was attracted by the language and the clarity of the way it was approaching it, because it seemed to be looking at functions first, rather than constitutional bodies. And that was the right way to look at it. Because, for example, it identified quickly that the way the conference is organised seems to work, the way policy is being done seems to work, Okay, tick that box, tick that box. I endorse what others have said about candidates. The way candidates are being approved seems to work. Now, you've cleared away there quite a number of important functions as being pretty well satisfactory. Then you move on to the sort of haze of other bureaucratic things that get left, that are done by people of goodwill and some people on committees and not on committees and volunteers who've, that becomes a bit of a dog's dinner. And if you try and approach it structurally, it'll be even more of a dog's dinner because of do you remember what we advocated at the last election? Devolution on demand. Devolution on demand is the right thing to provide, but it does leave a problem about those that are not in the same position to take on powers as others are. Some regions are very well equipped to take on a lot of functions, others aren't. And what do you do about them? So I like the approach of looking at functions first, ticking the ones that work, and then leaving till the end the other functions that need to be done. So well done so far, and I'm optimistic.
Thank you. Anthony and Howard, do you want to comment on any questions so far? Okay. Is there anyone else with anything burning that they want to say at the moment? In which case, what I propose to do is just to cover a couple of issues that haven't been come up in case it sparks anybody to come in and say something. I'm not going to dwell on the first few sections, nor on the current structure, but we put that in to try and help make things understand how things work at the moment between staff and the relevant committee in the States. But there are some questions in here which relate to things such as the new style of working for the federal committees, where it's clearly implementation. And then should the chairs of those committees be directly elected, or should they be elected by the committees because there may need to be some expertise which is gained by having been on it? The changes that we are proposing for the committees, and apologies for getting into structure, we have currently what used to be called the trustees and is now called Lib Dems Limited, chaired by Duncan Greenland, who is sitting in the hall at the moment. We're very aware that the auditors reminded us that we don't have an audit committee as a federal committee. So the proposal in here is that Lib Dems Limited becomes a federal audit committee, but as with audit and scrutiny committees in the business world, it's sort of got a dotted line rather than a direct line because it's there as our watchdog. It would also look after compliance. But there's a couple of other committees which have started off as subcommittees of the federal executive that we're proposing should be bumped up into committees in their own right. So you agreed some 10 years ago, perhaps slightly shorter, to have a diversity engagement group, which is a subcommittee of FE. We're saying that ought to become a development committee, which would cover also member issues which are not covered at a federal level at all, and training, as well as diversity. We've also looked at having the Treasurer's current fundraising board, which is completely invisible to you as members, still report into the Federal and Resources Committee, but visible both to the Federal Board, but therefore also to you, so that there is a reporting mechanism back. Because obviously the Treasurer needs a very expert committee, it wouldn't be appropriate to have that as directly elected. Now, even if you don't want to respond in this session now, we really, really would welcome your views on whether you think that is effective and whether you want to have that. Now, there's a side consequence of that, which isn't touched on in here, but has again come back since this was published, which is how do we continue with the reports to Conference as the sovereign body if we're actually expanding the number of federal committees? One of the suggestions that's been made to me over the last couple of weeks is that we might not do those report backs here. They might be done as a side session, certainly for some of the smaller committees, where you would still be able to ask questions, you'd still be holding the committees accountable. If not, there'd be less time to take questions if we had to do it in the auditorium during the formal time of the committee. And then we also ask questions about the diversity of the party. You're very aware of the diversity motion that we have here tomorrow morning about MPs. But there's much more about diversity in here. The soft elements are about making sure that we all go out in our local areas to encourage people who don't necessarily look like us to join and become active in the party. The more formal elements are, do we want to formally streamline that into our directly elected structures for federal committees, and I would hope the state committees would look at that as well. If you think that's important, please respond to those questions. And then finally, although it was a hot topic at the autumn conference, where there was a motion which was referred back to the governance review about having a deputy leader, things have gone extremely quiet, and we've had no responses that I'm aware of so far on the issue of deputy leader. Do you believe that we need a deputy leader, given the reason given was that all our MPs are white and male, and wouldn't it be good to have a deputy leader who had something else? So the paper asks you, what would their role be? Great if we want to have a diverse deputy leader, but what would they do? And how would they fit in with the leader and with the president if they were elected by the membership? And the other thing that's mentioned here is that we are looking at the role of the SAOs, the specified associated organisations, and the AOs, the associated organisations within the party as well. So comments on those, if you think we can improve ways of working, please come back to us. And that sparks somebody off, which is great.
Mike's, it is now. My problem is, I don't know how you feel in this hall, but I feel, and having spoken to others, that we find that the National Party is becoming more and more remote from us. And the problem is, with spawning more committees, as you have suggested, is going to make the process even more remote, in my view. We should be streamlining the organisation, not making it more complicated. And I think that is the point that we need to get to. We need to streamline, not complicate.
Peter, thank you very much for that. Can I say we are not increasing the number of committees. What we're doing is trying to move them into a position where they're accountable to you, the members. But Peter is not alone in saying we should reduce the number. It's a fairly quiet voice at the moment. And you as members will have to decide if you want to continue with the old way of making sure that you, the members, continue to run the party. Sovereign has always been the conference body, sovereign body of the party. So absolutely, that's exactly the sort of tension that we're facing. I think somebody else has come down.
Thank you, Toby Keynes. I value the democratic process in this party, and I think it's terribly important the way we function. But I am a little bit concerned about the downside to improving direct accountability between committee membership and the members of the party, which is that the more demanding the election process is, the more elections members have to participate in. The fewer members will actually participate, or will do so with due care and attention, and the less representative the results will be.
Thank you very much, Toby. Next, hang on. Oh, there's a nice queue building up, so it doesn't matter who goes, just go for it. Tell us who you are, please.
Simon Banks, North East Essex. Couple of points. On direct election of federal committee chairs, to chair a committee is a very specific skill, and lots of good people can't do it well. And you can't really tell whether somebody can do that well unless you've seen them operating on a committee. You could have excellent people, experts on a subject, whose style or character meant that they wouldn't chair a meeting well, and nobody would know that unless they'd actually operated with them in a committee. So my answer is no, it should be elected by the committee. The other point about diversity, I do think a more diverse membership is very, very important, because that's the bottom-up solution to all the other problems. We had a huge surge of new members after the general election, which was marvellous, and a lot of them were young, which was marvellous, but they are overwhelmingly white, disproportionately so, and the great majority were male, despite the fact that apparently the group most likely to consider voting for us is young, well-educated, minority ethnic women who haven't exactly flooded the party.
We'll take this back, John, and then perhaps come back to you. Do you want to know?
Richard Gadsden from Manchester Central, Gorton and Blakely. Two things. One is on the accountability of committees. I think we've all seen committee accountability sessions that take 20 minutes that ask 2 or 3 questions fairly superficially in front of a half-empty hall. So having that as perhaps a somewhat longer session in a fringe room where you could have several of those going on at once might allow for a more detailed scrutiny. But I think you'd need to have some way for the full conference to vote, because there's no way you could, while you can do that in terms of a question and answer exercise, I don't think that you can have the democratic vote be exercised that way. But one option therefore for some committees might be that they only bring a formal report for a vote every other conference, i.e. some do it in spring and some in autumn, which might balance the numbers a bit. The other point I would like to make is on direct election. I think we should have OMOV for all or virtually all members of as many committees as we can possibly manage. That if we want to represent the states, fine. Let the Scots elect a member of a committee by OMOV of the entire membership in Scotland, rather than it being elected by the executive committee of the Scottish Party, which is 15 people or so that are elected probably through Scottish Conference and another stage and another stage. Certainly the English Party representatives, I've never voted for them, but I vote for the federal ones all the time. One group of these are more accountable to me, so how are these English people representing me as an English member? I suspect the same is true of the Scots and the Welsh as well. And finally, we can steal a small idea from the Labour Party. Labour Party's NEC elections, they have 2 groups, one for parliamentarians and one for everyone else, elected by the membership as a whole, or whatever version of college they have, but for us it would be the membership as a whole. There's no reason we couldn't retain the rule that parliamentarians can't stand in the ordinary member category by having 2 categories.
Interesting. Anthony, I think you wanted to respond to that.
Richard,
could we have the handheld here on? I don't know if it's...
yes,
yes,
better. Richard, thank you very much for your contribution. I think you have, the proponents of OMOV have pretty much won the day. We're going to see a lot of movement in that area. On Scotland, I'm not sure, and perhaps there's any Scottish members they can indicate, I don't think the Scottish Executive elects their members federal committees. I think it is the Scottish Conference. That might be more satisfactory to your way of thinking. And you might be pleased to know that the last English Council meeting, which would have been last November or thereabouts, voted to go to OMOV in the English party. So in the very near future, the English reps to federal committees, if there continue to be state-level reps, will be represented by all the English members.
And the Welsh Party, I know, are moving towards it as well. In fact, they held off their constitutional amendments, waiting for OMOV to go through for exactly that reason. I think, Adrian, you're waiting next.
Adrian Haralainen, Tret, Vauxhall. My point, as you can probably guess, is relating to diversity and SAOs. We've made an important change this afternoon regarding SAOs and being able to get their own members directly. However, I think that then enables, we need to think about the linkage between membership, between the diversity SAOs, and how the information gets linked between those two when we are recruiting new members, to make sure that there is no misconceptions or misunderstandings on how that works. And also to add that with diversity within local parties, if somehow that could be thrown in as a fell site through the training and the linking of training, diversity and membership, because all those 3 actually act as some of the things we are going to be talking about in tomorrow's diversity motion. Yeah. And I think those 3 linkages need to be far more clearer than the current diagram I see in this document.
Thank you. Does anyone on the panel want to respond on? Yeah.
Adrian, thank you very much for that contribution. One thing I'd ask you to do is make your views known to the review that's going to take place of SAOs and AOs, our affiliated organisations, because I think there is a sense that some of them are very vibrant and well run, and some have room for improvement. In fact, there may be even one or two that have even become closed shops, very small numbers of people, not being run in as open and inclusive a way as we would want.
Who's waiting now? Okay, I think we work our way down. Is that Richard? Sorry, the light's not very bright. And Margaret, you want to have another go? And then, actually, could we have this lady before you, Margaret, because she's not spoken, but we'll have Richard first.
Richard Brett, it's all my fault. I'm chair of ECC. I'm happy to listen to criticism. I think it is fair for a number of members to say that we haven't spent a lot of time telling everybody what we're doing, and we intend to try and do something to improve that. It is not fair to say that I have not been in a position where I could be elected by members, because members can come to regional conferences and can elect their regional candidates chair. So anyone who somehow thinks it's done in some mysterious way and ordinary members don't get a look in is completely wrong. If we want to have candidates' work devolved to regions, it's possible, but there will be consequences. The consequence, I'm certain, would have been that my region would have chosen its European slate of candidates before Christmas, when London certainly wouldn't have started. Now, we might decide that all European candidates being coordinated across the whole country, so that candidates can actually choose to go on more than one region if they wish. We've in the past thought that was a good idea and not a bad. But if we want to have things devolved to regions, we would lose that capacity.
Thank you. That's a very, very useful point. This lady in blue here. I think it's blue. It is blue, yeah.
Catherine Pindar of Copeland and Workington. I'm puzzled, colleagues, because I'm interested in transparency and communication, and I don't find them in this document. I mean, I think the structural changes sound entirely logical, and I like the look of them. But I'm wondering where the openness is, where's the transparency? I spent a long time in the autumn trying to find out about the CCC committee, and eventually had many conversations online with James Girling. But, you know, where can I find information about any of these major committees? Are they going to report on the website? And what about the working groups on policy? One doesn't know that they exist until one turns up at conference and finds that they're there. I cannot find any transparency or communication that is valuable to me. And I regret it. I mean, I wanted in the autumn to campaign. I was suggesting a national leaflet. It took me months to get anywhere, and eventually my local party took on the leaflet, which I have with me if anybody wants to see it. But I would like much more openness from the major committees that you're busy reforming, please.
Catherine, thank you very much for that. And if I can say that the Federal Executive is very mindful of the points you made, which is why there's a page in here that talks about the steps that we as a committee have taken, and we've encouraged the other federal committees to start with that. And whilst I am your president, I can promise you that in addition to the changes to the Constitution, to regulations and standing orders, we will have an easy-to-understand guide that we lack at the moment for members to find their way around the party. Because you're absolutely right. What we need is for any member to be able to pick something up and say, I've got a good idea about a campaign, where do I go to? And by the way, who is my nearest representative on that who might be directly elected from my region? And what? Well, the Federal Executive and a couple of the other committees now do put our reports up on the website, but the problem we've got is that not many members go to the website on a regular basis to look. And we are encouraging the committees that don't to try and do that. Margaret. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. While Margaret goes to the microphone, Dawn.
I was just going to say, Sal, is that working?
Just go for it.
Perhaps we could look at having an email that goes out regularly, maybe once every 2 months, and those that are interested can sign up and then get that information instead of relying on them go to the website. So interested people will sign up, and those that don't really care, which looks like quite a lot from the numbers here today, won't sign up and won't receive it.
Okay, I'm sorry, hold on, Margaret. I'm just going to respond with a counter-argument because I keep being told by members that you get too many flipping emails. So yet again, we're here with a balance that we need to try and find, and we will try and address that. But if there are links through to things from other reports, I now do a monthly presidential newsletter, and we could have links at the bottom to some of the committees that are reporting without having yet another email going to members. Margaret, you've been very patient.
Thank you. I think we need to be realistic. We need to think very carefully about what we're trying to do, compared with the number of people who are actually interested in what we're trying to do. And, you know, I compare this with the people who were here this morning for economic policy, or who were here for fracking, or who were here for cannabis, or who are going to be here to listen to Tim tomorrow. And it's quite clear that party governance doesn't float an awful lot of boats. And yet, I would not want to be a member of a party that was not actually organised by and ruled by and governed by and accountable to its members. But we have to balance somehow or other that level of accountability and transparency with efficiency, and they don't go together. Generally, the more efficient you are, the less people and the fewer stages you actually involve in doing things. So we've got a real juggling act to deal with here. I warn you against one thing. I retired blissfully just under 2 years ago. I used to work for a very large IT services company, and we were right up in the forefront with putting everything out electronically. And it's on the website became an absolute mantra for everything, and we all used to throw up our hands in total despair because it's on the website meant that you hadn't a snowflake's chance in hell of actually finding it. Now, I am responsible within this party at the moment for sort of good order and discipline stuff, and out there on the website are the membership rules and the guidance for executing a disciplinary procedure. And most of the time, I cannot find the things. I do not know whether they go walkabout every now and again and end up somewhere else. But we've got to make it easy for the people who want to know where something is to be able to get at it, to respond, to be transparent. We've got to get off the backs of people who want to go out there and get us from 8 to 56 to 100 MPs and back into government. There are an awful lot of people who don't want to be bothered by this. Realism.
Thank you, Margaret. Now, I'm going to say in our defence that we had over 400 people at the first consultation session in September, and we've also done a lot between January and now at the regional and state conferences. Now, we've got 5 minutes left, so Jenny and Pete, and I can't quite see who that is, the lady there. We're going to take you three. Sorry, that'll be it, because we're going to run out of time, but very quickly. Jenny.
Yeah, I just wanted to counter your counter to Dawn. I don't think that anybody objects to receiving emails that they've signed up for and that are interesting to them. People object to receiving emails that are asking them for money or that they perceive as spam, but not that they've signed up for things that they're genuinely interested in.
Thanks, Jenny.
So.
And whilst the next person's coming to the microphone, just to say that HQ has heard, and you will have noticed that you've had far fewer requests for money in the recent months.
Jenny Pinkett,
Another Jenny. Sorry, I can see you now. You're in the light.
Okay. I wear a hat as a local party chair, an assessor, a parliamentary candidate on 5 occasions in a completely black hole that never ever expected to win. There's a couple of observations I want to make. Right people, right skills. I know the party is reviewing very much its internal election procedures at the moment. One of the things that concerns me is that the use of endorsements on elections, on internal elections, knowing the great and good can get you on committees as far as I can see. I'd like to see a much better process of perhaps applying for these jobs with a CV, having maybe sponsors like our parliamentary candidates have to have a couple of referees to say they're good for the job. So please can we get our internal elections right, and then we might get the right people with the right skills. It's often people who beaver around in the background, especially involved with candidates, that never get any acknowledgement about the work they do. A second point I'd like to make, because the lady up there didn't know anything about what goes on about in the federal executives and things. Can the regions please make greater use of their English Council representatives? I learnt a great deal by reading the Federal Conference reports from Brian Orell, other people, Jeff Payne, who writes reports from the Policy Committee and the Conference Committee. I learnt a lot of what I know about the party by going to English Council meetings. The regions don't make use of their English Council representatives to spread the word.
Thank you. And finally, we're going to hear from Pete Dollymore.
Hello, Pete Dollymore from Hillingdon, and also, like Dawn, a member of the London Region Executive, and I accept the point we're not making use of what's available to us. I've sat there thinking to myself, what a fabulous job you've done so far, echoing what my colleague said earlier on. But where I'm all at sea is, what do I think about the English party? I just don't have enough knowledge to be able to contribute over the summer. I think you gave some dates earlier on, and we're expected, I think, to vote on this in Brighton in September. I just urge you to help me be able to express a view, because I am ignorant. I don't know enough about what the English party does. As regards Europe, I know from Anthony's great work, I know an awful lot more about Europe. I think we need to put the same emphasis into understanding what the English party does. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Pete. And can I just say, to conclude this session, the Federal Party, as is said in this document, is very aware that we cannot mandate what the state parties choose to do. But the state party representatives on the federal executive are very aware of many of your desires, that we replicate structures going down so it is easier for members to understand what is going on. And the three party chairs have agreed to meet with myself and with Pete Dunphy from FFAC before we get to the position of a final discussion, so that anything that the states want to do, they can reflect on. We're not going to know what the states want to do before September, but we will at least know whether the states are saying it's absolutely hopeless or we can try and negotiate. But it's certainly, we are talking, I hope, much more than has happened in the past. We're very aware it's all got to slot together. That's the point that many of you have made here. So thank you very much, everyone, for your contributions. If you have something that you wanted to say, email the address in the back of the document by a date, or email me afterwards, but we are on a tight time scale. And enjoy the evening fringes. Can I thank my rapporteur, Chris Adams, and also for the timekeepers from Policy Unit who've stayed late to time for us. Thank you very much, everyone.